again. Someone had to get some sleep after rambling and then falling over. I know, it's ridiculous, right? So human beings need to sleep. It's a ridiculous concept. Ridiculous, you know. Just need more coffee, right? I'm almost empty. Right. Let's see. Just make sure everything's looking good. Or at least not terrible. Oh, no, it already looks terrible. Ah, darn it. All right. Well, if anyone's trying to watch my my thing, the problem is that OBS's one like projector type thing doesn't work very well. So I gotta kill it because otherwise it just destroys my poor CPU. I'm gonna try one more thing on that. Sitting here messing around. Nah, you know what, I'm not going to. So as I said, if someone's here, someone shows up here, not that they would see this, but in the Discord right now, we're currently gonna focus more on the other sources. Because as I said, the one thing is that my CPU gets mauled trying to double or triple stream it. So actually to that end, I have one more modification I need to make, clearly. Oh, that's not what I want to go there. Push this button, it'll cause my screen to flicker. And then pull this guy over here, and then pull this guy over here. Yeah, and then pull this guy over here and take a look at something. Alright. So, now, I need to, let's see, that's good for now, so I'm not going to worry about that. Worry about that. I'm going to keep that up there until I need that other screen. Alright. Over here, I'm watching this. Hello. It's basically mostly a technical style stream with regards to what the intention is. And then this time around, I'm not going to ramble for, days on other stuff. It's one of those things. I had to shake it out a little bit, right? Got to do the intro of what I'm going at here and that sort of thing. Just to kind of quickly restate that thing. The gist is that we're going to work on the final bits here of Stellar Dragon Games, which is the kind of relaunch of, and this could be a soft relaunch, of Stellar Dragon's website portion. Long and short, as we had, without going again back into the ramble on that one, we had some technical issues with the original site. We still have it. We still up, still posting, or still got the archival for like our Pathfinder stuff and such like that, as well as the 3.5 builds kind of there as well. Although we're moving the material and like super revising it and moving it over to Stellar Dragon Games. Because one of our intentions is to be more, we're still going to do streaming of games. We're still going to be doing that sort of thing, of course, but because it's just kind of fun and threw it together and so on. But it's also going to be where we're focusing on kind of, honestly, developing games. It's kind of where we're going to go with it. It's a terrible idea and it probably won't work, but you know what? Nothing beats a failure but a try, right? So, to that end, so we have these posts that are discussing our builds, long and short, those builds are courtesy right now primarily of a staff member by the name of Ghost, and also goes by the Glasswalker, which gets into deep lore about the setting that we're going to be working on primarily. We have other things that we're working on. We have other irons in the fire and that sort of thing. Things like, for example, the music that's playing now is from my good friend who goes by Offlyne with a Y. And also RYH. And so he's got his entire branding for music stuff. And so right now he gave permission for us to play it during the streams. So that's what we're doing. So I appreciate that guy. I just wanted to give a shout out there for that. So anyway, but on topic, yes, it is on topic. So there's, kind of a lot of ambitions that are going on there. And so this is like the last bit where we've got overarchingly a bunch of like small builds, like individual builds for various classes in 3.5 and D&D 3.5. We also have Pathfinder, but those are kind of sitting in the sitting for later. But we've got a bunch of builds that are for 3.5, and so we're going through and discussing them. And we have a plan where we're gonna put out a whole bunch of them in chunk, and then we're gonna release over a course of 2 weeks focuses on various classes from the lists that we have. And those lists are actually already available, although not perfectly refined, both on the Stellar Dragons site, stellardragons.com, as well as the glossary pages of Stellar Dragon games. Now, I do say this, that they're not, fully refined, because there's a bunch of stuff that, I have process-wise to work on and like get them more across the line. I like to say this, these last 5 posts here are the roundups that are going to talk about the entire groups, all of those that we're talking about, in a kind of like a brief, almost infographic sort of format. Really useful, really concise, really tight. And so what we're doing here is ultimately consolidating that information and making it kind of work for our intentions, making it kind of look good, or at least try to make it look presentable. So unfortunately, I wanted to get it launched by now, but again, I need to sleep. So all right, without further ado, let's go. Oh, and just a fair warning, I'm going to tend to not be super audience interactive, only because this is an actual work thing. I just wanted to cue in, want to give the chance for people to see, hey, here's this thing that's being worked on. That sort of thing. So, that's weird. Oh, I see what happened. Okay. Got it. All right. Sorry, I'm working on other stuff. What is going on here? Oh, I see what I did. The preview mode that I chose was mobile. Those little. I did that. I generally don't do that. All right. I got it. All right. So what I need to do is this one in there too. No, this one got the full command because I was checking the link. Basically, this is the last check. Like on this one, is that basically making sure that my links look good, making sure that my expected stuff are there. This one's broken, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. What is wrong with it? You know what? I am going to worry about it too much. Wild Elven Dancer. Is that the actual thing? Elven Wild Dancer. Huh? Oh me. Signs that I am beyond exhausted, right? There's a lot of stuff that goes into the background on these articles, on these posts. A lot of stuff. From where we've curated the, from as I said, ghost builds, like working through with that on him and getting those things sorted out, and then into the generative AI to kind of pull from our source, because we've got the sources right and we've got the entire process that's there, but it's we want to talk about it. We want to have something that's going to kind of pull up summaries of that, and that's what honestly one of the biggest strengths of generative AI is like putting together really good summations of stuff. And so all of our sources for this, for the text here is generative AI, and it's pulling from the information from one of our staff members going, all right, here's a summation of it. Here's the boiled, here's some discussion points that, although because of how keen he is on the stuff, right, he's probably seen it, but there's some stuff where he's been like, wow, I actually caught that. And so, again, now the builds are really straightforward, but it helps to have a good summation. That's kind of what we're going for here. Now, the images themselves are also generative AI. Those ones, right now, we're actually working on processes to make them more unique to, shall we say, our flavor and our sources. So consider these placeholders. I know it's odd to say that, but consider them placeholders. Because ultimately what I want to do, especially stuff like this, what I want to do is I want to have where we'll be able to pull on commission artists. That's where I want to go in that route. Actually, it's one of those spots where there's this like pushback, well, using generative AI is bad or whatever. I can't afford to pay artists, but just simple as I just can't. That's not an option for a number of reasons, and I won't go into all the details, but for a number of reasons. And so, well, I'm not going to ask somebody who I don't, I know I've got some artists kind of on the Rolodex, right? But I'm not going to ask somebody to go through and do that. For free for me. Yeah, I know I got a grandiose cause, and it's not just for me, it's for the team as a whole, but then you get into the entire weirdness of all this stuff, and it's just like, we don't exist effectively right now. We're tiny, or a little dot, and so we got to leverage what tools we have. So the other concern I have, though, is that we have only one link right now, which is the blog post that's the center point on Stellar Dragon Games, right? So those are kind of automated there. I'll end up catching that on my last check here, because right now this is mostly focused on kind of cleaning it up, like an initial, well, it's been checked for legibility, right? It's been checked for kind of like making sure it's readable, and making sure the information is useful at this point. But it's got like this is a stage 3 of 5. So this is a like getting kind of like ready for SEO, search engine optimization, evil term, but and we work with search engines, so we got to be prepared for that. So anyway, so the point is that this is where we're at with this, and it's also a little bit of the first stage kind of redux, because my original stuff, like that I was pushed this, the content's good, but it's missing a certain something, and so that something is what we're seeing kind of at the result here, because you're seeing here kind of the end result of the playthrough. And as I said before, it kind of ends up in an infographic sort of mechanism of sorts. So that's the idea that we're playing off here. That's kind of what we're running through this one. And I think I did, and I do say that in this one, I think I did a very good job of getting that. And then we get into a FAQ, and it's kind of just a general kind of button all kind of catch all. And again, our primary, as the phrasing goes, call to action, our target here is I really want to see more people on our Discord, because we want to build a community, right? And Discord is a good means to do so. So the way that it all works is a little bit of industry speak, but you have funnels, right, that push people towards or pull people towards, depending on how they're set up, towards certain ends, right? And so you're building your thing to try and do a certain thing. And ultimately, one of the big parts that gets pushed is trying to go for monetization. Of course, I know it's a big bad word, right? But you got to pay to keep the lights on. So, all right. So as I said, on this one, we're looking good to go. And then I'm going to go into the back here. Because we, we use Trello as kind of our process flow, and unfortunately, that stuff's not curated well enough to show to the general public. So I'm not going to do that. Actually, I think I already passed this one forward. Let me check. Go to my proofing station. I mean, it's pretty well curated. It's pretty close, but it's one of those ones where. Not yet, and if I were to start releasing or like going through showing off this back end stuff like an extension, I would end up wanting it to be more, honestly, I know it's going to sound terrible to say it even at this stage, but speaking of money stuff, more premium content type thing. It's the sort of thing where it's like this is where the magic is like actually done. Like this is all, this part here, it's where the final stuff is polished up and kind of where we're building out of it. But that's like, what we're, where we're ultimately looking at going, we're finalizing stuff, right? Let me see. So I got my barbarian builds out here. I've got my art builds, but where are my, did it get not checked off? Oh, it didn't get checked off. All right. So my 5 barbarian or 5, those guys. Yeah, I didn't check the last one off because I wanted to do a final readability check. Oh, this is interesting. Why is this one here? I need to go check this. All right, so this, this was not actually my plan, but I just saw, I don't want to call it an issue, but there's a reason why this one has been put, or I didn't finish checking out the boxes. What the reason is, I don't know. Let's find out. So that part's all good there on that start. So let's take a look here, and it's just the readability check that I didn't check off. So it's in all likelihood, I just forgot to check the button. I don't like the fact that that didn't auto pop, which is a different issue. I see why I didn't though, because the dashes, I missed some of the dashes in my editorial. And then so we've got bullet points here and kind of strengths and weaknesses summation, like what we're kind of looking with that. And then that's the role-playing themes. Now, what was interesting is that in my discussions with my team on this, as we were kind of building out the order of this stuff, is we've got the level distribution, like the stat blocks, like right up here, right? It's like right in your face. This is the primary information you're looking for, right? This is what you're here for. And so we build it out. No, that was the wrong one. Oopsie. Let me just start that from scratch. So the readability buttons, right? Like that is a big, kind of a big point there, right? When we're looking for how things are. So anyway, so working with my team, like me, I personally am like, no, I want to hit the role playing like as the big part, because this is it's a TTRPG, it's a tabletop role playing game. That's spelled, and pardon me, this one, that's spelled ROLE, not ROLL. We utilize the ROLE to help us basically, discuss certain details, right? And so I say all that to say this. Oh man, I missed a bunch of them, didn't I? That's a shame. Well, I'm not going to make you guys watch me do the little nitty gritty stuff because, like, well, no, I will actually. That's the point. So, but yeah, so it's the sort of thing where, you know, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, so I'm like, yeah. So you know, our focus should be on making on role playing because the goal is role playing, right? It's getting into the roles of the characters, and that's the focus here. Well, the thing is that with D&D, and I got somebody in my server who made this point, who strongly argues this, and strong enough to like put it in their profile, right? And they're like, this is, you know, it's a crap system. And although I disagree, fundamentally, you know, it's what most people, I think, kind of cut their teeth on, as far as like getting into you know, getting onto the table, right? Getting into TTRPGs in some form or another, something that's related. They like, that's how they got themselves into it. Well, it deserves respect for that. Now, I don't like where WotC has gone with it, where Wizards of the Coast has gone with it, but that's why we're looking at 3.5 and not 5th. And I won't go into like the political blah 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 because it's, you know, it's, we just want to play our games, right? You know, like seriously. But anyway, so the point I was going to get here, so the where the orders of that went is that, so discussing with them, it was well, the system first, and then the thing is that if I were reading their articles and I was looking for the build and stuff like that, I would follow along, and I would go to I would actually go personally, you know, it's my cut of the jib, you know, was what I would do. I would no, like that. I would excuse me. I would personally go through and have the role playing part on the front, but having the you know, as like the foremost or in the middle somewhere. But having it there, I'm going, well, you know, I would read through the article, right? Let's see. I would read through the article, but a lot of people, honestly, wouldn't. You know, don't tell me I'm gonna have to. Let me see if I can. Ooh, I think that made it worse. Thumbnail. Terrible. Okay, because I might need to go back to editing on this one because I don't like that. Like, I don't like that bad enough to say, you know what, this actually needs a fix. All right, so I'm gonna have to go. How do I want to do this? Because I wasn't actually thinking about how far I was going to go with this, but my goal here is to kind of just show what I'm up to, right? Like the actual processes. Because you know what, I'm going to do the effort anyway, right? And potentially having someone like, you know, someone like look at me as I'm doing it. I don't know. Don't ask me what I'm thinking right now, but it's just you know, it's I don't know. It's the idea of like, if I'm going to put the effort forward, right, I may as well put the effort forward to our other initiatives. So I may as well do it, right? If I want to build a community, right, you know, with people and people coming around and doing stuff and having fun with stuff, right? If I want to do that, if we want to do that, because there's you know, 5 of us, right? If we want to do that, and we do want to do that, how do we do that? We put ourselves out there, you know. We go, hey, I'm here. Not look at me, look at me, look at me. It's more like, no, look at what we're trying to build. Do you want to join us? That sort of thing. I said I wasn't going to get on tirades, and here I am already. You just get me started, and I will go for days. I will years, an entire lifetime, right? Let's see. So we're looking at Battle Dancer builds here, and I'm gonna go ahead now. See, here's the thing is, I actually end up using, and I'm probably doing this wrong because I'm no professional in the field, right? I won't even claim it because I'm a tech, you know, I do IT stuff, engineer, that sort of thing, right? And so I don't know like all the ins and outs of all the things, right? Of any of this stuff. I've just kind of been on the side of it forever. Kind of watching it go by. Let's see, Windows Capture, and we're going to go with Gwenview because that's the one that my neat system has. And currently using Plasma KDE Manjaro Linux. And so I hope I didn't just break everything when I did that. Uh-oh. You are seeing the back end of my my thingies, and you shouldn't be seeing that. That's neat. I didn't know it would do that. Cool. Errors, glitches. Hey, I'm cool causing glitches. All right, make that go away for now while I fix it. Luckily, that wasn't anything like untoward. Call me unprofessional, right? See you. Where are we up to? Yeah, okay. So, the thing that we're going to be working on here is we're going to be working on point view. And again, I'm doing this off on the fly. I wasn't planning on going this far with it, like showing all these sort of things, because they're kind of like, you know, again, areas that I'm not really sure how stuff works, you know? I don't fully understand all the details. Is that going to expose too much? Let me crop the top a little bit here. So now I'm going to put this, and I'm going to expand it a little bit. All right, and then image editor. Oh, silly me. I had a plan and I just totally botched it. All right, image editor. No? Oh, I have to go the other way with it. Aha. Okay, cool. Image editor. All right. So here's what we're doing. Okay. So like I was saying, I don't actually know what I'm doing, right? But I know that I don't like what's going on with this image from the build there. So because it's basically getting too much information in a manner of speaking. So I do know that I don't like what I just did. So I hit escape. Oh, too far. All right, so let's go with crop, and I'm actually not going to preserve the aspect ratio because I specifically want to grab the gal there, right? And then kind of pull it into her shoulder, pull it into her overall, and then crop that. Yeah. I'm going to save this as. I'm actually going to go with just a lame sort of 2 thing here. All right, and then so that's that. So we can now see that. We go back over here. Yep. All right. So now drag this underneath it. All right. I wonder if I do this. Anyway. So now we drag this over to here, and I'm going to replace her with an upload. And then I'm going to find my directory. Not that you can see that, but you know, I gotta have some things that I hide behind. And then we pull up the arrow over here, and it still didn't work because of reasons. Why didn't it work? That's the question. Also, the gooey hands of the AI you can see. So I'm going to actually go even further on that one. So replace again, media library. Yeah, that's the thing, is it? And this again, just to reiterate, this is like where we're still, you know, kind of developing the art style, if you will. You know, where we're still figuring out all of the things. It's this sort of process, you know, like anything that's of this sort, where you're just trying to figure out how things work. And I mean, call me clumsy, call me untoward, call me, you know, how dare I do stuff, right? But what choice do I have, really? You know, to not do. Like, oh, let's see. So, battle answer. What is on? Select. What? That's not the right one. Place. Open media library. Oh, I know what happened. And I don't know how. Actually, it's a problem I still don't know how to fix. Because it has the same file name, right? It actually didn't update the cache. So you know, and it's probably some stupid easy way that I just don't know about. Because as I was saying, I don't actually know what I'm doing. And it's still not okay. All right, you know, maybe it's just I mean, it's just not as well done as the other ones. All right. Oh, I know what I can do here. Okay, so and I kind of exposed a little bit of one of my my things here, but it's all local, so I don't really care. Ah, shoot. But I am actually using in the background here. Now these ones were generated by, and I'm going to admit it, were generated by DALL-E, and I don't really like DALL-E. There are reasons. There are long reasons why I don't really like DALL-E, but I don't really like DALL-E. So, because it's, you know, it's, look, I'm going to say it. I'm sorry, but it's corporate BS, right? It's just what it is. I don't care for that. So, I say all that to say this. I am currently setting up my own, well, I have not setting up, but I have my own Stable Diffusion build out that I'm using and like been messing around with for the past like, couple of weeks as we've been building up all these other processes, right? So it's a really cool sort of thing. And let's see, where is it? If I can remember how to actually use this thing. It was only a few days ago when actually it was less than a few days ago. All right, so is it? I think it's WebUI. No, that's not right. Wait a second. I know where I need to look. So LS there, right? Not that you can see what I'm doing, right? Because again, we're talking JavaScript stuff. We're talking exposing stuff that, yeah, not really. Maybe it is WebUI.sh. Okay, I guess it is WebUI.sh. I thought it had like the more interesting bold ones. All right. So. All right, and then we actually are, and I know I shouldn't necessarily do it because I'm not exactly prepared for it, but we actually are going to go with it. Stable Diffusion. I should tag the stream with Stable Diffusion maybe. If I'm going to be doing stuff with it, right? Yeah, I think I am going to do that. Where are you? Twitch stream, edit stream info, and adding Stable Diffusion. There we go. Done. I added Stable Diffusion. All right. So it's interesting what I keep on seeing. I keep on seeing like someone like split in and out or something. I don't know what that is. All right. So anyway, so Stable Diffusion, right? So if you're not familiar, long and short, Stable Diffusion allows you to do really cool stuff in really cool ways. With the entire, you know, stuffs. Now, unfortunately, I'm still, as with anything like this, I'm still a bit of a novice. All right, so I have a baseline thing that I built, and I'm probably doing a little bit more exposure stuff than I should, maybe, but let's see. We got our. Is this? Oh no, I haven't. Well, good thing I saved it in a different area, because apparently I did not properly do the thing. So let me grab from my inspiration thread here. Let's see, which parts are it? Cinematic lighting, the FFT, and Laura FFT jobs instead. And then of the RPG Maker. The RPG Maker is kind of neat, like the RPG Makers type thing, but it had some weird like effects that I wasn't really appreciating. So it's not bad. It's just it doesn't really do kind of what I'm looking for. Right? All right, and then if I remember correctly, I don't know if I should have done it here or if I should do it in extras. I think it's extras. So like this is one of those screw it, we're doing it live sort of moments. I don't know what I'm doing at all. Like I'm just like I picked up little pieces of details here and there about stuff, and so I'm just like, you know what? Let's just try it. Let's go through and see, because I don't like this picture, right? I don't like how this picture is the way it is, right? So let's see if I go save image. All right, and I'm just going to leave it in the downloads, and then I'm gonna find my one folder. Actually, no, I'm not going to leave it in my downloads. I'm going to change this. Let's see. And one of the problems I have is that went super fast, right? I hope that he used that with appropriate permutations and I didn't just get flagged for that. Look, again, I'm using somebody else's remixes with their permission, their explicit permission, so don't judge me. Wait, where did I save it? Did I save it here? I don't know where I saved it. Save as. I did leave it in the downloads. Can I do it this way? Yeah, that's sweet. That's neat. Anyway, all right, so now to check something. So it's now 828 kilobytes. The previous one was 61 kilobytes. So that's probably upres. Hopefully it's upres enough for my taste. All right, so replace, open media library. All right, delete her. Okay. Delete. See, again, see, it didn't. Yeah, delete her. Right. Now upload files. Now drag it over there. This might actually, like, you may have just seen me discover something on the stream that will actually solve a lot of my problems. So this is 6 by 800, which is not terrible. And then, so we're going to make sure I keep my battle dancer builds. What is on? What? There you go. I mean, it's a little-ish, but it's also kind of cool looking too. And I'm okay with, like, see, the thing is that I don't want it to be necessarily like uber perfect. Oh my goodness, this is the best composition ever. Because imperfections, I think, are important, right? And allowing them is important too, because it's where you find inspiration in there too, you know. And I'm all about that. If it's not. So this is for our interim point, our product there. Unfortunately, she ends up being small. Did I change something? Okay. All right, let's save that again, and then let's view the preview and tab. Oh. Let me see if I just refresh it, what will happen. Oh my. I don't know how I feel about that. It's kind of cool though. It's kind of creepy though. You know, actually it's endearing in a manner of speaking. I'll do better in the future. Like I said, these are mostly placeholders. I couldn't stand that super low res answer. It just wasn't working for me. Let's see. So again, I just want to emphasize, just to be absolutely clear about what I'm doing here, is that this third thing is kind of it's not a, you know, is a, yeah, it's temporary, is a placeholder. All right, so if my browser didn't just freeze, what did my browser, why is my browser frozen? Everything stopped. Does my CPU spiked? It's not capping, but it is spiking. I am waiting for something. All right. Maybe I'm waiting for something. The operating system's working, but ew. Yeah, that's not a good sign. Let's see, I need to have that open. I need to have this open, obviously. There we go. That was disconcerting. There we go. All right, that was weird. I don't know what happened there. Probably the compositor, because we're really not digging plasma. Anyway, so let's see. So we have this done there. We have this kind of looking good overall. So that's the post. All right. And so that I'm gonna call that good enough. I'm gonna call that good enough. Let's move on to the next. All right. So first one of my checks is I'm checking like the stuff that I've already done, just making sure that I did it, because especially when you're doing like bulk push like this, you know, like what we're up to for this build out of this page, right? we're gonna want to make sure that we check, our dot our I's and um, change that title. Crusader built. Again, signs that show that I was probably a little bit more exhausted doing this than I should have been doing it. Because the problem with that is that this sort of thing is important. It's one of those things where you like for the user visibility stuff, you gotta be conscientious to it, right? Because if you're not, it'll like the little errors will creep up, and those little errors will creep up quickly. Kind of like how I found out before with the previous, how we found out before with the Cellar Dragons release there, because it was one of those ones where the goal was simple. I wanted to basically, and we wanted to get basically get moving, start like getting stuff worked out, getting stuff out there, and that sort of thing for the perusal of the general populace, and also to kind of encourage us to move more in general, like to get more done, to actually like get moving, because it's very easy to just be like, yeah, I want to do this great thing, and then not ever do it, and just get distracted by all the things, right? Which is a problem, and a very easy problem. But anyway, that's a rant for a different time. So the gist of what I'm doing here is, and it's a little off screen for you. There's a bunch of like little side parts and sidebars and stuff that I'm using to kind of like double check and cross verify certain pieces of information, certain processes, right? And as I said before, kind of some of my back end checklists and stuff like that. The real boring stuff. Actually, what I should figure out is I should figure out a way to like super curate from Trello down. Not for this stream, not for this run, because it was already setup was already taking like setup for the setup was already taking too long. But I am actually going to make on my board. I'm going to make a note about that because it's not a bad idea. I think it's not a bad idea. So, gotta have a big board. Let me see. Trello /checklists in stream. I don't know why my handwriting is so bad right now. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's a cool idea. Some of the articles we're going to be doing later on from there as well. Like, this is the big board of like, for Stellar Dragons are kind of discussions and, kind of working through it. Hey, you know what? Judge me for wanting to have a whiteboard, right? But whiteboard. My only problem with this whiteboard is it's too small. Help me upgrade my whiteboard, right? I am self-satirizing on this stuff. It's terrible, but I'm not one to like go ask for sort of thing. I should aggressively, but anyway, before I get too far down there. So now we're looking at kind of our overall processes, and so and again, I'll have to worry about like getting you guys where I'm doing this, where I have it actually sliver off the areas that are appropriate and that sort of thing somehow. I'll have to probably use Zapier or something like that to do crazy stuff, because I like my automation, right? I like automating stuff, because especially if it's redundant click stuff, it's like, well, why should I, click 10,000 times when I can click 100 times and then have automation do it 9,900 times? Like, the technology's there, right? Why should I? Well, you're not doing the entire effort. Fair, and I'm all about manual transmission, so that's kind of this weird thing. So there is something I actually do want to reopen that previous thing I was looking at here. Oh, let me pull this out here, just so I'm not exposing things. Right? I don't know why I did that. No. Battle dancers, right? That's what we're looking for. So click here. All right, so battle dancers, back to battle dancers. So if I'm looking at this correctly, like I had it where I set up where it was like key traits and tips, whereas this one ended up with, I don't like that. I really don't like that. No, there's certain things I'm not going to expose. So certain particular processes. Like this one's fine. Strengths and weaknesses. Oh, that's for the that one specifically. Okay, that one's already done. No, that's the no, that's not done. That is the one with strengths and weaknesses. Okay. So I chose strengths and weaknesses on that one. Also chose strengths and weaknesses on this one. This one I chose key traits and tips because I'm trying to do a little bit of A/B stuff. All right, cool. So, but I do not care what's going on with that. So let me use a little trick here. And actually, I don't even think I need to do the trick here. I think I can just do it this way because pros and drawbacks in that sort of formation is the same idea. So I'm not even going to worry about the vernacular. All right, so get back up here. Why is it going so slow? Control X. All right, and then enter twice, and we go into there. Because we're basically going for like this sort of really neat, like sort of right in front of your face. Here's the gist of what we're talking about as soon as possible. Because you're already bored with what I'm talking about, right? Because that's how that works. Literally, that's how that works. So, all right, now the next stage here, and I thought that I had prepared this. Oh, do I only have 2 left? 3 left? I only have 3 left. Wow, okay. I mean, cool. So this subsection I delete. Because like this conversation that we're having with this one is, again, this is more like this page, these pages, these roundup pages, these pillar posts are more about hard summations, like if you will, an infographic of what the builds summarize to. And so I'm going to use a bit of technique to readily convert these things into bullet points. And because I've got a pre-set up process for that one. Convert each of these. Take this information as well, spin it in there too. If it wants to. Okay, there we go. Let's see if that works fine. All right, now while it's doing that and synthesizing that information, because again, see, the part that's fun about all this is that, like, could I synthesize all that information? Yes. Am I willing to synthesize that information if I had to? You know, if I wanted to, and I just don't necessarily always see a point for me doing so. You know, it's one of those, like, we can produce so much more and we can get so much more done in the same amount of time and get cool stuff, right? What is going on here? Control. It's a control Z. Because that heading will get in our way if I don't delete it. Okay, computer. There we go. Now, I don't know what is taking so long. And then let's see. Right? Yeah, media text. There we go. All right. Now, feel like there's a better way to do this too. I wonder if I can, oops, F them. Enter. Actually, I'm going to see if I can try and make this like either into a template or into a, I know there's a whole bunch of ways, like I said before, automation all the way, right? Because I know what my generalized format is, and I know what I'm kind of like looking for information-wise. So 2, 3, 4, 5, all right. So, to the right, to the left, to the right. Okay. And then, just out of curiosity, see if I can just do something like this. Create pattern. My pattern. 5 media. Sync the pattern across multiple locations. Don't. Because I think that caused me problems earlier. And I'm not going to spend too much time on trying to figure this out. But I do want to figure out it more. Come on. Really? There we go. And if I can't figure it out quickly, then I'll just... I think it's probably like here, here. I probably could search for it, right? I don't even remember the name I gave it. But if I go pattern and I go my patterns, I mean, obviously it's stupid laggy, but what? I just put a new pattern in there. Why is it not in here? What's this? Refresh. Refresh. Angry refreshes. Well, it just seems like it's a, ow, gosh darn it. Oh, Dave, you're welcome to jump in if you want to. Like, you can do that for yourself, you know. Yeah.
But there's no decent converse just yet.
There's no decent what? Huh? Words?
No reason to actively converse just yet.
Why not?
Also, we also have pizza on the line.
Oh, neat. Okay, cool.
It's the Chicago one that we got before.
Do be advised that we are streaming, you know, live-wise. So we're okay. I just want to let you know.
I'm just getting pizza.
No, it's all good, my dude. I just want to let you know. That's all. Let's see. So yeah. Oh, pizza! Yay, food. All right. So now, media. No. Darn it. Shoot. I need to figure out how to do this thing. Well, I don't need to figure out. I want to figure out how to do it. It showed up. All right, so media alternating. So, and then yay, I figured out how to use the technology. I are so smart. Yeah, the one thing that's silly about, you know, me sitting over here with this is that I would stream it, you know, but the problem is that, like, it kills my bandwidth, and there's certain stuff, you know what, I think it's fine. Yeah. Not bandwidth, it's not bandwidth that's the problem, it's, you know, we'll do those. There. Now we're streaming it over here. Hopefully it doesn't like kill my CPU. If it does start doing so, I'll have to stop it. But yeah. All right, click it up. So I'm looking at. All right. So I was working on the other one, but for now I'm actually being distracted by setting up these patterns on all of them. Now that I know how to set up the patterns, because I didn't know how to set up the pattern before. I feel like there's more efficient ways to do this even from where I'm at, but I will concern myself with that at a later time, because right now we do have a strict time limit, which I've been burning the midnight oil forever, as Div here can attest. So I am crazy. All right, so I need to. Why did this do this? Uh-oh. That's a bad sign. I feel like these things are tied. I'm gonna test something here, which means I need to stop streaming from the Discord. Yeah, so the problem is that Discord, like, it's apparently trying to stream on it is just all CPU for some reason, and it just murders my poor dilapidated CPU.
Really see.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not great. So, Div, what are you up to?
Literally nothing, really.
Just sort of waking up?
And watching YouTube, and that's about it.
Fair enough. Alright. Next. Okay, cool. Check here. Excuse me. All right. So, yeah. Okay. Let's see. So media areas. DT. Join the conversation. All right. So we have a ton of work to do on that stuff, right? So, because this is as I said before, honestly, the best hypothetical would have been that this would have already been done for this particular section. Like we would have already been, it would have already been set up here, because these are all components that that can get done when we're still before we've done the full rebuild. In fact, we want to. Part of me says that I should say let's go back and let's do another readability check on these, but I also don't want to burn Mr. 4div out there, which I'm certain he appreciates. Let's see.
What's up, boys?
Oh, hey. So currently in the primary goal of here now, so if we're here, we're talking more about the working process with regards to what I'm doing right now, which is the setting up the final bit. Like I said before, we're still writing games with the those posts. And you were part of that earlier there too, Rennie, this morning when we were talking about that. So.
Yeah, that's right.
So just letting you know what what the focus is, because we are streaming. As I said, I find myself obligated to inform people when they jump in a channel that I'm streaming in, which this is the live stream channel, so I'm streaming.
Yeah,
we are streaming. So just be advised. Okay, so let's see. I don't really like it. Let me edit this a little bit more. Because this information is uneven, it's added. It doesn't work. All right, so now we're starting this. It's still not working out for me. Darn it, I thought the process that I had built was actually good enough. All right, let's see. So I need to open up a Kate window. Do I have one open? I don't. I should have one. We should have a Kate window open. New file. So let's see. Now I need to go find the format I used before, because like there was a specific format that I used before that worked really, really well for my intentions. So, all right, make sure I'm on there. I've almost been streaming for an hour already. Gosh darn it. Well, at least I got one of them like finished, polished up, but there's no way I'm going to accomplish my personal objective on this situation in the allocated time. because there's just so many. Like, there's just so much to each one. Now that I've developed the process a little bit more, there's just so much involved. So, but yeah, I will say though, I will invite you guys if you guys want to, say play Minecraft and talk of that. Yeah, that's cool too. Like, I just expect me to sit here talking about what's up.
Minecraft is fun. Dies.
You're all good, man. I'm currently just playing a modified version of Big Chat Guys.
Oh, jeez, more of that. That's fair.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of like quality of life stuff that they don't really have in it that I've just decided to be like, yes, screw it, I'm gonna add that.
Mm.
Where the hell did my bee go?
So you're wait, is it like a customized version of the mod pack?
Yeah, it's basically just the mod pack, but I've enabled like editation of the like mods that are in it, and then I've added like a bunch of other ones. So, for example, it doesn't have the mod that allows you to, I think it's crafting tweaks.
Mm-hmm.
That gives your crafting table the ability to be like, I'm going to spread this one stack out across the entire table. It allows you to like turn the like regions that are in the crafting table like clockwise or whatever. Like there's a bunch of other stuff like that, like mouse tweaks and that sort of thing. All the like stuff that makes the game not easier, but it takes a lot of the tedium out of like crafting and sorting inventory and that sort of thing.
Pretty neat.
So a lot of like that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Oh. Who's a Weedle?
A Weedle? Weevil? Weevil? Weedle. Little like the little like worm thing in it.
Yeah. I'm trying to catch one of every Pokemon. And that's gonna take me bloody forever though.
Oh, it's not my 151.
Nope, it is all like 1,000 or some shit.
See, I stopped counting at the 150. Well, 151 technically. I stopped counting at that point. I just literally just said no. I am not doing any more. I am done. I am done with this entire. No, I wasn't that harsh about it, but it was just the sort of cancel that. It was just the sort of thing where like the 150 came out, the baseline came out, and I was just like, yeah, I'm cool. And then I don't know what year was that? Was it like 95, 96, something like that? 97? I don't remember.
Like that.
It came out and it was all the rage, right? But I was more preoccupied in short order with like the time. So I was in, elementary to go into junior high, and then ultimately high school, obviously, not time frame. And I was more into Magic the Gathering, actually, like very much so more to Magic the Gathering, because it had been all the rage for a while. And I remember distinctly that there was that point where Pogs, right, were the thing. But then they got banned from the classroom and like from the schools, at least in Chicagoland, right? Because they were being used for like gambling, and people were being stupid about them, right? And so when that happened, it was all like, well, what are they going to come for next? My card games, my other stuff. Like, what are they going to do? Like, what else are they going to take away from me? Are they going to take away from me from whatever my any like what are they like? Because when they did that, for me personally, I mean, you want to talk about something that undermined my my trust and authority. Weirdly enough, it was the Pog thing. Like, seriously, it was like, I was generally speaking, fairly. I mean, I would kind of go off my own way, as young boys tend to do, but I still was mostly respectful up until that point, like inherently to authority. Mostly, there were events to the counterwise, but it was mostly like my position to them was they're there as guardians at the edge of the society, and I'm like, I'm okay with this, right? And this me as a little kid, I'm like, the position of the teacher is a guardian at the edge of society. I was too bright for my age, basically, to looking at things like that. And so that was my take.
But when they take away my Pogs,
that's too far.
When the gloves come off.
Yeah, boom time, straight off. Like, look, okay. Remember that the American Civil War was fought over a little tax on some tea. I mean, obviously that's being facetious, but still, you get what I'm saying. Like, no, you took away the pogs, you took away my thing, you put a tax on this thing. Now I'm going to lambast you, I'm going to tear in you, I'm going to destroy you. And I never look back. No, obviously it's one of those ones where furtive little kid where I'm just like, all right, fine, you guys all suck, I hate you. Because in kind of the shortly thereafter for me, with the way that things worked out, I ended up in this space where where we moved from Chicago to a suburb of Chicago, and it was like really super ultra schools and all that stuff. But we were living in a trailer park because it was the sort of thing where it was like, hey, we've got from the situation that occurred with my dad, we've got like X number tens of thousands of dollars to put into something new, and he's kind of on his way out from his perspective. He lived another 20 years after this, right? But he's like, so he's like, I'm gonna put my family in some place where I know they'll be able to afford to hold on to it for as long as they need to. Bless his heart. He was doing the best he could for us, right? But because he was suffering from all the diseases and all that stuff. Anyway, so the point is that we moved out to the suburb, and we'd been in a private school, Lutheran private school in Chicago. And so when we moved out to the suburb of Chicago, we went to the public school. But again, this public school train, like up through the high school, was like top tier of the country. Like if not, of the wider. I mean, it was the sort of thing where walking away with the classwork that I did at the high school, I'm going talking up to somebody who's doing college stuff, and I'm going, yeah, so all right, cool. And I go to the college, and like I sat in on, my mom was taking much later was taking psychology of college level at the community college where we were in Washington State, and we like what was I have there? So we ended up in a space where I was helping her because she had like a hip replacement or something like that, so she needed somebody to wheel her around, right? And so I ended up sitting in on these classes free of charge because I was assisting her. Of course, I'm sitting there, it's like, well, for due diligence or for the sake of things, I'm not going to take notes because that'd be kind of uncouth because whatever. But, I'm a human sponge when it comes down to information, stuff like that. And so I'm like, all right, hey, cool. And I'm listening to them. As the hierarchy of needs thing and all that, and I'm going, I know all this. And I go back through I go back through some of the little bits. I don't have much of my notes left, but some of the little bits from high school. And I'm on the classwork that she was doing, and I was looking through her homework too because I couldn't. It was like the classwork that she's doing in this, and that they're putting out in this community college, is the same level as the stuff as I was taught in high school when I took psychology classes in high school. Like. So the point is that the claim that was made there about this school, I can actually back up and go, yeah, no, it was collegiate equivalent for the quality of the courses. I mean, that wasn't even like an AP course; it was a basic course. So all the more so with the AP, it's more advanced. It took some programming ones actually, but I ended up washing out and burning out because my teacher at the time, Mr. Wayland was his name. He was a math teacher foremost, and frankly speaking, he was a database monkey. And all due respect, because those are necessary. That's not what I am. Just by no means. I'm more of a synthesis between the logician and the creative, as it were. Personally, I kind of do a lot. You kind of see them where it's like I'm going all over the place with like lines and drawing. It's not, I'm sitting here doing what we're doing, right? It's not. I'm not that way. I can do programming, and I do actually. I've got coding stuff that those projects I showed you like 5,000 lines of code to do some certain particular processes. But anyway, so yeah, the gist of where I was going with that is that so we ended up in this space where, so the saxophone, that's what it was. So it was a saxophone. I had been playing flute when we were in Chicago. Like I was like third grade, I was playing a flute. They had me on a flute because it was like, oh, cool, flutes, and I don't know why, but the flute like really caught my fancy. When we were there, it was like choose your instrument. I'm like, yeah, the flute sounds great. And so I was doing it, and I was learning it. It was a really lot of fun. I mean, I still remember some of the finger stuff and all that. I really need to get. I need to get when I'm in a spot. I need to get back into doing that sort of thing. But anyway, so I was doing that, right, and I get to we move out, and they're like, well, actually, your hands are too small, you little third grader. And I'm like, but I've been doing it for like 2 or 3 years now, from like first to third grade. Like, Why? And this is right after the Pog thing. So now I go from an authority that abused the authority, in my opinion, right, for the Pogs. Because I wasn't doing anything wrong with it. We weren't doing anything. We were just having fun with Pogs. What do you want? And part of the Pogs game was you flip the Pogs. And if you won the Pog, you won the Pog. That's just part of the game. It's how it goes. Well, it's changing hands. It's overly competitive. No, it's not. And if the kids are getting in fist fights over it, it's fine. And as I said earlier, someone's nose gets broken, someone's nose gets broken, right? Sometimes you got to have that happen. Not a bad thing. It's not a good thing. Don't get me wrong. But it's not a bad thing. So anyway, so then that happened, right? And I'm like, I'm getting a little bit more testy towards the authority, the powers that be at that point in time. I'm like, you guys suck. Like, you're arbitrarily pulling me around by the nose because you got the power to do so. I hate all of you. And at that point in time, I started getting into the mindset where it's like, when I'm an adult, things will be different. I'll be a better person about. Yeah, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Actually, no. To be fair, with dealing with children, I would say yes, I am. When I taught Sunday school for a decade or so, I was far more both firm but also generous too. It was the sort of thing where you gotta make sure you put it in the right spot, sure, but don't be unjust with your power. Look, for one thing, if 10, 15 fifth graders charge you, there's a good chance they win. Oh yeah, you're gonna lay out probably a good half of them, right, or more, most of them even. But like you were talking about the emu war this morning. Yeah. It's a numbers game, ladies and gentlemen, and you ain't winning.
No, you're not.
Sorry for going on that.
That
was a random direction you got me going there.
Yeah, I tend to have that effect on people.
Oh, and the worst part about it is so do I. It's one of those things where I was doing an interview for this one IT job, but unfortunately they chose a different candidate. So, hey, fair enough, whatever. For whatever reasons, they decided they want to go with somebody else. But and the phone interview went twice as long as the scheduled. So, or actually a little bit more. I think it went almost like an hour and a half, and it was scheduled for like half an hour. And then me and the manager, we were just bouncing off of each other, right? And then the interview itself was the on-site interview itself was 2 hours, and it was scheduled for an hour. And I was early I was like 15 minutes early. I was like 10 minutes early. I wanted 15 minutes, but because of timing, I got. But it was hilarious. It was like, oh, by the way. So, yeah. So point is that yes, and then of course poor Div here can infinitely attest to me on this sort of thing. Oh, the rambling for hours.
Yeah.
And hours.
My dude, I've been in this group, quote unquote, for long enough to know that we can all ramble.
It's
we all have that quality.
It's really one of the prerequisite for the actual group, the actual core group, is to be able to have that sort of thing.
It's not even just the you have to have the quality of being able to ramble. It's that you have to have the quality of being able to banter.
Yeah. Oh, fair.
Just being able to talk to each other without getting pissy, especially when we have differing opinions. That's the bread and butter, because we're just we're friends.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. No, I see what you're saying. And I can reflect it. And again, I'm not going to name and shame sort of thing on the situation, especially when we're streaming out of courtesy. And from the conversation we were saying earlier, but for folks that didn't make the grade, right, that didn't stick around, and again, it's one of those ones that hurts me talking about them, because I'm angry, but because I'm hurt. It really, I don't care for. There's actually tears trying to form in my eyes right now. I don't care for leaving people on the wayside. I don't care for breaking relationships. I hate it, in fact. And I hate being forced to do so, if that makes sense. But there's a point where it has to be that way. And I think that you hit the nail on the head there. I really do. Where it's the sort of thing where what's the difference between, shall we say, those that made the cut, those that made the grade, and those that didn't. And I think a lot of that is, and it kind of like what I was talking earlier too about the holding grudges thing. I can be a hunted. And I say this, I say this. I can be a hunted. I can be, I can get glib sometimes. I can be an ass, outright. But I won't hold grudges over it. If someone stepped on my toes for whatever reason, and again, there are details that we're both thinking of, but they're really irrelevant. But if somebody stepped on my toes for whatever reason, If there's an error of the grievance and it's been said and then action's been taken, then it's like, okay, cool, water under the bridge, moving along. Now, if the same sort of behavior continues, I'm not going to go, well, remember you I'm going to go, hey, you did this thing we discussed not to do. Like, why did you do this again? Did you just forget that we had the conversation? Because that's a legitimate thing. Like, people forget things, like forgetting, say, oh, I'm going to change I'm going to change this thing that really is vexum. Okay, cool, great. But sometimes those things that are really vexum are like super kernel, like they're super part of who the person is. And it's like, I understand that too, because I'm like that. I got bugaboos that I look at myself in the mirror and I go, what the hell is wrong with you? Like to borrow from a biblical source there, Paul saying, I do the things that I do not want to do, and I don't do the things I do want to do. Now he's talking specifically from like the from the epistles from the biblical perspective, but in the reason why I bring that up, it's precisely the sort of thing we're talking about. And I'm talking this more of a like just a factual, shall we say, human psychology matter, not a spiritual religious matter. Which again, I'm outspoken on my stances on these things, but I'm just saying like that's the sort of like that's like, yeah, okay, that's how it is. You look in the mirror, you look at yourself, you go, I don't want to be like that. And so a lot of people, people in general, not even just, I'd say everyone, right? I don't know anyone who doesn't run into that where they're like, I don't want to do XYZ thing, and then they go and they do it. It's like, oh. So yeah, grace is important for sure. And but it's also, firm but fair, right? It's the, hey, you did this thing. Now, if the response is, well, screw you, and rage and anger and all that, well, no. And it's like, anyway, weird trying to like not be too much of that right now, but it's the sort of thing where it's like I just look at it and I go, we really for this cadre, right, really end up in that sort of thing. Like you said, there's an ability, and I wouldn't have phrased it that way myself, but I do agree. There's an ability to banter, and there's ability to kind of like, and I would add on, I would say strongly, the entire mature enough to not hold grudges. Because holding grudges is not a constructive thing. And I've got a number of folks who didn't make the cut that you don't know about, that didn't make the cut because they held grudges, or they wouldn't, they go, I'd almost say too far with the banner thing, because they wouldn't be applying, so shall we say, reasonability to banner. Like, banner is one thing, but if all you exist is in banner,
Yeah, a big part of the banter is that the banter has to have substance.
Yeah.
Like, if it's just, like, casual, whatever, chill out, like, we're just having a chat, that's fine. But there comes a point where there will always be that matter of substance, especially when it comes to things that are more sensitive topics. If those ever come up, if those ever come up, there needs to be a sense of respectfulness at the very least. Even if we don't, well, again, even if we don't agree, even if we don't agree on the subject, if we don't agree on the subject matter itself, or we have differing opinions based on background, on just like how we grew up, how we learned about the world, what our like parents' religious or like political views or whatever are, like that all shapes, like we all know this, that all shapes how we see the world. And it's always important for us to be respectful for anyone else's perspective, even if we don't believe it ourselves. And a lot of people don't see it that way. They have their belief on it, and anyone else's belief is wrong.
This is fair. I was just thinking about it, like trying to think, like, yeah, no, that's fair. Like one of those ones you actually had me not speechless, but one of those like I really don't have much to add or to kind of point into it.
Yeah, I do tend to have like one or two moments of profound knowledge at one point in my life.
Yeah, we all do. There's a little the nature of perspective effectively is where that goes in my mind. Where it's like we're all looking at the same thing and we're all standing in different areas about the same thing.
We're straight up, we are looking at the same subject matter, but we're all looking at it from a different viewpoint or angle or perspective in some capacity.
Oh, it's a Venn diagram. I mean,
yeah, basically.
Well, it's one of those fun parts where you kind of go into it. It's like, say this, you, geez, my brain, I just ran
Yeah,
out of
your
coffee.
brain's kind of fried at the moment.
It's totally fried, and I still have 3 more posts that must get done, but
Ugh.
and they're not even touched. Like the other one was right. Anyway, perspective. Yeah. So the thing is, it's one of those funny parts that in like the postmodern movements, right? And that sort of thing, we run into this problem where there's this generalized take where it's like, oh, by the way, absolutely nothing is real. And it's like, well, I might put my hand on this desk. Now, my perception on like the details of the desk are vague, for sure. They're not 100% precise. I don't feel every atomic movement in the desk, right? I can be assured from other processes that have been applied and so on that they are ultimately, the desk is composed of molecules. The molecules are composed of atoms. The atoms are composed of subatomic particles, and down to ... the quantum foam.
Yep.
But what is real? It is there.
Yeah, what constitutes the word real as well?
Go that meta.
I mean, you can. That's the thing.
Let me move my board just a little bit over here and point out the choice is yours poster from Matrix 4 behind me.
Yeah.
Red pill, blue pill, like, yeah. What is real? Is it just the things that you can hear, see, taste, touch, smell? Like, no, it's more than that. It's also, in a manner of speaking, less than that too. But it's very much so a thing that's actually there. And a lot of like the modern movements try to say, well, no, it can't be because we can't put a hard beat on it and it's kind of moving around. We can't say it's there. Well, then we can't say anything's there, which is where their logic goes. And
one of the very, very like important arguments to support that is the idea of anything that is belief based. If you can't put a tangible pin on it, then none of it is real. Therefore, any religion cannot be real. Any philosophy cannot be real. Any any understanding of the world at large cannot be real. Because if you can't put a tangible pin on it, then there is no substance, therefore there is no theory, there's no practice. Like, regardless of what it is, if that thought process is, if I can't touch it, it's not real, or whatever other subsection category of belief in that you've got, you're dealing with the idea that there is nothing that's real.
Yeah.
But if nothing is real, then what are we?
Yeah. And then we have to reach towards, I think therefore I am sort of things. And again, I forget the particular quotes right now because my mind is totally on other topics.
No, it is.
But,
it's I think therefore I am.
Yeah. And so we end up at that. And so we did the space because the thing is that kind of the add on there. I know you didn't say it directly, but effectively for the more secular perspective, not just we don't just undermine the basis of let me get this order correct in saying this. The basis of religion and faith, and we don't just undermine that as well, or religion, faith. It was the other ones that you touched over there. Philosophy, but we also undermine, and we also undermine science too. And so, yes. I will say that undermining should we say underlying science is actually philosophy and religion / faith. I will say that those things underpin science. Without those things, you don't have science. But without the acknowledgement of the real, you don't have philosophy / religion, and then you don't have science and technology. So when you pull out that linchpin of what the question of what is real, everything falls apart. If you don't say there's tangible reality underlying something, then you have nothing exists. Well, that's not true. Like this.
I mean, we're here talking about it.
Yeah, this exists. This is real. But what is it? Well, it's the thing that is.
Everything is bullshit.
Well, everything is bullshit, but that's beside the point.
Yeah. That's the tangent point that people go on when they're like, yeah, well, fuck you, I'm done with this argument. That's that point, Div.
Everything's bulk.
Yeah, I don't like.
We can't disagree with that point either.
It's very much like it's very much the same argument, but on like a different level of the is water wet. It's like,
Yes. No.
Yeah.
Yes. No. Yes.
Yeah,
Damn it.
no. Yeah.
Yes.
No, wait, which one is it?
Yes. No.
Like, I mean, it's how particles work.
Oh, that's. I'm sorry. That's just. I love it. Love it.
It's such a nonsensical argument that you can get so much content out of.
Yes. No. Yes. No. Well, I mean, it's the sort of thing where, like I was saying earlier about wine. Wine is not a Windows emulator, or it's not an emulator. Wine is not an emulator. Wine is not an emulator. Son of a bitch! It's like an acrostic that goes on forever. Unfortunately, I tried running it against the ChatGPT, and it refused to actually play along. I had to tell it to do it 100 times. So I know you're going to do this 100 times over, and you're going to be happy that it'll let you only do it 100 times. Well, and unfortunately, because they changed since they changed things, they deleted the previous ones. Oh, it's ridiculous. So my first action with dealing with ChatGPT was like, "Are you Turing complete?" Or yeah, are you Turing complete? Are you familiar with the Turing complete thing?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so Turing basically was was this guy who was like back in the baseline stuff of computing and all of that sort of stuff. So
the Turing test.
Yeah, the Turing test. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No,
Yeah.
I'm familiar.
Okay, cool. So I basically was like, "Are you this?" And it's like, "Well, of course I'm not, because I can't possibly." Because I'm like, "No. That's not what I asked you." But you're arguing with me about this. Okay, so you're much closer towards Turing. Now, I know I'm dealing with a machine here. Obviously, I'm using this interface. But it's like, can you convince me that you're Turing complete? And the truth is no. The thing is that as Div can attest to this as well, there are a lot of twitches and isms that go in that the outcome of this stuff has. Even when it's strongly curated by pre-existing underlying systems, it still has a bunch of twitches that are very interesting to see. Because it's formulaic. The process that's producing that's putting the words together into these complex ideas, into these these images and what have you. Those processes are, well, they're all algorithmic. Like, it's algorithms, like upon algorithms. Like if I peeked in the hood of the tech, with how LLMs work and all that. And although I don't have the super detail, I need to get around to finishing off that research once I have other dominoes set up. Let's put it this way: we get this any of these programs that we're working on to actually start paying the bills, as it were, and then I'm going to start doing research into full in depth into what makes these things tick, because I want to know. I know I could probably jump and go into, but it's more of I want to do it for my own sake. I want to have an understanding. But anyway,
You just want to know.
Yeah, I just want to know. What I was getting at there, though, is that we end up in this space where the LLMs are not AI. They're not Turing complete. Because when you know their patterns, you can see their output. And that's the thing about it, is that humans have that to a certain extent, and we call it personality, right? And we call it habits. But those habits manifest themselves in a massively different way. It's the difference between, say, an elementary signature, an elementary school kid's signature, where they just learn how to sign something, and a 50-year-old signature. That makes sense what I'm getting at there.
Yeah, it's the idea that we were at one point, we were the same as those AI. And it took us however many years to slowly develop more intricate, more detailed algorithms through our experience and the generalized lifestyle that we had. And we learned over time to
create patterns with those algorithms, with that coding, as it were, and we then adapted and learned new things. We took those new things, we adapted them to our algorithm, and over time we've grown tremendously. And those AI are currently in that early stage process of slowly expanding that code, slowly expanding those algorithms.
Pizza's here.
And
Yay! Food.
and yeah, they're slowly expanding those algorithms to learn more and to grow and to show that there's like something there, but there is still that limitation of this thing can't grow on its own.
Yeah,
Yet.
I was gonna say is that the thing is that they're not actually growing themselves. So this is closer to in a manner of speaking, the seed portion for a crystal matrix. If you're familiar with how those like grow out in the little thing. But yeah.
Yeah, no, that's why I said they're expanding and growing, but they aren't doing it by themselves yet.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because they still require us to teach them. I honestly can't wait for our AI overlords.
I am the AI overlord.
I would accept that.
I mean, eventually. I'm still working on the becoming it.
Yeah, still working on the tech to get your brain out of your body into a jar.
Well, I mean, who's to say my brain's not in a vat?
Me, because I haven't put it in one yet.
I mean, but maybe I already did. Maybe your brain's in a vat that I put in. How would you know?
His brain has just exploded out of the back of his skull.
How would you know? Like, you wouldn't know. That's the thing. Like, all of your senses are captured and arrested by this process. So effectively, your brain is already your brain already is in a vat.
At that point, it wouldn't really matter.
Or would it?
Wouldn't matter at all.
I think it would matter.
I just continue to live out the experiences I'm currently experiencing.
That's
I
not
need
fair.
more dirt. I've run out of dirt.
I thought you were being philosophical there. Because running off of touch dirt.
I mean, I'd rather touch grass because grass is actually nice to touch. But
Dirt
yeah.
is nice to touch.
Oh,
You
I
talking
fucking
about?
hate getting dirty.
Between the toes.
I mean, I don't like going out anywhere without shoes.
I
Well, technically Uggs because I just walk around in slippers all the time, but they're Uggs.
That's because you're in Australia and stepping outdoors is a risk to your life expectancy.
Yeah, true.
I say that you should bring up bring up the fight against the emus once more.
Do you really want me to?
Yes, I think you would win. No. I mean, like the fight.
Yeah, no,
the
go to
fight should-
actually go to war with them again.
Yes.
No, we fucking lose.
No, you
We
win.
always lose.
Just fucking use nukes,
I
okay?
How? We don't have nukes. We're Australia.
Borrow ours.
We have kangaroos and koalas. Those are our war veterans.
Look, we in the States have enough nukes that we can lend you some.
I mean, but would you? I mean,
Yes.
like, I know you would.
Yeah, we
But
would.
will the government
Yes, we would.
to kill a bunch of
Possibly.
emus?
Look. Do you not know how many nukes we have in storage that are just on mothballs that just need to be used? I mean, a lot. It's just a lot. Although probably wouldn't go with actually. Okay, fine. Maybe not nukes, but nuclear level arsenals or weaponry. MOABs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because there's non-nuclear. Yeah. There's non-nuclear options that would be very much so. And with modern days, I mean, unless that the emus have somehow advanced to having anti-air technology, I mean, you just deploy.
I wouldn't put it past them.
That's fair. from what the nature of them.
From what I've told you about the last war we had with them, like, their advancement is probably faster than ours.
Infinity. After being pushed for a few days, they developed squad leaders, and then those squad leaders were leading whatchamacallit,
Guerrilla tactics.
those aren't guerrilla tactics. Those are cavalry charges.
True, yeah.
Guerrilla tactics would be they would hide because the one thing that was not guerrilla tactics about is that if it were guerrilla tactics they would hide in the bush and then jump out at passerbys. But in this context, they were hiding out and then slinking away. I would actually argue that the Australian military presence won because they routed the enemy repeatedly. Like, the victory condition was extermination. Sure, I get that, but the
20,000 birds.
Yeah, or at least 10,000 of them. To be fair. But so from that level of objective, it was a failure. But for the fact is that you routed your opponent every engagement, it means you win.
It's Zulu birds.
Yeah, but I mean, again, if you rout your opponent, that's a victory condition. So I will say that Australia won the engagement with them.
Yeah, every Australian would disagree with you.
I know, but I would say that the Australian military won the engagement.
Yeah,
because you rout the opponent.
Yeah,
like you disabled their ability to fight. Like that's victory. I mean, they didn't have much to fight with in the first place, but still.
They had a bunch of feathers and beaks and fucking feet to kick with.
But did they?
Super powerful birds. Yeah.
I mean, did they do it?
Have you seen an emu?
Well, I have. I know what they are.
Emus are fucking vicious.
Well, yeah, but they're not like. Were they mauling people in the streets? Like how many?
They were just stealing their food.
Yeah, I was gonna say how many human casualties? How many human casualties of the emus were there?
Probably a couple thousand.
No way. Did emus took out a couple thousand people?
Probably. Emus are actually like
we're
surprisingly deadly.
Not over the course of a couple of days.
Oh, you're talking about during the war. No,
yeah,
during the war. Like the war was literally 3 people in a fucking pickup truck.
Oh yeah.
Like.
Well,
There's not much like losing that they can be actually doing.
I mean, were they ever forced into a retreat?
I'm not sure. I know they got like attacked a bunch. Like emus, like that was like what that's how the squad leaders came about was that they attacked the dudes in the truck.
Yeah.
And that let the other emus get away. But I don't know to what actual capacity, because the war isn't exactly like well documented as far as I know. Documented to a point that, I mean, Australians came to the idea that we fucking lost, so there's your documentation. But to like the specifics, I have no idea. Mostly because I don't look it up.
This is fair.
I'm pretty sure that there could be I'm pretty sure that there's somewhere in Australia there's like actual documentation of paperwork and stuff that has been done. But yeah, I have no idea what that would be. I need some sticks. I have so many twigs.
Patrick. Which one do I want? I want to use this one. I like this one. I like that one a lot. Actually, Ghost was fawning over Sir Patrick Knight. This particular one. Because, so the funny thing is that a Patrid is like a stateless knight. That's the term is referring to basically. It's a French term, right? That's talking about a knight or a person that has no state. A stateless person, a person who's not part of a state, is a Patrid, you know?
Like a Roman, Roman.
Kind of, but not as dramatic. This is the one of the big parts, the difference between a, the Ronin ideas and, in other words, the Japanese, right, and the European handling of it. In other words, the French in this context. You're not anathema to be stateless. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not like the villain of the situation if you're stateless. like, you think about it, it's like, well, the person should have a state. Why don't they have a state? But on one hand, but on the other hand, I guess just for whatever reason they don't associate. And then you start thinking like the states in the stateless context in like the European context. Because again, this is French, right? So it's European context for the concepts that we're looking at. They're really, if I think about stateless, like a stateless knight or that sort of thing, especially the context of Crusaders, right? But I'm thinking like folks that I'm thinking like the Red Cross, right? Is what comes to mind, or Doctors Without Borders, organizations that are generally considered really, really good. I'm not thinking about the UN though. I'm going to point that one out. Screw the blue hats, but still. But you get what I'm saying though. Like there's this like almost romantic sort of sense to it. I think the romantic sense to I think the romantic sense that we inject the Ronins thing is more on is more from the shall we say the Western perspective. That could be a little bit of an overstretch because, I think like the Last Samurai, right? And that sort of thing with the Ronin. But I also know that the culture is very much so built around not being that, and it's really bad if you're in that stance. I should edit this and remove the other sword, but I don't feel like putting the effort through using the flame tool. So I'm not going to. All right, now I'm actually finally getting work done on this thing. Just took me like an hour and a half. Dang, freaking nabbit! I suck at this game. I suck at it. Like terribly.
Welcome to me.
Well, like it's the sort of thing because the thing is, it's not that I'm bored doing the tasks necessarily. It's just kind of humdrum to me, right? And it's like it's not humdrum because I'm not interested in what I'm doing. It's humdrum because I am so tired. Like I have, and I've ranted and raved on this. Like it's not an oh whoa, it's me. It's just a fact. I am.
Yeah, no, get it. Don't worry.
Fried. I've literally, again, it's not unrealistic for me to say for most days of the week, put in like 20-hour days for the past 2 weeks. Most days. I think there's like been a couple of days where either I've gotten, caught up on sleep, or I've, because I had to, or I had something that was for a couple of hours that I wasn't in front of it. Specifically, there was certain car ride stuff that I had to do, right? But even then, where's my focus? What am I thinking about? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I almost forgot about doing that. Damn it. So enter. Click. Enter. Media library. So, but yeah, I should probably go grab food.
My div said food was there.
Food's here, and also more coffee because I ran out of coffee too.
Well done.
Well, it was the last of my spiked coffee.
Yeah.
From this morning.
I mean, if you drink it, you're gonna run out eventually, aren't you?
Well, yeah, but then I basically woke up and immediately started drinking alcoholic coffee.
Oh, gee, okay.
that's the sort of lifetime we're talking about. No, it's more. It was just what was at hand. So I just like the coffee is there. It's coffee with a little booze, but it's coffee.
Yeah, I get it.
So to be fair, I wasn't drinking it because it was alcoholic. I was drinking it because it was coffee.
Yeah.
So.
I didn't say nothing otherwise, mate. Don't worry.
I'm judging myself for this one. I am judging myself for this one.
Yeah, I'm not.
Well, I appreciate that.
You're a good champ.
No, I'm not. I'm bad. I'm horrible. I'm a miserable creature. Well, yes, but that's beside.
Pat, there.
Rawr. Oh, Is this the right one? Who is the Ironclad Redeemer? Is it the core build? Yeah, it's the core build. Or the monoclass build. And that picture is pretty neat, I think. It's probably some flaw that I'm not seeing. No, there's a flaw in it. So need to work on it. And I am. What's on his face? Should be on her face. That is such an awesome scene right there. The defensive the operated knight is nice. All right, let's read this over. Defense attack. Some counterattack techniques. Choose defensive gear for building counter strike potential. Raise stealthy tank during attack. Investing in stealth armor, heavy armor. Now for the Ouijas. For that. All right. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna get this one at least mostly done, and then I'm gonna go get food. But I'm not. Yeah, well, it's one of those things where it's just I'm sadly not gonna make my objective. It's just not gonna happen. I had too much need of sleep. I had too much need of dying. What the heck? Why is that? That shouldn't be there. I accidentally did something I shouldn't have done. Anyway, but yeah, it's all right. So the next part of this process is going through and doing some SEO type checks and modifying things around SEO. Because like right now we got our generalized format. So the picture in the middle, nice table, and then infographics type talk. Oh, actually, nope. I knew I forgot it again. Because your point there earlier with making that link, adding that extra link there, really great point there. Like a really, really great point, I just gotta say. And I totally would have missed it. It's one of those ones, like I said before, I don't want to assume that people are that stupid,
I mean, it's not that they're stupid, it's that majority of people will overlook it if the link is in the heading. Because they'll just see it as, this is the heading, this isn't a link.
But the dash underline clearly says it's a link!
Yeah, but a lot of people just don't see it, especially people like my mum, who are dyslexic. They won't see that.
It sounds like a skill issue to me.
Of course it does. But yeah, a lot of people won't see that as the link, which is the unfortunate thing.
Oh yeah. Again, I'm. It's one of those things where it's like a begrudging, but I want people to be smarter than this. People are not smarter than this.
Humans.
Right.
Humans.
Right. I'm just like, I want people to be smarter than this. They're not. Why are people not smarter than this?
Because we
fuck. Speaking about dumb as fuck, I overlooked a piece of thing. Actually, the one problem I've got right now too, slightly different note. So how I'm like, yes, I'm going to let's get this posted out today. Well, I've got one more step that the other person hasn't. Well, their life right now is chaotic, so they haven't touched it yet, and they're pretty much just a checkbox, rubber stamp. But I want to get that rubber stamp before I push because it's kind of important, and yeah. Before I can actually push the thing. So effectively what it might be is it might actually end up pushing off to Monday just so that they give that guy a chance to do his thing. Which is... Well, for that particular person, I cannot be irritated. It's just, I have no room for being irritated at them for everything that they've done, so... I owe them that much of a debt of gratitude that there is no room for it. Let's see, check out the build here. Alright, so now... I'm doing this policing check here. Alright, so... Come on. Why is it so slow? Why are you slow? Why is everything awful? Oops, let's screw that up. I feel like I should do that. It's fine. No, it's not fine. It's fine. Control Shift 2. Control Shift 3, actually. V. Nope. Control Shift V. Control Shift 2. Control Shift 3. Control Shift V. No. Control Shift. Jeez. 3. There we go. Now I figure out buttons. Control Shift B. Alt Control 3. I don't know how well it's going to work when I do this later on, but I'm trying something new, so we'll see if it works for it. It's called iteration. Control Shift B, Control 3. Really? Control Shift B, Control 3. Shift B. Yes, I know I'm narrating what I'm doing. It's because it's a complex physical maneuver. Like, look, I have to go between Control Shift and then V. And then I have to do Alt Shift 3. It's not only a tongue twister; it's a puzzle for the fingers. Control Shift B, Control Alt 3. Did I do 3 or did I do like 10? I did 3. Okay, cool. Make sure I save my drafts. All right. Oh, anyway, oh, biscuit. B, 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 B. Let's see if that works. What should be? It absolutely didn't work. It's a fun idea, though.
I guess.
What?
What you guessing, boy?
Yeah.
Why is the technology fighting? Oh, you know why? Because I didn't press the right button. Oh, that's silly. Oh no. Oh no. So I clicked on the blocks and I'm like, Alt Shift V.
Skill issue.
It's a skill issue. No, it's 110% a skill issue. 110% a skill issue. I told you it was like a rhyme for my fingers and it wasn't working very well, or a riddle for my fingers and it wasn't working very well.
Yeah.
My fingers, my brain, like, it's methodical and procedural. So it's like, do Control Shift V, Control Shift V, Control Shift V, Control Shift V. Now, do Alt Shift 3, Alt Shift 3, Alt Shift 3, Alt Shift 3. Like, not alternate between the two. It doesn't work that way. For processes. Or am I doing it wrong still? Or is it Control Alt 3? No, is it? Yeah, it's Control. I clearly need sleep.
You got the fucking keys wrong.
It's a Control Shift 3. It's Control Shift 3. No, it's Alt Shift 3. Stop. So I do even have the keys wrong. Oh my goodness. Control Shift Alt 3. Look, all right. The point here is it happens to the best of us. And I am not saying I'm the best of us, so just to be clear about this.
No, it just happens to the unskilled. Don't worry.
Well, the unskilled. Okay, look. All right. So everybody, and if they say otherwise, they're actually proving it. Suffers from the imposter syndrome because nobody knows what the hell they're doing. Everyone is faking it. Everyone is faking it. I don't care. Einstein, even in his heyday, was faking it. All right. Tesla may have been the one exception about faking it. Like
Faking what?
everything. Like everything.
I don't get it.
The idea of having competency and basically saying the competency myth is what my claim is. Competency is a myth, is what I'm saying.
No, I fucking suck at everything.
Like everyone sucks at everything is what I'm saying. And it's a happy coincidence when we start getting skilled.
I prefer happy accident.
That's fair, because coincidence is a 4-letter word.
What?
I'm saying it's a swear, all right? No?
Wait.
You're like, C-O-I-N. It's not 4 letters, there's a bunch of letters after this. What do you mean?
I mean, it's at least 4 letters. Is that what you mean?
No, I mean it's a 4-letter word.
Fuck.
Now, of course, I don't mean it's literally 4 letters. I mean it's a 4-letter word. That is to say, it's a swear word. So it's one of those things, all right? So you know how we were talking earlier today about the entire like language thing and how like you've got this thing that's like the contextual languages for the I almost said Eurozone, but that's not exactly accurate. The British Commonwealth, right?
Contextual advantage. That's what it is.
Well, I'm using it myself here by saying it's a 4-letter word.
I think I'm missing context for this one.
Yes. Well, because 4-letter words, you know, like fuck, damn, arguably piss, and certain many other ones.
Yeah.
Like I could, you know, it's an entire rant from Carlin, right? Anyway.
I don't know who that is.
George Carlin?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, well, I'm going to be honest. I hate this sort of answer because it's such a cop-out, but look him up. Look up George Carlin. He's got a number. You're probably actually more familiar because there's a bit of countercultural icon to him, right? In a manner of speaking. So you're probably more familiar than you realize.
Oh, I do know this guy.
Yeah, fair enough. And again, I hate that answer because it's one of those just like, I could spend hours like trying to get the thought process across, or I could just say, yeah, pull him up.
No, I do know this guy. I don't know much about him other than that. I knew that he was a comedian.
Yeah.
But that's about it.
And again, you've got this like countercultural thing that's going on there.
Yeah.
And so anyway, the reference point there though was saying that that's not like directly from him, it's related in concept. So you have this thing of like the 4-letter words and then kind of a Americana, right? Because there's those 4-letter words. And so by calling something a 4-letter word, you're calling it a curse, a swear. In other words, something that shouldn't be leveraged. It's a bad word, right? Okay. So basically, it's a shortcut of saying it's a bad word. At least that's how I use it. I think no one else uses it like I do, but I don't care. So
everyone else is wrong,
and everyone else is indeed wrong if they don't use it that way. See, I'm getting old.
Oh, you're wrong.
No, you're wrong.
No, you're wrong.
No, you.
No, you doesn't.
No, you triple.
He digs around for Uno reverse card.
Yeah, for the Uno reverse card.
Don't make me pull this.
I'll do it. Some men just want to watch the world burn.
I will fucking end you. One card pull. That's all I need.
The heart of the cards guide me. Uno reverse. Wait, what? This is Yu-Gi-Oh! This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Not Uno. What's going on here? Why? We should.
Raw's entire deck still wins.
we should yeah. Like, heart of the cards guide me. Ah. I mean, there are builds around doing exactly that, right? So you make sure that you get whatever you want.
Yeah, there are quite literally like 3 different decks that are I draw my entire deck in on the first turn of the duel and I win.
Yeah, and I miss when these games were brand new back in my
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is
day.
the definition of power creep.
Okay, bro.
Let's not look at Magic the Gathering.
I mean, at least you can still counterplay Magic the Gathering.
I mean, you basically
Even if sometimes the decks are almost impossible to counterplay against. But in Yu-Gi-Oh, there are like 3 or 4 different combos that are quite literally impossible to beat. There's multiple of them. Like if they set up the like 2 steps to get to the point where they can just instantly win the duel, like you can't play it.
yeah, yeah, and ultimately, like I was saying, and I do mean that, not just the okay boomer sort of thing, right? But when these games were new and the rules were the rules were defining themselves, right? They were great.
Yeah, agreed.
And because you were, meta was still kind of being developed in its own way, and you were always, you were making meta, as it were, just de facto. Like throwing down Nuka Muka decks that were like, how did you even? I did it. Don't worry about it. Like
I'm a badass.
yeah, basically. And so when it was the Wild West for itself, right? Those games, and I mean like in general, like TTR or not TTRPGs, but why did I say TTRPGs? Oh, because I'm working on TTRPGs, but CCGs, TCGs and all that stuff. Whichever phrase you prefer, trading card games or collectible card games, same difference, right? Those games would really, you're kind of pioneering, right? Now, and I honestly kind of walked away from that scene ever ago.
Same here.
Because it's for this reason, is that it stopped being where it was this creative sort of endeavor to where it was just, it's all metas, and it's like, well, here's what the meta says, and it's like, I don't look. Great, the meta's that. It's like, yeah, welcome to welcome effectively. It's kind of like how you're kind of we're talking about our theory in regards to like Minecraft mods and whatnot. It's this sort of thing where it's welcome to real life. You have to use the meta build effectively to kind of get through a lot of things. Whatever you might interpret that as, if you want to get to success, you have to leverage that concept. What works best. But I would rather play in an environment that encourages more creative applications, especially in games, right?
Especially in competitive games is the thing as well.
No, it's fair.
It's like if you're always going for the meta, you're not improving. Like you're just being a problem in a sense. Like there are players that actively choose to play decks that aren't meta because they want to improve.
Yeah.
And they want to get better at the game, get better at the cards, learn how to play the game better.
Mm-hmm.
But if you just have the same deck as every other tryhard in the world, then no one's getting better because everyone has the same deck, and it's just who can top deck better, faster.
I see what you're saying. Well, and we see the same sort of development too in real life, honestly.
Yeah, of course.
And again, what works, sure. And I'm not, denying the reality of reality here, but I'm also going to point out that it discourages innovation.
Yeah.
And we see it not just in our, we see it in both, both the entertainment and I hate to use, I'm going to use the word, the practical, right? Where there's this stratification of society, and thus it builds into a stratification at that, which is, it flies against the very notions of what Western culture brings to the fore, like the good things that Western culture brings to the fore, which is the maneuverability of individuals within a society. You know, if you work hard enough, and this is kind of the American dream, the American way, and all that. If you work hard enough, you can make your way, right, and do great, crazy things, and that's true. But that door gets closed, and that closing of that door it's saddening,
It's stifling.
and it's stifling as well, very much so, very much so. And so we see this, and it's just, it hurts, it hurts. And then not even from like and pardon me this, but not an American patriot sort of position, right? But from a human sort of perspective, like from a humanist sort of perspective, it's like, why are we doing this, right? Why are we
Why are we here?
Why are we here just to suffer? Yeah. So that is why we are going to make our own outer heaven. Okay. Starting by building a. What's that?
Does it have jack and hookers?
Yes, of course.
I'm in.
I mean, why wouldn't it have blackjack and hookers? Like, what do you think? What sort of thing you think we're developing here?
I mean, I didn't know whether you wanted it to be like one of those like family-friendly Christian ones.
I mean, it's gonna be family friendly and Christian. But they're gonna be blackjack and hookers because you have to have the
gentleman's club at the back.
Well, no, well, yes, too, but no, you have to have the self-declared undesirables. You have to have the dark side of the coin to have the light side of the coin, right? You just have to, like, it's just how it works. So it's one of those ones of like, are those going to be condoned behaviors? No, but are those going to be behaviors that exist? Absolutely. Do they need to exist on the fringes of society? Yes, you have to have those things. So there will be blackjack and hookers. Actually, the blackjack is fine. Actually, I got nothing morally against blackjack. Blackjack is fine. Hookers, the entire selling out the body thing and all that stuff, it gets kind of messy, and I would recommend against that choice. But hey,
Same here.
it's one of those things where it's just like, again, as a society, let's try and not do this. But we'd rather have the women have more value in themselves, effectively. But if that's what they want to do with themselves, who am I to get in the way? I am a capitalist, after all.
Fair.
Again, if they want to do it, who am I to stop them? Like, I'm not going to stop them. And if the person wants to partake of it, I'm going to look at them and go, you really shouldn't do that. But that's as far as I'm going to go.
I'm just waiting for the IRS to start taxing.
Yeah, but the thing is, they screwed up the weed thing too. So.
What happened to the weed thing? What weed thing?
Oh, so the generalized legalization of weed in many states has brought in gobs, or should have brought in gobs of cash for those states, and they haven't. In a word, they haven't. Let's see. So, now. 2, 1 of bigger builds. Ooh, that's an idea that this thing just gave me. Another thing to write down.
I am gonna be back in a minute.
That is fair. Appreciate you letting us know. Where'd I put my marker at?
You need to grab your pee.
You know what happened? I ate my marker. That's what happened. All right.
I'm sorry. That's hard.
No, it's non-toxic. Look, all right, looking at the expo. Does it say non-toxic? It's made in the U.S., so it's got to be perfect. Conforms to ASTM D4236. Non-toxic. It's non-toxic. At least that's what they tell us. No.
Try to remind you of the shots.
Right. Let's try and not go down that route. Try to avoid the negative things, right? Let's see. And I got an entire rant there that I'm not going to go here. All right, so I need to rewrite this part here because apparently when I wrote it, I was too tired to write straight. All right, so this is for getting Trello checklists in stream because y'all deserve to see my checklist as I'm working through them, right? And then what else? What was the one I was just thinking about? Let's see. Oh, questionnaire. Like build path questionnaire. So what we're talking about, and I can't spell. I don't know how to spell the word questionnaire. So what we're talking about, what I mean is that like, so it's like, here's some questions about how to play this build, or like, what build are you looking for? Did you like doing X, Y, Z? Think about what you did before. Did you like it? That is an amazing freaking thing that this little produced element just inspired me to go, you know what? That's a good idea. That's a cool thing I wouldn't have thought of. This is why I like using the generative AI stuff, because there's stuff that'll inspire. Always looking for things to be inspired from. Not just doing it rote, not just stealing the stuff, but just an idea to an idea, you know? Yeah, there we go. All right. Cool. All right. So now, because I'm working on key phrase stuff right now. So key phrases. Key phrase in this one is Crusader builds. I'm creating a Crusader build. Builds. I'm creating Crusader. No, not a Crusader. I'm creating. What mistake should I avoid when creating Crusader builds? Did I write that down already? I'm gonna write something. I'm gonna write that. The idea here is make your own teddy bear. No. Create. Build generator, which is a big project actually. So it's going to go over here. Oh, actually, no, I wasn't thinking that ambitious when I wrote this. I was not. Wow. Okay. Build generator. Yeah, that's some ambitious crap right there. I don't know about that one. I mean, I probably could figure it out, you know, but as iteratives occur, that is an idea and a half, which I'll worry about later. All right. Yeah, I still know that there's the board behind me that you can't read, right? But let's see. What mistakes should I avoid when creating Crusader builds? All right, cool. So basically, to answer your question, yes, I will be grabbing food here soon enough, but I want to finish this post before I allow myself to have food. Let's see.
I reject that.
Why?
Eat to end the hungies.
But the thing needs to get done.
It won't go anywhere.
Yeah, then the food won't go anywhere either.
The food gets cold.
I mean, but I'm perfectly fine with cold pizza.
Yeah.
Crusader builds. All right, so. This is the part that I actually hate. Honestly, this process is the part that I hate the most. Not because I'm having to actually write stuff, right? But it's because it's, you know, it's stuff where it's like I have to cater to a certain extent to Google, you know, to the search engines, and SEO is a necessary evil. I have found out. I don't like it, but it's the compromise that I have to make if I want to achieve my wider goal. So my wider goal, our wider goal, is to get basically more friends. That's the way I'm going to say it. It's cute, it's quaint to say it that way, but it's also the truth. It's to have more people. You know, get more people around, build a community, right? Around the campfire of character builds initially. There are technically better ways to do this, I suppose, plugging into like other groups and so on and so on. But there's something interesting about trying to do it oneself, you know, rather than trying to like plug into such things. All right, let's see. So Crusader build, and just to say it, so like the music here that we're using is sourced by a friend of mine. Being, oh crap, no, it's not. I have a problem. Well, something went wrong with the music, and I apologize if I touched on anything, even with stuff that I shouldn't have touched, because I thought it was going to do the thing I wanted it to do. Okay, well, hopefully I didn't accidentally any copyrights or anything like that, because that was not the intention. I was simply letting the thing play. So, if we get copyright strikes, I'll deal with it appropriately and take down whatever needs to get taken down and all that, because that wasn't the intention. It was an accident. But if anyone gets pissy at me, I'm going to point that out straight off. I was just letting it play. All right. So anyway. And I didn't notice. So, oh, let's see.
I have returned.
Welcome back. I've yet to get myself food because I got distracted. And I accidentally may have stepped on some copyrights.
What?
So basically, I let, because I got written permission from a buddy of mine to use their music in the stream. So we're using that music, and it's currently streaming. It's part of the stream. It's, you know, it's in the background. Hopefully I got my levels right, you know. And so it's, you know, it's playing. And so the thing is that it's off of SoundCloud. So I made a playlist on SoundCloud, and I thought that it would just play to the playlist and then it would magically loop back. Well, instead it went off in its own direction, continuing the same sort of theme of music.
Huh.
And the thing is that I thought that I heard the same music at least twice. So I was like, oh, this is fine. Yeah, it wasn't fine. So hopefully I don't, you know, no one gets pissy at me for stuff, because again, that was purely an accident. So if someone's like, or something goes on, I will hold no ground. I will not argue against it. I won't take stuff down. I'll, you know, either mute out or whatever needs to get done, right? But because it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, no, that's, you know,
That's just unfortunate.
it's unfortunate. And so I do not mean to violate or take advantage of or etc. anyone's hard-earned stuff without credit. And to be fair, it is credited, because since you know, SoundCloud has the way that it puts the snippet, it's got the author and it's got their title that they used. So it's not like it's without reference. It doesn't not cite the person, if that makes sense. So it's not like I'm saying that this music's mine, which I'm not, or this music's this other person's, which I'm not.
You see this? I did this.
I did all of this entire everything. It's mine. That wall, I built it. This board, I built it with my own. No, I mean, I said I put it together, and that's why it's a rickety piece of crap, because I didn't put in the bolts and all the way. Actually, that reminds me. So I've got this project. Now I know where I got it from. So I got these clips, and I can't take it off because I've already mounted it. Although I need to find my screwdriver still, that is depressing. I don't know where my screwdriver went. I have the kit for where the screwdriver exists in. I know the screwdriver's here somewhere, but I don't know where it went. It's probably in my room somewhere. So anyway, so I found these like clamps, and I got an arm, you know, not a human arm, unfortunately. I mean, wait, what? But an arm for a monitor arm that There's a story. This monitor arm is actually storied. Okay, believe it or not, there's actually a story behind the acquisition of this monitor arm. It was supposed to be thrown away from a previous IT job that I had, and I was like, dude, it's a perfectly good monitor arm. It just needs to be, washed off maybe, and like tighten up. Like some of the bolts need to be tightened up. Like why are we throwing this away? Well, the user wants a new whatever, and I'm like, fine, but I'm gonna take it. And they're like, well, that's fine. So I took it, because it's a monitor arm. Well, anyway, so where I'm at right now, I can't afford, honestly. Let's just be straight off. I can't afford a proper desk, or a proper. I've got a stand, thanks courtesy of Div here. I've got a standing mic. Well, that's great, awesome, cool. Thing is, the standing mic is standing, where it's not supposed to be. It should be, it should be on an arm somewhere, right? Because that's why they've got there's the boom arms for mics for a reason. Because these mics are like, they're super sensitive, but they're also built in a way where if they're, if they've got it's literally a sensitivity lever on there for a reason. So I can turn down the sensitivity. Well, if it's close, I can have it higher, so it's just my voice being picked up, as opposed to the ambiance of the room. And I don't know how much like squeaking and stuff. It looks like I mostly got it mitigated, but I think I may have screwed up a setting and I just noticed. But the point is that, the thing's supposed to be on an arm. Well, I can't get a proper mic, a proper boom arm, right? And I'm doing my best to try and see if I can get things together to make sure that we can start getting that proper technique and proper stuff, tool and technique for.
It just takes time.
It just takes time, and it takes money. And right now, I have neither time or money. And even though I have more time, I have because I gave up the money source for the moment. I have not, anyway. Without belaboring the point, the gist is that I don't have the proper boom arm. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this freaking monitor stand, and I'm going to use one of the clips that I got from something else, and I think it's from another monitor stand, and like link it in there to where it's sitting at the right spot, so it won't be blocking my view. And then have it where the mic's and you can't even see where the mic's at because it's down by a few inches down here, like probably about, I'm pointing at we're right there. Like you can actually kind of maybe, no, you can't see it with the way that I got the monitor, but it's going to be right there. And then I'm going to have to rig up a way because it was funny. So when I started messing with this, and I was like, no, I need to change tack and get back on the website, work on the website stuff. But the way that it's going to work out, I'm super excited about it because I love doing this sort of thing. It's talk about things that one's passionate and have fun with. But so it's going to be where it's going to be. So I was messing with it, and just the way that the bolts are on the microphone itself. And if I weren't talking using the microphone, I'd pick it up and I'd show you. But obviously, I don't want to do that because it'd be bang bang and it'd be no fun. But the bolts itself are these super long, and they're a specific diameter. And I think I might have. In one of the various kits that for various things, I might have bolts that are the right threading. I might not, but I might have the bolts that are the right threading so that I could rig up something for this kind of interface. Because off the back, it's not the thing is that that of course the microphone's not Visa made, VESA. It's the mounting bracket. Well, it's generic monitor specs, but it's the mounting, in this context, it's the mounting bracket that goes on the back of the monitor. Well, I can think of ways, just even with this as it is, because this goes this way, right? And it locks in pretty solidly. So there's so it goes in that way, and I can think of ways to mount the microphone using either Velcro to kind of hold it in place or something like that, so it'll sit right off screen, right over there, where it's a little bit closer and pointing at me in the proper direction, the orientation that it should be. The one thing I don't have, of course, obviously this is jury rigged, so it's not it's the perfect ideal solution, but it's a direction, right? It's a sort of a thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just a stopgap.
Yeah. Well, it's a stopgap, and it's fair enough as a stopgap. But it's one of the things that's just how I work, man. It's just hey, here's this thing I'm trying to build. Here's this thing I'm trying to figure out solutions to problems. So I'm doing it, and it's just yeah. And it goes back to this thing. Honestly, goes back to the generative AI concern, because it's well, oh, how terrible. It's look, it's another inspiration source. It's just that's the way I look at it. It's another inspiration source. It's another thing to use to build even cooler things. It's just another tool. And so, honestly, if I couldn't think of a way to kind of solve this, I would go to a generative AI sort of option and go, okay, well, here's this thing I'm trying to do. Here's the things I have. What's the thing? But because I'm myself, right? I'm looking at the spatial, and I'm going, I can get away with this thing. My one concern with it is that people will inevitably rely, as people do, rely too much on their tool and effectively atrophy themselves. And in a manner, I think that is it Wall-E? I think it is. Actually, it's a little bit after my time in these sort of things. For like
A little trash robot.
yeah.
Yeah, it's Wall-E.
Yeah. Because what happened to humanity during Wall-E, right?
They destroyed themselves. Well, they destroyed Earth because they were really irresponsible with rubbish and all that sort of thing.
They relied upon their tools too much.
Yeah.
For everything.
And they left in a giant fuck off spaceship.
Because they relied upon their tools. Again, it's a relying on their tools too much.
Yeah.
Like that was my big takeaway from it. Was you've got people, because again I was older when it came out. So you got people who are relying on their tools too much. It's the same thing that Idiocracy kind of touches on to a certain extent. But in the case of Idiocracy, the tools weren't able to maintain themselves, like as in develop off. And the hope is that before we get to Idiocracy levels, we actually have tools that can maintain themselves, so that we can get the Wall-E result, which is not what we want. We don't want those solution paths, but that's kind of like where things go after if people rely on their tools too much. So I'm all for making it like I don't know, for the rearing of the child rearing, having it be more primitive teaching, if you will, where you're like, hey, so how do you make a fire in the woods? Okay, so now how do you use that fire to cook food? All right, so now how do you use that fire to, I don't know, get hot enough to make clay or whatever? And again, I'm spacing on specific technical processes, but you get what I'm talking about here right now. Like, how do you advance, to borrow from video game terms, how do you advance the tech tree? I think that it is imperative that we teach children from the word go, how do you advance the tech tree? They don't get to enjoy with the cool technology stuff, other than for like healthcare, right? Until they're at a certain point, when they can say, I know how to make fire, I know how to and why to make fire, I know how to make a wheel. Myself, I know how to. It sounds like stupid to say this, but I know how to put together a trolley, right? I know how these things are, so that I now I have a functional understanding of how we get from fire to silicon, and how we get from silicon and electronics to modern computing technologies, and how we get from a spear. How we get from our bare hands and maybe rocks to a spear, to bow and arrow, etc. Firearms, to nukes.
To nuclear weapons.
How we get this progress, because these are all very important to understand. For one reason is that the hypothetical survival scenario, of course, but the hypothetical worst case type scenarios aside, it's also good to have an understanding so that you can actually look at your technology as a tool, not a way of life. So, I look at the streaming stuff, right? I look at the game stuff and using I don't look at that as a way of life. I look at that as a tool to an end. These are all tools to an end. To do what? Contextually, to offer a chance for a community. To kind of, as I said before, building a group of people around the fire. The campfire. That is the bonfire. That is gaming, right? A common hobby. That's the way I look at it. It's a tool to a tool to it's a tool to an end, which is another tool to another end to another tool, which to another end, and ultimately that's to community, and that's to basically having that sense of. Now, are there other things that are important to build community around that I would argue that are more important to build community around? Yes. But just because there are things that are more important to build community around doesn't mean there aren't things that are still able to be built, that have community built around, and shouldn't have communities built around it, And
it's very much the idea. It's very much the idea of, like, when you're working out, it's the idea of you favoring one exercise type over another, but you shouldn't neglect the other just because you favor the one. You need to do all of them, or a good variety of them, in order to get a proper workout, a fundamentally healthy workout in that sense. Because if you just focus on one thing all the time, you're going to be a twig everywhere else, but you're just going to have like bulging biceps like Arnold Schwarzenegger in his movie making prime. And then you'll just be a twig everywhere else. Like, that's not healthy. And it's very much the same thing with all of our study, is you need to learn to crawl, and then to waddle, and then to walk before you can run and sprint and then fly a plane.
Unless if you're me.
Yeah, well, you're a special case. Fuck
I mean, I am. Well, no, like, because like I literally went from like crawling to like scooting to like,
yeah.
You know, it's one of those parts where it's weird, and I'm not saying I'm normal or right. I'm actually, it's not good in a manner of speaking, but that's what happened. You know.
I'm just saying like you know that I'm just saying like the general consensus of how society works.
The general manner of how human progress in of the human himself works. You can't skip steps. You cannot skip steps. Actually, it brings to mind talking about like what you're talking about the muscle differential stuff. It brings to mind this one. It was a theory, or was it? I don't know a theory. It was a lesson learned from like the World Wars, like World War II. And it's something like where you had and again I'm probably gonna butcher it, but you had like the plane engineers, right? And the aircraft was getting shot up and failing over on this side, right? And you're thinking that you think that, well, maybe you need to shore up where the failure directly occurred. But it turned out that as they were doing their analysis, they actually needed to shore up the weakness over here, because that weakness over here, even though this part was super strong, that weakness over here was causing this part to fail. Because this would like jitter itself out, but the jitter, the shaking would end up going down line to the other part of the wing or the other part of the fuselage. So where they actually needed to armor up was what wasn't failing. And actually, honestly, like in my own physicality, I actually ran into this issue because when I was a kid, I broke my leg, and so when I broke my leg, it ended up in traction, and ended up ultimately retarding the development by a couple, like not inches, but like parts of an inch, right? Like tiny bit. And the thing is that damage has it was inevitable where it's going to screw with my spine and screw with my posture and my alignment. And so it's just kind of interesting to see that little bit of damage goes a long way down. It's like a trajectory type thing of like a rocket, right? If you modify the trajectory down here by a degree, it's going to have a significant difference down the line, way down the line. And
it's going to have an impact, regardless of whether you intended for that impact or not.
Yeah, and so if you don't build your abilities more, across the board, and you leave something deficient just because it's not necessary. Well, the things that are necessary inevitably end up failing too, because the unnecessary thing of entertainment, for example. And it's funny that a lot of people are like, "Oh, entertainment has no value."
Yeah, look, if you dump all your stat points into strength and constitution, you're not going to have any for intelligence.
That reminds me though of what was it
have you seen Plato?
Plato's freaking. I mean, you're going with that. Plato was pretty much, as they say, a beefcake. Is that what you're getting at there? Like Plato's like, I'm gonna fucking rock your world. Like he's gonna tear somebody apart.
Rock your mind and the world.
Yeah, I mean, but the idea here that we go for is more of a but Plato also went with a well-rounded individual sort of perspective. I mean, that's why on one hand I have the matrix sort of like cerebral thing on that, and on the other hand I'm a retired Marine. Like I chose that route for that idea. Did I do a great job like implementing it? I'll be honest, no, I did not. But that was my intention. I ended up defaulting back the cerebral to the intense because we are what we are, right? But yeah, anyway. What am I going on with that? Oh, so to kind of circle back though with that, the process of kind of trying to build multilateral, interest, sort of a more complex web of a multidisciplinary mastery, as it were, or at least an understanding of multidisciplinary, I think it's important, and I think it's important that we like from the get-go, honestly, we end up instructing the youth on, like, as we're going through with it. But back to the entire thing with Outer Heaven, right? So with Outer Heaven, like, that's a Metal Gear Solid reference, well, Metal Gear reference, as I think we just talked about earlier. And so the idea here basically is like build your own mercenary country somewhere. So that is an intention, and hopefully not get blown up by a random operative somewhere along the way.
Look, I'm gonna say this in regards to the whole like everything all at once around the world. I'm just gonna Solid Snake and just hide in this box. So please don't turn my box over.
What's in the box?
Nothing.
It's David. Nothing.
You saw nothing.
You saw nothing.
What's that? I think I heard something.
Ah! Oh. What's that? What was that noise?
Meow.
Oh, yeah. No, you're not supposed to make it. You're not supposed to vocalize. You're supposed to knock on something. What was that noise? Actually, that was the funny part with, and I'm gonna end up screaming it because I love that game so much. I love freaking Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. I adore that game.
Yeah, so do I. It is so meme worthy.
Well, I mean, it's Kojima, you know,
It's just
Hideo Kojima. He's just a freaking look. All right, I respect that man's process. I gotta say, I respect that man's process. I mean, he's out there, but you know, I have to give a kudos, like a massive process. I don't know how much you looked into like Metal Gear Solid 2's, or if you caught anything about like how Metal Gear Solid 2's timing was.
No.
So the release date was actually right around 9/11, 2001, right?
Oh,
and so, as you may recall from Metal Gear Solid 2, because we think Hideo is this like super eccentric whatever guy, but no, he's actually in his actions he's a good guy. I don't know the details, I don't care, but in his actions he's a good guy. He's properly sensitive. So he enters into this space where he's got this game, and the Twin Towers are supposed to be like a huge feature in it, right? And it's supposed to actually the Twin Towers are supposed to go down in the process of him making it because they're a big icon, it's the World Trade Center, right? It's the super big, and MGS2 is like, okay, we're going to release at this date, whatever, and then 9/11 happens. The tragedy of 9/11 happens there, and what ends up happening is he's like, oh crap, well, we can't release this, not because it'll be panned or people will hate it. We can't release this because it's on tooth. That's bad form. I mean, we're talking about war. We're talking about like the destruction and the decimation of all that, all this really hard, like the nuclear proliferation problem and all of that sort of thing. For sure, we're talking about these things. But there are lives. And these are actual people who directly died in the circumstances that are directly impacted. And the entire path of the world has just gotten dramatically altered because of this. Which is funny, and I mean that in like in a profound way. It's funny in a profound way, not haha, but just like oh my goodness, like whoa. Is that in the world of Metal Gear Solid, that trajectory shift is the same, because it's the Sons of the Patriots, right? It's the AI control systems end up getting.
I mean, look at Armstrong in Revengeance.
Yeah,
like it's. In a sense, the same thing, but before its time. Like, it's just, like, the idea that, like, Kojima was just like, he's Japanese, yeah?
Yeah, he's Japanese.
Yeah. He's a Japanese person that is incredibly good at, weirdly enough, I mean, it's satire. But, like, taking the like American like way of life in the sense of like the American dream and like the how TV shows are currently just like, I mean, look at what are they, the Housewives of America or whatever, like all that sort of all those shows, like this celebrity like gossip and whatever, like just taking all of that and just being like, yeah, I'm just gonna make fun of this because I can.
Well, no. Here's the thing: is that he's not making fun of it. He's taking it very, like I disagree.
I know. Like, the
it,
idea is that the character is making fun of it in being like, yeah, see this? I'm just gonna change all of it.
Well,
It's not gonna matter.
No, he's actually saying let's bring it back to the base of the American dream.
Yeah, it's
Is what Armstrong is
when
doing. It's not. So
Yeah.
here's the thing: is that and then it's interesting seeing your perspective considering where you're physically located at, because the American dream, like the actual like categorical American dream, is not what the media packaged American dream is. It's not the as he says the media bullshit, the spew media bullshit, all that sort of thing. The American dream is, as I said earlier, is and as Armstrong says actually, is I can fight my own wars. I can choose my own fights and my own causes. My cause is my own. That's what the liberty of the American dream is. So
the
fundamentally,
American dream is anarchy.
no, because the thing is that what I want is I will want society that will work and function for me, for the people, by the people. So when Armstrong goes, where the person doesn't have to bend around the laws, but the laws bend around the people. What he's saying there, and this is from like kind of the, from the foundational sort of thing, from the what's what I want to look for, like from the Federalist Papers sort of like line of thinking. When he's saying that, what he's saying is that the law should be reasonable for the people, because they're by the people, for the people, and they no longer serve that purpose. What he's saying is that because of the corruption, like he says, America's diseased, rotten to the core. Because what he's saying here is that it's been so corrupted by this media bullshit, by these politics, right? And again, this is a bipartisan point, just to be clear about this. Is just everything is fucked, is what Armstrong is claiming here. And so he's saying that it has to be torn out and brought back to where it's for the people, by the people. So rather than being anarchy, which is going to be the easy sort of thing, this is more, in a manner almost like a way of, say, Hellenian and or Alice Shrugged. What's her name? Can't think of
Ayn Rand?
Yeah, Randian sort of thing, where it's like we're more going to say let's get rid of the bullshit that's saying that you must buy your taxes, you must completely and utterly be compelled to fight the declared wars by these politicians. You get to declare your own wars, your own engagements. Because war in this context, we're not talking about taking up the rifle and or taking up the weapon or whatever. We're not talking necessarily that. We're talking going and engaging somebody and going, this is actually engaging the world, like not necessarily people, but engaging the world, saying, I want to build things. This is my fight. I am fighting to build something. Well, how do I build something? Well, I change the world around me to build that something. We get into Lockean means and mechanisms as well. So we start talking about where, and again, I'm not condoning literal child slavery, which is what Armstrong was producing or doing in this circumstance. I'm not condoning making child soldiers like this by wargaming them to the point of where that's all they know. I'm not saying do that. I'm saying he's wrong with his methodology, but his ideology, and this is what we come to the conclusion at the end of the game with Raiden, is his ideology is saying, no, a person should be able to choose what fights they fight. And they shouldn't have to effectively fight to be able to have that fight. If that makes sense.
Okay.
Because right now, and as it was, what they were talking about at the time was that in order for, let's put it this way, I'm going with the Matrix. Are you familiar with the Matrix before I run into that?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the originals. Yeah.
Okay, fair. Because I'm talking about this context. I'm talking specifically the first one. I would mention Fight Club, but like you said, you haven't seen it. So
Yeah.
where Neo is in his cubicle office, right? He's just producing these builds. Yeah. Well, not doing his thing, doing the company's thing. He doesn't have his own fight. He does what he's told. He has his corporation tells him to fight in certain ways, to fight certain things. He's fighting that. He's not choosing his own fight. On a meta level, he chose to permit this fight, which is to say, or he chose to give that liberty to his corporation to tell him what to fight. On a meta level, for sure. So he's still responsible for the fact that he's there, as we all are in whatever environments we find ourselves in. On a meta level. But at this point in time, he's given off that, and generally speaking, the environments, the sort of things, he's given off that fight, the option of the fight for the sake of convenience to other people, and those other people gladly take on that and take the benefits of reap the rewards of having somebody else fight for them. And it's not. I'm not saying that this is necessarily wrong endemically. I'm not going that far to make that claim. But what I am saying is that it is a sacrifice that's being done there for the sake of ease and for the sake of convenience and perceived security. On a side note, security doesn't actually exist. It's a misnomer. It's all it is delaying. It's all delaying techniques. But anyway, what I was getting at there though is that you run into this space where Neo and where the office worker has chained their free will, chained their liberty to exercise that free will as they see fit to a larger organization. Well, you don't necessarily need to work with a larger organization to also, and you don't. It's not a requirement, is what I'm trying to say there, to function as a part of a cohesive whole, to chain your liberty to that of the corporate. You don't have to. It sounds almost oxymoronic. It sounds like it sounds paradoxical even. But the reason why it sounds that way, I think, is because there's a misunderstanding of fundamentally what, shall we say, corporate activity is. Two things about this anecdote, and then I'm actually going to go grab food because I'm starting to feel the hunger for more coffee, is the Marines was the biggest functional or biggest organization that I've seen, that I've witnessed with my own experience, but that I'm aware of rebels. At least when I was in, and then of course that was over 10 years ago at this point. But of rebels, because everyone there was a rebel, but we would say, let's get ourselves, where we're working with our coherent unit for the sake of my left and my right. The fight that I'm fighting isn't some grandiose, and that's part of what I'm part of, right, in that context. But the fight that I'm fighting is for the survival of those that are to my left and my right, and hoping that they're holding my arms too, right? That they're going to hold the line as well. And so that's one thing I'm going to say, is that corporate activity does not necessarily mean slavish activity. Does not necessarily mean abandoning liberty for the sake of the corporate, which is often a way that we've been almost programmed to think about it. So that's one thing that I want to caution there, from my own experience. And the other thing that I want to point out is that there's a story that I had about this sort of thing when I was teaching Sunday school. And there was this little kid. He was autistic, like marked severe autistic, right? So he's got an interesting, unique, and informative perspective on the world. And also, I don't believe autism is a state, or I don't believe using these things as a crutch is the way to handle it either. Well, the person's autistic; they can be as disruptive as they please because they're autistic, and that doesn't fly to me. That's not an acceptable.
Yeah, no, my little brother is autistic.
Yeah,
so I know exactly what it's like to have someone in the family that's autistic. So they definitely see the world in a different light.
Yeah,
but that doesn't necessarily limit their ability to understand the world. It just changes how they see the world.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is that honestly, it's by degrees, and I think it's just that when we feed into it too much, we run into some really bad problems. So I say that okay.
Yeah, when people blanket it, they get into generics. That's the problem.
My issue is that when people use these issues, because I struggle to actually use the term disability, because it's one of those things where there's pros and cons. So it's like, is it a mental disability? But I'm also not going to use differently abled, because that's denying the fact that there's issues that come with it, with a particular package. It's too sugarcoaty for me. It's too nice for me.
I mean, there's one of the things that needs to be said about these things as quote unquote disabilities is that over time, more and more people are being diagnosed with things like ADHD, like autism, or other like variants on the spectrum. More and more people are being diagnosed, and our genealogy, like the human body, evolves over time, but the body will always attempt to give us the things that we need to better ourselves on a functional level, which brings into question whether or not it could actually be considered a disability, or, for lack of a better word, a superpower.
Well, that
Like,
goes. It goes.
there is that argument that's there. It's
Well, that goes to the issue that I have with
Yeah.
it. With the, it's the same issue that I have with the differently abled sort of notion, where I roll my eyes at it. Not because
Yeah.
like, this is like functionally disagree that there are advantages. It's more of just that there
Yeah.
are pros and cons. There are advantages and disadvantages. And honestly, I think that honestly a good portion of why we ran into, like you were saying, why we're running into like more diagnosis. There's some nuanced badness there, which I'm not going to get into on the stream, but I'm going to point that I've got to tag conspiracies for a reason. But I'm also going to, but I'm actually gonna dovetail and say that it's. I think that a lot of what ends up happening in the circumstances is that we've built our education in a manner that's anathema to the needs of the children and the needs of what our environments require and always have required
Yeah.
and always will require.
it's no, go ahead.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that, like, that is very much a very valid point. And on top of that, there is, like, to support that as well, is the idea that these disabilities becoming, like, our evolution is just like, we need things that expand our horizons as humans, that make us better, make us stronger, whatever it might be. Our body could possibly be telling us that we need a different perspective. We need variation and difference, and we need to be more flexible in how we go about our future. And that's a big part of the whole argument with these things not being disabilities. Like, it is currently because we don't know enough about it. But it's entirely possible that it's becoming what we need to adapt to.
Yeah, it's an adaptive reaction.
Yeah, exactly. It's humanity is, in a sense, stagnating, and our bodies are trying to adapt us, to alter us, to learn and adapt and begin to move towards something new.
So are you? No, how do I say this? It's going to sound weird to say it this way. Are you intentionally or accidentally referring to Jung in this point in time?
Referring to what?
Jung. Carl Jung.
What do you mean?
So because you run into the notion of the collective unconscious, in kind of what you're.
Oh,
what
yeah.
I
think that was entirely. Yeah, I think that was entirely accidental.
Oh, fair. And again, like I said, it almost sounded like I was being accusatorial, but it's more like I'm currently reading through the Red Book, and it's a slow go because it's one of those things where we're with the Red Book, the Jung's kind of treatise there, reading the Red Book, it is a trip, and it's the sort of thing where I can go through it and I can like just ingest it in full, but if I do that, I'm going to basically need to be hospitalized.
You're gonna miss the important part as well.
I'm not gonna miss the important part, but I'm gonna need because of how I read it, and the process that I go with the reading and the playing the information. It's a entire process. It's an entire thing. It's
All right.
part of reading comprehension. I'll get into that in a second. It's a skill issue. But the thing is that with it is I could ingest the entire thing, but then I'm gonna have a psychotic break.
Yeah.
Which that's the density and the quality of the material there is that I can ingest all of it if I did so, but I'm going to literally lose my mind to it because the thing is that because it kind of influences into the notion of dreams, and it's talking about from because it's a journal, it's a dream journal of sorts, right? And the inspiration is drawn from the series of dreams that the man had over 2 decades that he was kind of putting himself into to kind of in a meditative stance of kind of that sort of thing. And so with what we're seeing there is we're basically seeing somebody who's at the top of his game, and seeing the world go into World War One, and then the post World War, the inner war period and all that, and we're seeing his perspective on the world that's tearing itself apart in front of him, the deep level perspectives and how it's influencing him as a person kind of bilaterally, and how he's attached to all these sort of other things that are around him that he's encountered during his education, during all that. And so if I chose to ingest Jung like that, I would go insane, just the whole thing, because I'd be taking the condensed experience of a fairly intelligent, I mean, a very intelligent guy, like literally top of the field sort of thing, like even to the modern, and try and like compress it and stuff it in my head, and that is called insanity. And to make a reference to World of Darkness and your Fallen character, this is part of the reason why I reject those overtones in character, is because that's the offer of that boost to say arete or to abilities. Is you take the thing, and they actually have it in the mechanics. You take the information chunk and you stuff it into the brain. Well, what happens?
Risking insanity.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I don't do that with.
But you have high willpower, you'll probably pass this check.
See, and that's the thing. I probably would pass the check. There's a good chance I would pass the check, the IRL check, willpower check for ingesting the entirety of the Red Book in one sitting. I'd rather not have to take the check. Plus, also, I've been like burning too many willpower points just to stay functional. So I'm a little low right now.
Yeah, you need to take a long rest.
Well, no. See, that's not how. I need to change the scene, but I've been in the same scene for like 3 weeks now.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's storyteller system, so it's not it doesn't use long rest. It uses different chunks of time, scenes, and the stories.
That's right. Yeah.
So it has been a scene that's lasted for like 3 weeks of real lifetime.
Yeah, that's a mess of a scene.
Well, okay. So to be fair, for this one though, it's actually been it's the like. The build, like if it were mage, or if it were if it's like it's basically like you're building something, right? And so it's extended roles.
Yeah.
So extended roles.
It's the you're using the like research / like hyper focus like talent trait without having the trait.
No, I have the trait.
You have the trait?
I have the trait.
Nice.
I'm a little.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, you don't have the concentration trait, the one that lets you work even though you've got distractions. That's what I had.
Well, I would argue that I had that on some level, maybe like the lower point variant I do, because like I could do multitask, where I'm this. But the honest truth is that the conversation is more interesting to me, therefore it's got my attention.
Yeah.
Because the conversation is more, like I told you, like I said before, the doing the manipulation of the graphics here and then, and getting it into the formulaic that I built. I've been doing. I basically built the process to build this stuff, right? And since I built the process to build this stuff, like I know the process because I built the process, and now it's like, all right, so now I've iterated this process. I don't know how many times. Like I literally lost count, and when I say I lost count, I mean I lost count on iteration like X.
Yeah.
No, damn it.
Iteration.
There you go.
Typical technocrat.
That took a minute. I lost count on iteration X. Then I don't mean iteration 10. I mean like as in like
iteration insert number here.
Yeah, I mean over 100. 150. So I made with this one process, and this is actually, these are not the full, like these are not sub iteration processes too, because there's like iteration, like the main iteration branch, and then there's like sub iteration and sub iteration, like to the nth degree, for like little micro tasks. So like it's the sort of theory of like there's this entire thing to do. It's like in this case like make website, right? And then it's like to make website you need to make posts. Well, to make posts you need to do this. To do this, you need to do this. To do this, you need like all the way down. I haven't mapped it out, but because I'm scared to map it out. I don't even want to think about it. Actually, I had my notes that I made about like the process, and I ran it through, and they were just like my high level kind of thought processes of them. And actually, no, I put it. Let me look in the other channel. I think I put it in status. Yeah. So I put it. What was I trying to say there? So I put it through a I said to GP, I made this thing where I was talking about what I was doing, and this is like my repeated process over and over again at the start of everything, and I'm like, all right, so GPT, look at this long. I put a rant out there about like what I did, right? And like look at this rant and tell me what the steps for the process are, and it produced 17 points. and it's not like super on point. There's some that kind of waffles a little bit from what the actual like thing itself is, but they're not too far away. So it's like a 20-step process, but each of these 20 steps are things like review the outline for accuracy, which in turn itself has its own iterative sub processes. So
It's like, what are you reviewing it for exactly?
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
what points is that review trying to get across? What are they trying to break down to get a proper understanding of?
And that's called heuristic development. In other words,
Yeah.
I know because I know. I know what I'm
Yep.
looking for because I know what I'm looking for. The problem is that what I ultimately want to do with this process, eventually, is I want to be able to train someone else to do it, so I can be working on other processes. I mean, it's
Yeah.
like how for example, we've got Div here working on the readability processes, where we're leveraging a plugin to kind of help guide us. Go ahead.
Screens that turn up.
Hey, you did a fucking bang up job. You get a week off. Like, legit. So,
Guys.
I don't get a week off. I might give myself a day off. I might give myself... I can't eat, man.
Go eat, grab yourself food.
At this point, mate, seriously,
Yeah.
take a minute at the very least and go get some fucking food and a drink.
I'm going to eat my mug now. Oh,
Eat your heart out.
yeah. That's not how this works. I mean, given enough time, my saliva might be able to, but that's we're talking a long time to kind of break stuff down. No, I'm actually almost done with this guy here. So, and this is what I did say that I was going to get this one done.
On that page there.
What's that? Hey,
Look on the bottom of the page there.
the what page? Where?
Right at the bottom.
Right at the bottom.
Go down.
Right at the bottom.
I'm watching on the
Yeah,
screen.
I realized.
There it goes.
Yeah, as I was saying, hey guys, I got distracted because I was. Yay! I don't know if you
Okay,
get it.
man.
That's stupid.
He just said give a few.
No, I
it'll
see.
be-
No, I see it. No, I see it
Okay,
so the screen that I'm looking over on my left here has my has my screen over here is actually running on a different computer that has the stream software output.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And
You have a multi-screen setup, don't you?
Yeah, well, I've got a 4-screen setup.
Yeah.
Because I'm proud of my 4-screen setup. Yes. So I've got basically this screen is like my either it's additional workspace if I'm using it all on my computer, my main computer, or it's this other
Yeah.
tower that I have set up for either running certain automation tasks, or when I'm streaming, basically monitoring streaming material. I have a plan that I want to try and figure out if there's a way to push stream material to it. I got an idea. Okay.
Okay.
Let me see.
Yeah. So below the.
What?
Sorry, yeah. Below the what role does the deity play in the Crusader builds?
Yeah. Sorry.
There was like a at the bottom of that section, I think, there was a what looked to be like a table, off to the left side of the page. I'm not sure if that was like a coding error or something. All the way down, at the end of the.
Yeah. So these are the tools that we're using actually. So this is the end of the page, like you said. And good catch, good catch. So I'm more than willing to talk about. So these are actually also on the side panel, which I currently have blocked off because it's one of those for what I want people to kind of focus on is more what's the content, not the process. I'm going to work on trying to get this more where I'm comfortable with sharing the checklists, right? But it's
okay. No, I was just asking because I wasn't
Yeah.
sure whether it was broken code
No.
whether it was something left over or whatever.
Yeah.
But no, if it's something that you just don't want to share, then
Oh, I'm
don't worry
fine
about
with sharing. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm fine with sharing. It's more just say the focus for the top stuff there is there because on the side,
Okay.
can I do this without breaking things? Because again, it's more oh no, I'm more than willing to share it, but I don't really think I can do it without screwing up margins. But
then
but
don't risk it.
but over on the side. So the thing is that over on the side, off the edge, read where my mouse is right now that you can't see it moving on the screen. This panel is there. So this thing in a form is there. With this stuff here specifically. So one of the processes that we're running through. Since you ask, and I wasn't going, it's one of those things. Just no, I'm just doing the thing right now. But since you ask about it, is going through and doing this one's mostly this stage it's at technically at is actually SEO stage, which the stuff I'm doing now should have already been done. But and again, I hadn't fully developed the process, so I'm stuck in the spot where I'm picking up the ball of it. But so we'll look like at like the stuff that's here, and just like I built out a checklist that's based on these, and then we've got some other things too. But for now, we're focused on kind of just making sure that the team knows how to do these checklists. Based on these. And these, it's just general SEO type stuff or search engine optimization type stuff is where this stage is. Now, the meta description part, I'm not actually tasking people with right now because eventually I want to get I'm going to use an AI option for it. And so I got to develop that. It's not that important, all said, because the AI scrapers from the search engines, right, automatically generate their own. So if you've got the meta description, it'll pass it off to them and they won't do it themselves, right? But I'm not too worried about it. But anyway, but then it's things like the key phrase and the SEO title, like it's stuff, ideas like that, or making sure there are outbound links, making sure that in the images you've got your key phrase. Now, key phrase is an arbitrary thing from Yoast, but it's useful as kind of a guideline because it's kind of a focus point of what you're talking about. And I know Div and I both agree on this. It's like, should we put the key phrase, this topic we're talking about, Crusader builds, right? Should we put it in every freaking title and not every sentence, but every paragraph? And the answer to the question is, for the same reason that you were talking about the link stuff, is yes. Do I personally, on the like reviewing and looking at it on the editorial position, do I absolutely hate that as a fact? I do. But the thing is that when we talk about how people are ingesting this material, unlike me, where I'm going to remember most of what I'm going to read from I remember most of what was in Atlas Shrugged, for example. I could get you a pretty good synopsis. I'll look up if I felt the need to, right? I'm reading over the Red Book. I already have a pretty good synopsis from what I've read so far, and I've spent the time reading, like taking my time a little bit over time, reading it over the course of the past year, because of life takes time as it will. But the point that I'm trying to say is, and I remember it pretty well, and the reason why is because of how I read. I'm actually like reading through the stuff, like this well-rounded warrior sells about after making a perfect choice for. Okay, that's a fair conclusion. All right, so the blue moon fighter, nimble fighter, cool, or the blue moon knight, nimble fighter, cool. Based around agility and luck, okay, that's interesting. I don't know how valid that statement is. We still need to do the proofing phase there. To outmaneuver its enemies, and actually the luck part is because it's talking about a specific mechanic there. The entire using the 1d2 shuriken and thus going with infinite damage ultimately at level 20. Literally, it does infinite damage because of how it works. It's
cool.
Yeah, it's retarded. With respect, it's retarded. This is the sort of build that Ghost has made in mass. Like, do we have?
These are like are these just like the cool builds, or are these the like purposefully broken builds?
These are the cool builds. These are the amazing builds that we have.
The cool builds.
These are the
cool.
Builds. Yeah, we also have a section for the broken builds. And some of these do end up going into broken build territory, but that's just more because sometimes cool and broken are matched. Like this one I would call a broken build, but it's cool and broken match. I mean, all of them actually have, and I'll open this one up for the sake of argument, just to kind of talk it through. All of them actually have, and again, courtesy of Ghost, and I want to develop more of this sort of thing. We're working on something else. I'll get to that project later, but all of them have this sort of like flavor text to it, and they're all based around kind of the certain space, and so that flavor text is a really kind of cool play off. And where I actually want to go with this is I want to actually get a cohesive setting, which Ghost and his RL tabletop crew have a setting that they've been playing in for like 20 years, like literally 2 decades, and possibly a little bit more.
Nice.
And yeah, exactly. It's like, well, it's a super well developed, crazy developed setting, and it's called React. And it's this homegrown setting that's just this amazing sort of thing. Like the one post that we have up right now is the song creation, because I felt it was a nice coy entry, like just it's gonna be our post that's gonna sit there for some time, and it's basically a poem from Rayak, talking about the genesis of the world. And what's funny is that using the Stellar Dragons thing, like I didn't know this when I determined, or when the original inspiration for Stellar Dragons came up. I didn't know this, but Rayax built around this idea of like basically two Stellar Dragons that were in contest, like celestial level dragons that were in contest, and one ended up overcoming the other, and Rayak, and then ended up basically giving up the ghost, in a manner of speaking, part of the pun, to basically start the world, start Rayak, start the actual planet that is the world of Rayak. And so it's the planet of Rayak's actually two curled up dragon bodies.
That's cool.
That are enjoined and magically kind of sustained from the breath of life from the one dragon that lived but gave up because they overcame their only friend, is what this poem's talking about. And so that's the start of this world, and there's an entire several thousand years that's already been kind of built out for, and again, over the course of 20 years, including adventures that were done during various ages during that period of time. So there's this really cool, really dynamic, really beautiful thing that's there, and it's like, well, who am I to not like seeing this, right? Who am I not to not go, why don't we? I mean, I'm working on simultaneously. This is back in November and before the. Why don't we take advantage of this stuff to build something, right? And go back to, as I said before, the bonfire, the warming the hands by the collectively warming the hands by the bonfire of TTRPG stuff. Like, yeah, why not? Like, anyway. So I digress. The point that I was trying to get at here, though, is that process. Is that, so we've got fluff stuff that's there too. So it's not just merely the crazy using gold shurikens to create a 1d2 micro. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear of the micro of the thing. So just talking about the Blue Moon Knight and kind of what we've talked about on that one for the mechanics. There's a questions about the type of builds that we're using that you produced here regarding. Are they just broken builds, or are they cool builds? And I was saying a little bit of both, but I would say more cool than broken. But some cool builds are broken, and some broken builds are cool. So, and there's a reason for all, like the tie-ins for all the stuff. So, some are extremely powerful, and our talks about the Blue Moon Knight really kind of shows it off. But they're all cool too. So that's kind of what I go on that.
Yeah, the big point about these builds is not about to point out how broken a class can be, right? Because some of the builds, like again, as you mentioned, the Blue Knight, the Blue Moon Knight is one of those that can literally get into infinite damage.
Yeah.
But it can do so only a certain amount of time per day. It's not like always on either or something. It's just like it can achieve. And this one in particular was just me showcasing an already discussed build in 3.5, like one that was semi-widely known, which specifically happens to be the D2 Crusader, as they call it.
Yeah.
But I decided I wanted to do my own spin on it to make it, yes, like still to be the D2 Crusader, but still make it fun to play.
Of course.
Yeah, because like the whole point of these builds is to showcase no class is beyond repair, or there's always a way to make one of these classes good and fun to play and capable of staying in a party with virtually any other class and still be relevant.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Like I've just been just kind of, in a sense, without knowing the answers, quizzing Plausible and what's going on with this whole thing. In the in a sense, in the viewpoint of someone that doesn't know what's going on. So anyone, like,
yeah, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'm more. This is more of a like, I'm excited to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm enabling you to do that.
It's less quizzing me, and although I actually enjoy the sort of tenor of such a thing. It's just more of a like, I'm super excited to talk about it. Like, again, you don't work on something for getting like 2 hours of sleep on most nights for like 2.5, 3 weeks if you're not excited about something.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's like a big part of why I'm like questioning you about it is because you find it interesting and it helps you to like hone, in a sense.
Yeah, no, totally.
Hone in on what you're trying to do.
as well, because it distracts you momentarily from what's going on, and the tiredness of it, the fact that you have been working on it for so long, and the fact that you still enjoy it while you're doing it, giving you that momentary distraction, and in a sense, enables you to continue working on it, because once you've had that brief talk about it, once you've done that little bit of explaining, it incentivizes you, because you've enjoyed that, to be like, okay, I'm going to dig back into this because this is great and I enjoy this and I want to continue. It's fun. It's something that I'm passionate about.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed.
So I just caught an idea of something that solves some portion of my scenario issues for streaming stuff. Because like one of the problems I have right now is, so I can't because the mechanism of Discord is so CPU hungry, like, and also the streaming of like the stuff and the streaming all the stuff is so CPU hungry that I can't stream to Discord as well, in the live stream chat. And so
Yeah.
it's the sort of thing where I just joined my or I should say account that's based on that's just in this server. It's kind of a backup just in case something goes weird with whatever. It's a failover sort of thing. But it's the named account for it's the Stellar Dragons account. Well,
Yeah.
so that account I can, on this other computer, have it in Discord. Now the thing is that I need to figure out how to get the data from my OBS to this system, and then possibly have this system restream it out. Because like the idea is that if I'm pulling the data that way to the system, then I pull off some aspects of the full mile from here. Because like if I'm local network, I'm putting less stress on this system. This system, the main system that's running games and doing the actual client share stuff. So anyway, before I get harangued to get food by people again, I'm gonna go get food and coffee.
Yep.
I am actually awaiting food. I just got home, and I am awaiting food at the moment.
So talk about amongst yourselves, and just again be advised. Yes, of course we are. In the streaming channel, we are streaming. So
Yep. Yeah, I'm actually gonna be right back as well because Mum's been calling me for the last 10 minutes.
All right.
All right, I shall return.
Very well. So I cannot see chat, but I'm going to talk currently. Alright. Sorry, okay, it's not helping me. Is Div still here? I suppose Div went and picked food with Lau. Okay. Alright. Let me improvise. So how's chat tonight? Let me open Twitch on my phone so I can see what's happening. Yes, I can't see stuff. Can make this happen. I can definitely make this happen. Where is it? Ah, there it is. I can definitely make this happen. Reward needs food, baby. That's fair. Crusader builds. Ah, yes, I love those builds. Okay, so that's why we're on the Blue Moon build, which is a broken ass build, to be completely honest. But it is a fun build. It is a very fun build. But it's not my favorite build I made for the Crusader classes for our website. Like my favorite is the Aperture Knight, um, which I don't know if they talked about. I mean, he's literally on the picture right now. But the yeah, like as I was explaining to Lau as I came in, as I joined the chat moments ago. Um, goal with those builds is not necessarily to create broken builds. It's to make sure these, um, shall we say, like to make fun builds for each class that is available for 3.5 and in for Pathfinder, for that matter, 5th edition. Because I keep hearing arguments about classes not being good. Or like, oh, like the monk is a bad class and should be taken back and dealt with forcefully. Which no, this is not true. This is a very much so a very good class if you know what you're doing with it.
Aha!
Hello.
Yes.
I was trying to entertain chat. I was trying to entertain chat. My rambling.
Yay! What were you rambling about?
Well, I was essentially rambling about like one. I was picking up on the chat and like what's what's going on. So I had to pull up Twitch to be able to see what we were at.
Oh yeah.
And then I see that you were on the Crusader builds, and I'm like, yeah. But it's funny because like my favorite builds of the Crusader builds is the Aperture Knight. But I was essentially like rehashing the idea of like, well, those builds are there to make a point, really, to make the point that like there's no such thing as a bad class, except the True Namer, but that one doesn't count.
Yet you made it violent.
I yes, actually, that's the thing. Like the True Namer, like people are,
Ew.
ew. So like the people are complaining about the True Namer because the True Namer, the problem with the True Namer, and I'm not going to say that True Namer doesn't have a problem. The True Namer absolutely has a problem because the build was rushed for the book it was in. So the creator of the build of the class did not have the time to finish all the mechanics, and it was not really playtested as far as I'm aware. So you end up with a class that has to hyper specialize in a certain skill to be able to do anything about it. And when I say like hyper specialize, I do mean like spending points in skill focus and ways to just maximize the in this case it's going to be called true speech, um, because it's you need to roll it and the difficulty increases as you level up, but not by one each level, but by two. Because let me give you an example. If you are a true namer, right, and you want to use one of your utterances, which are like kind of sort of spells, but not really, but sorta, on an orc. DC is going to be 15 plus twice the amount of hit die that the creature has.
So what
Now,
does an orc have?
hmm?
So what does an orc have?
One. Like
What, just one hit die?
yeah, let's say a level one orc, right? So in
Okay.
this case, the DC would be 17 to affect it with anything at all. So that's already not necessarily a fairly easy roll to make at level one. It is, but like it's far from impossible. But 17, like if you don't focus on this, you're still you still want to have a fairly amount of skill points into that skill to affect it, right? Consistently, that is. And each time that you want to recast one of your utterances on the arc, the DC increases by 2. If you're using the same utterances again and again, because it's a law within true naming, which is because true naming has 2 laws. There is the laws of essentially you cannot just repeat the same thing on the same person ever, all the time. Like each time that you use it, it increases the DC of that specific utterance, and you cannot use the same utterance twice in a row in the same round. So you have to, like, if you get the quicken utterance, you cannot just like keep going on and keep going on. But honestly, quicken utterance is another thing completely, and it goes well. Point being, the DC just keeps increasing like rapidly to use your utterances. So what happens with that is that like level 1, like okay, you're at DC 17, but now you're fating, let's say, a level 2 creature. Well, the DC now is not 18, it's 19, because it increases by 2 again. And then level 3, it's 21. And you see just how fast this goes up. Like level 3, you're already at DC 21. So you have to constantly just like keep pushing points one way or another into true naming to make sure that you stay on par with being able to consistently use your effects. And your effects aren't even all that good. They are like, yes, they are good, and some of them are genuinely that have good effects, but it just like to make it consistent, it's not easy. That's why
It's
like
suboptimal.
Hmm?
It's suboptimal, really, because
that's the thing. Like,
you're either doing that one thing, pumping points into that in order to keep it competitive,
Yeah.
or you're falling behind. There is no two ways about it. It's one or the other.
Yeah, and because all your class features are all about doing through naming, through speech in this very much sense, and using that skill, you don't really have a choice. Like you don't have an option outside of this. Now, sure, again, like I'm not saying that like, and this means that this class has difficulties keeping up, and this is why when you go on the old forums, you're going everybody to just ram about Tunemer being broken and unplayable, or like literally just being the single worst class in 3.5, which I disagree on vehemently, because again, there are ways to make it work. One of the games that I played in the last few years, my current girlfriend played a True Namer, and honestly, she was easily on par with what you would expect a wizard to be able to do. Because of how she built it and because of how she was thinking about her thing. Now, sure, like she could not achieve like nonsense BS, like casting 130% real stuff all the time as a certain illusionist build can do, right? But like she was more than capable of dealing very, very, very strong effects.
Yeah.
All around. Plus, like again, there are ways to toy around that. Like, for example, one of the like because you're putting so much points consistently in true speech, um, you you can take a few levels starting level 10 in exemplar until you get exemplar 5, which lets you substitute true speech for or any of your skills that you have, the skill master thing for what's it called, to instead of rolling diplomacy. And because you have like plus 20 million in true speech, well, you're literally becoming the narrator, and you can like just talk your way out of situations by telling people their true names. I'll be right back. My food is just arrived, so
Oh, good man.
Fair
be right
enough.
back.
Give me a chance to eat. Are you happy
Yeah,
y'all finally forced me to eat food?
Yeah. Yeah, I've just been snacking this entire time.
Well, we were out of snacks, and then somebody, while I wasn't paying attention, actually ordered the food, and the food came in and deployed the food where it went while I was being focused here, which I feel
While you were
bad.
busy.
Oh, I feel bad about it. I know David's still in the chat, but I still feel bad about it. All right, just being honest. I don't like doing that.
Ace Pelham.
I mean, all I'm doing.
I mean,
Go ahead.
just think about it this way: he cares about you.
Yes.
Doesn't want you to go hungry.
Yes.
Winter is coming after all.
Oh, so what you're saying is that you're fattening me up for
Didn't
winter.
winter just pass?
Winter's always coming.
It's always coming.
Yeah. It's also here in certain areas too.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, winter is definitely coming for me. And then I'm gonna hibernate.
You can't even get that cold there.
Actually, it doesn't get. I mean, depending on where you are,
Hmm.
like where I am, it gets to like -3 or 4, like
So,
at most.
like 25 in freedom units
Sure.
ish.
Yeah, because because I use non-freedom units.
You use the
I use prisoner units.
yeah yeah, actually we'll go with that. Yeah, we'll go with prisoner. Well, and it's not because of Australia, it's because Europe is a prisoner to themselves.
Yeah.
It's weird. Okay, look, philosophically speaking, all right, in a manner of speaking, Europe is their own like prison encampment. I know what I just said. I probably pissed somebody off with that one, and you know what? You're not wrong to be mad at me for saying that. Just saying, you're not wrong to be mad at me for saying that. But I said,
I like how
Hmm?
I do find it funny that I just like put you in a cage and then you just try to dig yourself out and then put yourself in
Then
the
it's just-
second cage you were already in that cage.
Well, I didn't even notice. Wait, there was a first cage that you were trying to put me in. I didn't even notice that cage. What was that? What was that cage?
That was me saying that Australia is a prison colony.
Well, but
And
that's
then
that's a
you
fact.
trying to and then you trying to in a sense defend me dug yourself into a second cage that was already in that cage by effectively unintentionally digging on Europe.
Oh no, I intentionally dug on Europe. I mean, the thing is that remember where I'm actually digging on the to be precise. I said Europe, but that's kind of me being generalizing, including the UK.
Yeah.
Because the UK, is like we're not part of Europe. Ho ho, and it's like yes, you are. I don't care. Yes, yes, you are.
Yeah, you are. Yeah,
And
I agree. Like they are quite literally next to them.
yeah.
Like there is no denying that they are part of Europe.
Now, to be fair, they're not part of mainland Europe. What's up?
I found a Dawnstone.
Yay!
I don't actually know what I can evolve with the Dawnstone. I don't remember. I know I can evolve Curlia. No, that is Curlia Dawnstone or is that shiny? I think it's Dawn.
No idea. None at all.
Can I make these?
Yes. I don't know.
No, I don't think I can. I think I crashed the game trying to find out. Oh no. No, I can't. I can only smelt them from ore. That's unfortunate. Pink mints. Sorry, I'm still playing Minecraft.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
Our craft, comrade.
Hey Div, do you want to see how many seeds I have in this mod pack?
How many?
I have oat seeds, strawberry seeds, kiwi seeds, cotton seeds, hop seeds, 2 different types of hop seeds, tomato seeds, cabbage seeds, cucumber, sweet potato, soybean, pepper, mustard, lettuce, kale, green bean, another thing of cucumber, corn, chili pepper, broccoli, bell pepper, barley, artichoke, beetroot, pumpkin, wheat, and like cocoa beans. And that's like not even a like 25% of the number of seeds you can get. Ooh, I caught the Armando. Get in my box.
That's a lot of seeds. Does that Pam's Harvest Craft?
Nope, Pam's Harvest Craft isn't in Fabric.
I don't actually know if it's... Is Pam's Harvest Craft in 1.2? Or 1.2, 1.20, I should say.
Now it is one of the most popular mods, so I'd expect so.
Well, it's not a matter of it being popular. It's a matter of whether or not Pam has updated it for 1.20. Because this one is Forge. Let's have a look. Edit. Profile options. Allow content management. Just so I can see if Pam's Harvest Craft is in. Yeah, Pam's Harvest Craft 2 is in 1.20.1, but it is only for Forge. Which is unfortunate, because I do like
Sad.
Pam's Harvest.
Well, Forge is
Yeah.
better, so it's okay.
I mean, I agree, but this mod pack that I'm currently playing is Fabric. Which it's... For a Fabric mod pack, it's really nice. Granted, it's also just, like, very... chill. I also have, like, a full chest of wood. Full double chest of, like, logs. Kind of in deforesting. Time to sleep. Outbreak of Tangler. What? Outbreak of Tangler has been removed since no spawnals, suitable spawning locations. Okay. So what have I got? Litten, Tangler, and Swinub. Well, I've caught the entire Litten line. Yeah. Yeah, I got that entire line. I want Kanto starters. I don't know where they spawn. Hello, Swinub. I forget your name. Taylor, right? Yeah. Is that a Cranidos? It is. A Lemurcatch. Oh crap. I have electrical.
Hey, I see you in there in chat there, Thunderous. You are welcome to join us. You're an established member of the Conray.
Hello.
Well met.
Hey, man.
Well
Oh,
met.
the group of bubble fucks is fully formed.
It has been a long time since I've said hi to Thundarus.
What's up, Rain? How you doing, man?
Not bad, man. All things considered, anyway. Patrice, you get back in the ball.
Yes, yes. Oh, and probably may or may not have heard this. I didn't tell you, but actually, Thundarus joined the game that you were in with me and wow, and go.
What game?
Their cross splat WOD game.
Which game?
The one where you're playing the gun wizard.
Oh.
What game is this?
The one where you gun play the vampire granny.
Oh yeah. Bentley? Gimme.
So, what's everyone up to?
I'm playing Minecraft with Pokemon.
I figured.
Yeah, I'm actually the purpose of running the stream, as you see, is the entire like, hey, I'm trying to finish off website stuff, and I figured I may as well stream it, right? Because
enough.
How dare you not stream it?
that's what I'm doing. I'm streaming it. How dare I not stream it before now is the question. Because that's a lot of like streamable hours that I didn't actually stream, and I should have streamed it. Because of how this thing works,
Yeah.
right? But I,
Yeah.
you know, why would anyone want to see me do the boring stuff of, you know, all the website stuff and such?
I mean, people kind of like boring stuff, okay? Boring stuff is great.
I keep getting this one guy on my YouTube Shorts feed where he's literally doing like coding and shit while talking to his chat on Twitch.
What you're telling me
Yeah.
is that I should have, when I was building all of these tools in the background and kind of fuddling my way through, I should probably have been streaming it.
Probably.
Right.
Thundaris, is it Doug Doug?
Is it what?
Is it Doug Doug? Because I know he does a lot of coding with his chat. And he knows
I have
how to
no
code them.
clue. He just shows up randomly.
Fair enough. Yeah, I have a. I don't know if Doug Doug does. The hell is that? Is that a Particularian Predator?
Let's just say he hasn't done anything to warrant me blocking his content.
Yeah, that's fair. I know bees. Bees don't sting me. Ow, fucking bee. I said don't.
But no, I've had your stream up like the whole entire time.
Ow.
So you were the Phantom person that was there. I was wondering about that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm also here.
Well, no. I've had his stream up all for like 3 hours, 3.5 hours.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool.
And that's why I was like, so you're the Phantom person. I always wonder about that, you know? Who's lurking? And there's
So,
like, you know.
if you you should be able to. I don't know what system you use to stream.
OBS.
OBS. Yeah. There should. I use Streamlabs, but there should be a button, like above your chat that says Community. If you click on it, it would actually tell you like who's all in.
I don't know. I'm actually also using. Oopsie, I just clicked the wrong button. I'm also, as you just saw, I'm actually using Restream to stream out from there. So, it's there's probably a way to do it. I don't know how. It's more of a like when I'm. Let me just clarify that. When I'm saying I always wonder, and I don't wonder hard enough to look into it. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like it's the levels of like I poked it once. I'm like, you know what? I don't actually care if the person doesn't want to talk.
You have the idle thoughts.
Yeah, I have
Right
the
now,
idea.
I'm looking at your stuff, and I'm seeing a lot more viewers on your Twitch than it actually says in for Twitch.
Hmm.
And that's probably because there's only 3 actual people watching. The rest are bots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like DONK7, I'm fairly certain is a bot.
Okay. I honestly don't care. I'm sorry to cut you there. I do not care. Like going through the list, I don't care. Like that's what I was trying to say earlier, politely. There's no point. Like, what does it like? It's one of those things going through the list. There, it's like, what does that actually help in the situation? You know, what does it do? So, no, fair enough. And again, I appreciate your effort, but I'm also saying,
But it's not something
for
that
them.
exactly matters to him at the moment.
yeah.
At least you haven't been getting people coming in and saying, "Hey, you want to buy my services?"
That was actually like the first couple of weeks, and I kind of kept hitting them, like smacking them with bats, and they eventually stopped showing up.
Hey kid,
Oh,
you want to buy some drugs?
And they
They'll come back.
Oh yeah, welcome back, Ghost. Yeah, no, and it's also kind of the time of day stuff and kind of what they're streaming too. You know, in this case, since I just had it as just chatting, they're like, oh well, they're just sort of. But when I've been streaming on Mondays during the day for like excuse me, Neverwinter, and I think it was more related to the fact that I had a background that was just black, and then I had the items around it, but I didn't have a background, so I hadn't bothered trying to figure something out. and now I've got the little scrolling. I actually just did that like a week or two ago with the scrolling stellar dragon type thing. I thought it was a cool effect. I think it's a little distracting, but I think it's worth it.
It
No,
is a little
that's
distracting, but it is really cool.
Yeah, no, it's nice.
Just like, oh, you know.
Yerba mate leaf. What the shit?
It sounds like crack. I don't know.
Yeah, it does.
What do I do?
What the hell can I? Oh, I can turn it into tea.
But what type of
Oh
tea?
god. A tea that poisons all players with a 4-block rating.
There you go.
Oh,
Who wants to fucking die? I have poisonous tea.
Me.
So Div, I think you got 3 people that would probably want to play Minecraft with you.
I guess we could play Minecraft then.
I never agreed to this.
Oh yeah, that's what I
But
said.
you never disagreed to it.
How dare you twist my words?
That were never said.
I mean, I just made an assumption. To be fair, I did make an assumption, but I think my assumption's probably on point. Correct me if I'm wrong.
With a large enough group, we could make that one mod pack that we were doing, the Fear Nightfall one, far more viable.
Like, Fear Nightfall's nice, but, like, again, I mean, I've said it before, Div. It's... Like, we had the conversation yesterday of, I play Minecraft to chill the fuck out, and to, like, relax a little bit. It's less fun for me when everything is trying to kill you. Like, constantly.
Commentary about
Like, I'm down to... Yeah, like, I'm down to do it if we do it as a group. But, like... Yeah, like, it does get tiring for me very quickly.
Well, it also would allow you to focus more on building, which will make, less dying.
Yeah, I guess.
At least I hope less dying.
Or we start killing
Yeah,
each
we-
other accidentally.
You can't really say less dying unless we know that it's going to be less dying.
We hope it'll be less dying. We can say that.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
So what you're telling me is that this is essentially the forest,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh,
Totally.
yeah,
As a-
basically.
except forest is better.
I would make an argument to the counter of that.
I mean,
Let me reiterate. One is Minecraft, the other is not Minecraft. Therefore, the one that is not Minecraft is by default better.
I see your argument, but I have to say that Minecraft, because the nature of it allows far more everything better for it. So it is still Minecraft, but Minecraft is endemically... Now, the one card you could have pulled out on me there would have been a comment about Microsoft.
Yeah.
See, if you pulled up the Microsoft comment, I would have been like, all right, fair enough.
Though, thankfully, outside of one issue, Microsoft somehow hasn't ruined Minecraft.
Because it's Microsoft, it automatically is. What is that one? Go with another biblical one. One might ruins the raises the loaf or something like that.
line up, get out of my chest.
So, all right. Did I fix the problem I saw on the thing? All right. Let's go ahead and rotate over here. Joss's
Well,
Temple Guardian.
I just
Wait, why am I
looked at
letting
him.
Joss's? Oh, I clicked the button. I didn't. I did slight hand stuff. I am tired, apparently. Jeez. Slept like 4 hours, so I should be right as rain, right?
Of course.
No, okay.
I get that. As I said, I literally like maybe half an hour ago-ish. I just came back from my game session. Yes.
No, fair enough. No, I wasn't responding to you. I was responding to something else, but fair enough. I mean, it's your game session. We were just talking about how, these jokers did and you've done this too. I actually haven't done this. 20-hour around a table sessions. Like gaming.
Oh god.
I'll do them.
Yeah,
I'll do video games, like Minecraft, for example, like we did the other month, right? I'll do that.
Yeah.
But games, like at a game date table, like that takes, I couldn't, I mean, I could, but I wouldn't want to, because that takes so much effort. Like
We
yeah.
did that when we were almost a decade ago. At this point.
Yeah, no, it was literally like 9, 10 years, almost 10 years ago.
It's fair.
Yeah.
It's fair. But it's
Like
it's
I was quite literally still in high school.
That's fair. That's fair. It's and definitely makes sense. I think you were saying specifically like high school, but I'm still like going in high school. Like, did we? I mean, we would do like a few hour session, right? We'd run a few hour session, and then because the thing is that we were after school. You know, school ends at 3:15, right? And so we generally get picked up at 5. Like the group would break up at 5. So we'd go for like 2 hours, and then we'd all go home, right? But
Yeah,
we do it.
right.
But we would play every day at school.
Okay.
So we didn't have effectively a means or a reason to do super monster sessions, and so that habit in a form continues throughout the summers, where it's a regular, like super regular. We're just getting together. But like even if we were in a space where everyone's nearby each other, or whatever, we'd end up playing for like a couple hours, and we'd go do something else. You know, we'd go play a video game, or we'd go out, go outside.
Touch grass.
And touch grass and beat the shit out of each other with foam swords that were roughly in the shape of bokens, right? You know, like that were like
The
core.
optimal weapon for firm battles.
Yeah, they were core, like they were what's the word I'm looking for? Like the wood stuff. Help me here.
What do you mean the wood stuff?
It's the bad wood, as opposed to good
Balsa?
wood. Not balsa, no. What's the type? Cord? No. Now it's gonna bother me. It's like the soft, the kind of brittly wood, but not balsa. Not as bad as balsa. It's not like balsa. No, I know it's not balsa. It's like a mixed wood, which is what makes it poorer quality. The corkwood, corkboard.
Oh yeah,
I would.
it'd probably be
Not
corkwood. It'd probably be corkwood then.
Something like that, and maybe that might not be the right word for it, but it's that idea, like where you've got the weak sort of wood, as the core of it, and then you had foam padding around it, and we would go to town each other. Like one of the guys in the group was actually had like Kajutsu style like backgrounds and like fencing as well, like the French fencing type thing, that sort of thing
So-
right there.
so They knew how to beat the shit out of you. Is what you're saying.
Yeah, but the thing is that the fun part is that he was originally studying whatever, engineering. I was studying the blade, so I was already ahead of him effectively just by sheer talent. By talent alone, I was better than his practice.
Or
I do wear a fedora as well, but I do not use fedora. I use Arch.
I was the Hawkeye to his Zorro.
One of my favorite stories with that guy later on. So again, it was like the last 2 that he had. And this was, I'd been off, did boot camp. I'd gotten back. I was on recruiter's assistance for a month because we got back for the holiday season, so it was closed for the next step of training. So we were back in town, but we had to be on RA, on recruiter's assistance. And I did such a bang up job with recruiter's assistance that I was there for like a week or 2 of like over the Christmas break. And I don't remember if it was a week or 2. It might have been just 1 week, like where I brought in all of my friends to the recruiter's office. I went just all the way up with it. And the recruiter's like, dude, you do such. I even got somebody recruited, like for my friends group, like, and this guy actually, the one that I'm talking about, the sword stuff, I got him in there, but he kind of rejected it for some other reasons. But he ended up going to Purdue for engineering of some sort, and I lost track of him. But the scenario that occurred. So I'm on RA, and I've got reasons that I'm on about. And this is in Chicagoland in wintertime. Well, this is one of those days one of those evenings where it's like sleet, snow sort of thing going down, and it's pretty bitter. It's not exactly it's not the worst, but it's that, like, again, it's that kind of like just gross sort of thing. And so, because this was like the last day I had that I was going to be going to the office for the recruiter assistant stuff. I was in my dress alphas, right? So there's the green coat, the pith cover, the khaki shirt and the tie and all that, and then green trousers and the shiny shoes, right? Corporate as it were. And so I'm out there, and for some odd reason, I bring up my car, and we planned this. I guess I don't remember the details, but we got together, and he comes out with the foam swords, and I get the foam sword from him, and we don't even say a word. We just go at it. And so he's wearing, and this is like nighttime in the area, in a fairly well-to-do suburb of Chicago, and in a cul-de-sac, one of those like really fancy whatever. And so he's in a trench coat, like a black cloth trench coat, all black like garb, and he's I'll put it this way: his last name is Chu. All right, so he's very very Asian, honestly, and Japanese specifically. I'm pretty confident. Although Chu is I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like his combination of stuff. I think his mom was Japanese or something. But the point is so he's like a freaking anime villain, like legitimately. And there's me. I'm in my full Marine garb, right? And we're dealing with these things. Like there's flashes of lightning in the distance. It's just like this just amazing cinematic moment. And one of my favorite parts with that scene, like that scenario, because this is something that's actually happening that I was actually part of, right? Where we met Blades, we disengaged. He got an open swipe at me that I ducked. Otherwise he would have gotten me in the face, right? I ducked. He got my cover. My pith cover, just clean off my hat. So I engage, push him back. I force him away. I take, like, if you will, a double move back. Because obviously I pushed him away to prevent an attack of opportunity, right? And I do a double move back, grab my pith cover, and I'm like, and he's like, because I pushed him back hard. Like he's down like on a knee, push back hard sort of thing. Like he's I routed him with a stance. So if I'd pursued, I actually would have had the kill blow at that point in time. But it was the spot where it was like, no, it's more important that I get my cover back on. So I pull back, and he's like just barely getting up. I get my cover back on, straighten it up, and I go back at him with more fury. I ended up getting the kill shot on the engagement as well. So, what a fucking story for his neighbors. But then again, this kid seriously got arrested. Well, no, not arrested. He didn't go that far. But he got the cops called on him for walking around his neighborhood in the same garb with a lifesteal katana. The dude was a piece of work. Sharp as a tack. Great guy. I actually adored the man to a certain extent. He had my respect, although he also had my concern. So, like, my group at the time, like my high school group, this is just in the wake of Columbine, like as a serious note. So we've got like all of all of this concerns for the folks that are on the edge being like, well, doing something like that, being high risk, right? And knowing that, they gave our group, of which I was part of the leadership of it, right? Knowing that gave us the advantage to be able to like go look at like the teachers of the groups and say, look, do you understand what we're doing for you here? Like, I'm gathering your eclectic groups, the ones that are like your high risk persons, if you didn't notice, and I'm giving them something to do that doesn't involve doing bad things. Even if you don't like us. And you don't like us the fact that we're staying after school every day, like instead of going home to broken homes. We're building a place that, or we've got a thing built here that, though it makes you nervous, the fact of the matter is it's better that someone in the circumstance might get hurt slightly and have immediate access to medical attention than go to an abusive home where they're going to get the crap beat out of them by their parents in some of those cases. Or they're going to be psychologically abused by theirs and others, by accident in some cases. Or they're going to go to frankly speaking, a ghettoized neighborhood where there's a chance they might get stabbed by the local drug den. Because there did exist some areas like that. Not that I was going to get involved in that sort of thing myself, but still, the statement of possibility is the statement of possibility. And so it's the sort of thing where it's like, you've got this, like, again, by this point in time, I have very little respect for the powers that be, because stuff, attitudes like that. It's like, how dare you how dare you try this? It's like, well, I'd rather try this and keep this person from being completely detached from people and using that live steel katana where he shouldn't.
Yeah.
And so eventually we actually did the school officer, the officer friendly role or whatever. Ended up basically adopting us, and we ended up having official groups around card games during my tenure in high school. But yeah, it was the sort of thing though, where it's like that was the sort of group that we were dealing with, the sort of people we were dealing with, and I like my eclectic sort of that sort of person, shall we say? I don't know. Where were we going with that?
Sorry, yes.
Okay. I just seemed like that. Just seemed to go. It was a comfy story. It was something about the dots. Where were the dots? So the dots were. It touched Marine recruitment. It touched the duel. Favorite story about what sort of thing? Anybody help me here? I lost the train. I lost the train of thought.
Yes.
That's fair.
Banana.
That's what it was. Deadpool. No.
Bananas?
Yes. Well, there's a story about bananas actually, but I'll touch that one later on. So there are always stories about bananas, right? Involving that one's probably not couth, but anyway. So the other one's not couth either. Now I think about it. But anyway, so what I was trying to get here is that so instead of playing like super sessions of D&D, right? Or of TTRPGs in general, we would do other tasks. So we would like play a bit, and then we would like play card games, right? Or play TCGs, play Magic or play Yu-Gi-Oh or those folks over there would play Pokemon, but I would mostly just watch because I didn't want to play Pokemon. I had my hands full like mastering Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
I had my hands full not being a dweeb.
I was a freaking turtle one. And I'm proud of it.
Nerd.
Slams table.
Yeah,
Piss on table.
I mean, I played Yu-Gi-Oh at school when I was a kid. We had like bloody dueling tournaments and everything, and then fucking teachers were just like, "Yeah, we're banning these because fuck you. That's why."
Oh wow,
Or-
that's
yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Like,
No, that were
This in my school, the students quite literally were just like, "Yeah, let's just make tournaments." Like full on Yu-Gi-Oh style, like I'm sending your ass to the Shadow Realm tournaments.
Well, we became an official club.
We don't. Well, in Australia, we don't have clubs.
We made our own.
With blackjack and hookers.
There was blackjack.
It reminds me of what happened to us, Div, with our where we used to hang out.
I remember a little bit when they took away our room.
Yeah, fuck those jackasses.
Well, so there were girls in that group, and some of those girls were dubious.
What do you mean?
Oh, yeah, the Div's quip about blackjack and hookers.
Oh,
And blackjack was played. Not for money, but blackjack was played at times. And some of those gals in the group were dubious.
Jack Black is like one of the Blackjack is like one of the only card games that I actually know the rules of, and then even then I probably only know some of them.
there's not many rules when it comes to blackjack.
Yeah, well, I'm still a dunce, Thundarus. You know this.
It is what it is. You're running out of it is what it is.
I've regenerated my is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Falls asleep sitting here. What is going wrong? Why does it not interpret Wee Joss's temple guard properly?
I blame the well.
You say the Welsh?
Yes.
Why? Why?
Welshist.
Why did you like? There are things to blame the Welsh for. I'm not sure if this is one of those things you should blame the Welsh for.
Because why not?
You should.
And blaming European countries is good.
That's true. That's true. Sorry, Euros out there. It's all your fault. Like, it's just all your fault. Everything is just all your fault.
I'm sending something
Actually, the part is that in a manner of speaking, like that's kind of the European ethos in a manner of speaking, that it's all their fault, and so they need a bigger government to help regulate them. Is that too far? I think it might be a little bit too far. I do not apologize for that.
It's not far.
You don't think it's far enough? All right. All right. Look. I'm not going to
Let's
make the
break down
reference
all
that
the
came to mind, but I am going to say it involves American Psycho. All right. Cool it.
Isn't that a TV show?
Yes.
American Psycho? No.
Yeah, they got a TV show. Basically, his backstory.
Oh.
Oh my. Oh my.
Hmm.
Now I see what you posted there. Oh, Ghost.
Rain.
What
How
up,
many
man?
weeks was it? Oh, go ahead.
Have you seen the latest episodes of Doctor Who?
I saw the special and the up until the start of the new season, if it's out.
Yeah, they have episodes 2 and 3 out now.
I saw. What was it? I saw the stuff with David Tennant, but that's it. Oh, I also
Okay.
saw the one where they go on the Goblin ship.
Okay, yeah. So that's technically episode 1 of the new season.
What was episode 2? Because I might have seen it then.
Episode 2 was released yesterday.
Then no, I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Why do you ask?
Oh no, I just watched the latest 2 episodes yesterday, and I was wondering if anyone else had.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen the first one, but not the second. I'm not overly fond of the Doctor Who at the moment. I
Fair
didn't
enough.
watch any of whatever her name
Whittaker.
was. Yeah.
Jodie Whittaker.
The person before them, Peter Capaldi?
Yeah.
That's his name, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Capaldi.
I watched most of his. I didn't really watch the later season.
Mm-hmm.
So because I kind of fell off the bandwagon, I guess.
Oh,
And then I heard that David Tennant was coming back, and I was just like, fuck yes. Because outside of Matt Smith, he was my favorite Doctor.
There is rumors that Matt Smith is going to be playing the next Carnation.
I honestly doubt that's the case. As much as I would like it, I doubt it.
Well, no,
Because
it's
they've already
because,
done it with
David
Yeah.
Tennant, yeah. But no, the reason is because the current actor for the Doctor, he, as far as I know, this is going to be his one and only season that he does.
Okay.
So kind of like the Ninth Doctor in a way.
All right. Yeah, I mean,
The Ninth
again,
Doctor was underrated.
He was. The issue is that he did the one season and then he decided that's all he wanted to do.
who
I
is the
don't
Ninth
blame
Doctor? Who is the Ninth Doctor? Like the name?
Um,
That was the guy with
he's the
Rose,
one that Rose, yeah, the first.
Okay, yeah, no, I didn't mind him. I enjoy his time as the Doctor.
Oh yeah, no, a lot of people did. But he decided he didn't want to keep going, so he did his one and done.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Just,
It's unfortunate.
Mhm.
Ooh, Deep Slate Diamond. Too bad I don't have an iron pick on me.
We'll go mine some iron.
How dare you suggest I do something? Who do you think you are?
telling him to work.
You're elder.
I know he's older than you, right?
No, because I'm pretty sure I'm the oldest person in our friend group. Not our old friend group.
Oh, your old friend. Okay, I was gonna say because
Yeah.
I'm pretty certain that I'm the oldest here by.
I mean, yeah, you're like 8, almost 9 years older than me, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, 8 or 90.
80 or 90 years older.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm that old.
I mean,
Oh,
Mass grade violation.
I know I'm older
I'm,
than you. So.
Yeah, Thaddeus, you're older than Div, but I believe I was the oldest in our friend group.
What year?
December 24th, 1995.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Remind me, Lau, why we're friends with the lower than 30 years old.
So someone needs to bridge
Because
the
you
gap.
want to feel young.
No, it's because I want to feel old. Actually, like
Even better.
if I wanted to feel young, I would go hang out with the 90-year-olds, which I did when I was your age, young man. I went and I hung out with the old fogies.
Right.
Well, all I want to say is, according to Google, Div is the only Gen Zer here.
By technicality and barely.
Yeah, no.
He is honorarily not. Is this?
Yep.
Div is honorarily speaking
Millennial.
a millennial.
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel that might be actually worse.
You know, that's not an unfair take. I mean, because here's the thing: is that I'm in that like weird, and I know their official numbers would put me strongly millennial, but they're wrong because like you can't freaking shift the cohorts like this. With the 85 thing, the mid 80s is technically speaking the overlap gap, but they keep on trying to shift it back, and that's not how it works. Before anyone tries to countermand me, it's not how that works. It's not how it's ever worked. So this changing of the roles is not how that works.
According to Google, millennials are from 1981 to 1996.
Like I said, before anyone countermands me, Google is wrong.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
I am going to say this again, and I said this already, but I was being polite about it. Google is wrong. I don't care what Google has to say. Just to be clear.
Google. You got told.
Freaking
Google just got fucking told.
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about.
Agreed.
Do you happen to have the Star Dragons logo
Which one?
on hand?
Yes.
The
but
PNG one.
Well, that didn't answer my question.
One that is transparent.
The one that is transparent. All right. Well, yes. Again, but which one? Also, didn't
Best one that could go. Okay.
Didn't I put them somewhere? Let me look.
I
mean, I have
the one that could go with this.
But what I will do for you here is I will overachieve. And some of these are technically not, but I'm gonna do it this way anyway. Compress. You're gonna get a tarball.
Okay.
And it's a Targes. Targes.
You're trying to one up us, boy?
I'm not using your zip process, your zips, you plebs. At least I didn't put a password on it.
Okay.
My psyche has been thoroughly dismantled.
You're using Windows, all right? I don't know what you want from me. You're using Windows.
I use Arch.
I use Arch, bro.
Well, I'm a basic bitch, thank you. And proud to be one.
Wait, Windows is considered basic?
Windows is considered it's below basic. It's repulsive.
It just works.
No, it doesn't. Except if your statement of "it just works" is related to it steals all of everything and it expects you to bend over and ask for more, then yeah, it just works. But I was trying not to be too graphic with that one. Not my opinion about. You just cloned yourself and kicked your. Oh, you ran into that problem. Speaking about it, just works. Speaking about it, just works. Discord doesn't just work. Hey, Ghost, you caused yourself to clone yourself. There you go.
Yeah.
So basically, when you shared your screen, you shared it in the wrong way, and Discord decided to tell you that you were wrong for sharing it.
Well, screw Discord.
Yeah. You basically have to use the right words to it in the right way to make it so it doesn't boot you. I
Discord
was.
would like to know your location.
Well, it's Windows would like to know your location. Microsoft would like to know your location.
Everyone wants to know your
Microsoft shut it.
location.
It's
Linux doesn't care actually.
Yeah, Linux doesn't care. Like, I gave my location to the module that tells me the temperature, but the only thing that knows my location is the module that tells me the temperature. Like the rest of the system does not know my location because I didn't put it in there. I could put it in there, but then it's only the specific things that need to know it. Now, what is I doing? What is I doing?
I don't know what is you doing.
What is I doing? All right, so not status, even though I technically failed my own mark. How is it just before 1 in the morning?
How is it just before 3 in the morning?
How's it just before 5 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Also, my progression is reprehensible on getting this done. Oh, okay, so I was copying the link so I would have it in my tracker properly. That's what I was doing. So I'm done. I'm done. I finally finished the Crusader build, gentlemen. I finally finished the Crusader build. Page.
Nice.
Congrats.
It was pretty much all done. It was already done mostly by the. No, it wasn't. No. To be fair, no. It was the battle. It was the battle dancer that was all but done. So it basically means that I got 1 and like an eighth of a build done in 4 hours.
You're welcome.
This process shouldn't take that long. It doesn't take that long. I'm gonna blame it on being stupid exhausted. I'm like right. It's like if you've ever been on a long distance run, I'm like running towards the end of the line, and I'm just like, I got nothing. My legs aren't working, and I'm like dragging. You know. Ghost knows the spot I'm talking about. It's like that sort of space where you ran yourself to the point you. This is like something when you first start doing any sort of distance run, right? You sort of like learning this stuff, and you push yourself hard. You do your interval sprints, but you push it too hard for too long, and you burn yourself before the end. So you don't have anything left by the end of the sprint, or for that last sprint, right? But you still have to end hard on that sprint, but you've got nothing. So that's where I'm at right now with this. Is I've done the interval sprints through the entire thing, and I'm at the end, and I just don't have quite enough to do like the full sprint. So I'm pushing as hard as I got, and I'm out of gas.
He's trying to fart, but there's no gas left.
It's another way to say it, yeah, for sure. So yeah, that's kind of what's going on there with that. Fudge.
I have too many balls.
By what metric?
Oh, right, that could be taken the wrong way. I have 52 Great Balls on me. Because there's a quest that in this mod pack, there's a quest that if you catch or defeat Pokemon, or level them up a certain number of times, one of the rewards is like Great Balls. And they're repeatable. So I keep just beating the shit out of Pokemon to get their drops, and then they also sometimes randomly, after exactly 10 defeats, I just get 8 Great Balls. So I now have just an inventory full of Great Balls.
You did answer the contextual that I was looking for. There was a comment about like, well, no, I mean it kind of does because I mean it's Pokemon, right? But what makes them so great?
The fact that they are blue and red.
Damn it! Oh, just because they're colored. Or is there a white? Is it white as well? Is there like a white on it?
Yeah, on the bottom.
Okay, so because they're red, white, and blue, they're great. What did they mean by this?
There's also black. So
the black's like the line.
Ultra. Don't forget the Ultra Ball.
Well, yeah, but we're talking about
the
the red, white, blue Great Balls.
Yeah, they're going in the lava now.
Oh, well, I'm fine with them being Great Balls, personally.
Yeah, no. Yeah, they're... I mean, America's pretty great too, but
yeah, that's what I was
not
saying.
as great as the Great Ball.
No, you did not just say that. You did not just say that.
I mean, look, the Great Ball has great in the name. America has America.
Yeah, we're
in
like
the name.
okay, so United States. Can you spell great in there? No,
No.
you can't spell great with the letters that is an anagram out of.
Yeah, exactly. Because there's no fucking G.
There's no G there.
You
Huh.
lose out the game.
Damn it.
Right. I use C instead of G. Great. It still sounds like it. It's good enough.
Oh,
dare you.
goodness gracious. Oh, that was some autism right there. Oh, goodness gracious. Mind you,
That was beautiful.
That's what I mean. That was beautiful. That was. Oh, that's so great. What can we spot it? What's the acrostic there?
I mean, there's programs, there's like websites that you can like look up that.
I almost did too, just so you know. Like when we were thinking about that, I was like, should I go to that site? Because I know the site you're talking about, because I've used it before.
Yeah.
I used it before because of somebody's Spy Olympics.
Yeah, I'm
I
too
didn't
smooth
do it.
brain for that kind of stuff.
You underestimate yourself.
I really don't.
You really do.
Spider.
I'm just saying. Yeah, see, you killed the spider. That means you underestimate yourself. Not everyone's able to kill a spider in Minecraft, all right?
I mean, sure, that's where it was.
2, 3, 4. Ah, this one has a glitch too. Excuse me. So I have to fix this from the hard way.
Oh my god, another Cranidos. Please don't die this time, thank you. Get nuzzled, bitch. Okay, that did fucking nothing.
But I am though. What kind of mod packs would Thundaris be interested in?
Hey, Thundaris, do you want to play Minecraft with Pokemon?
You know, if you had asked me that a few hours ago, perhaps, but it's getting late.
Yeah. I mean, I think at least I am talking in general.
I guess, yeah.
Dope.
Mhm.
I'm out of inventory space.
They're arranging playing Minecraft.
At some point in the future.
Yes.
Disavow.
You're
just
your
jealous.
opinion doesn't matter.
Turbo Avow? Ultra Avow? Mega Avow? Avow?
Avow.
A vow is
Avow.
silenced.
Avow silent. Never. Never, ever. Ever.
Yeah, you can't help but talk.
Yeah. Me a vow of silence.
5
Yeah,
minutes.
that's like oil. That's
Fuck.
oil and water.
Oil and water. Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah, that's look, the way that it's been said of me, all right, is that I delayed on learning to speak, like that, or speaking so that everyone could understand me. And then as soon as I started talking, started to talk to general people, I didn't stop.
Mm.
Yeah,
Which-
and then you started driving everyone fucking mad.
Consequences.
Consequences of their actions for teaching you how to speak. Yeah.
This is the ramification. You taught me how to communicate with the world. You have to deal with it. This is your
You
own
brought this
doing.
back.
May my parents
You made
rest in
this
peace.
mess. Now you can clean it up.
Well, I mean, one of the statements of from my mom, but from my parents in general, was we brought you into the world naked and screaming. We can put you out of it.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, fair enough. Okay, that's a neat image for the dragon shaman.
Yes.
That one's just from the word form AI article generator, which I respect their work, but we have to do a lot of curation to it to make it actually what we need. Like this one, for some reason, it lost one of the builds, which is really upsetting. I might actually have to regenerate it, right? Maybe not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I don't need to. I just need to tell it to do some things.
My bees left.
I am sorry I ate them.
Ew.
It was tasty. Bees. Have I eaten a bee? I don't know. Man, no, that was freaking sweet though. Like, I still can't believe that I forgot about that section. Like, I didn't forget about it in Secret World Legends, right? Where we were at on Friday. I can't believe I knew like the section was coming, right? But I forgot the order that it was in. I honestly thought it was like later on. I thought it was after the next section.
I think I'm gonna head on out. I'll catch you later.
Rest well.
Oh, good man. Have a good one, mate. Oh.
Yeah. Anyways, what I was saying is that the next section is freaking just sweet. It involves a train. You need to be like Indiana Jones on it.
Train levels tend to either be very hit or miss in video games.
No, you're not wrong. Of course, I'm immediately thinking about the opening level of Revengeance and going,
that was lit.
That was that. Yeah, and the thing is, I would have said legit, but yeah, or legitimate, but yeah, lit is a fair way to describe it. It was, yeah. I mean, it was also by its very nature a right pain because you're like, I'm going to be the hero of the story.
Yeah, no, you're fucking not. You're going to get your ass whooped.
Yeah. Yeah.
You need your ass whooped and your eye cut out, and you're gonna like it.
And you're gonna like it. And you know what? You are gonna love it. The only way it's darn
it just sets up probably one of the coolest games in the world. Like I will die on that hill. It is just one of the stupidly like best games I have ever played.
So on my board here, right? One of the things that's written here somewhere, and I may have erased it because I got distracted, but I did erase it. I did have MGR R as an inspiration for a hypothetical game answer. I had actually written Souls-like, but that's the currently thing that's on there. But the martial arts play, like certain parts of it, where we're looking at for like concepts. So yes, I will absolutely say that I want to see if we can develop in potentially Rayak or potentially a setting of some sort, or potentially working with Soren in say Delta Green or something, which what doesn't really hurt. It's their IP, right? Whatever, so we can't actually use it. But you get what I'm saying, like where we end up having a space where we have the ability to produce a game like MGR. I want to have a hand developing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance in a near steampunk, for lack of a better term. I know that's not the way I should say it, but in a particular high fantasy world.
Okay.
So that discusses some of the themes, and the thing is that you can easily slot themes in and move the themes around to make it appropriate, including the concept of the memes. The one thing you can't do is call directly on modern pop stuff, because again, the modern pop stuff doesn't exist in the concept. Which you don't really need to pull off the same sort of level of intrigue as, you know, MGRR and Metal Gear Solid as a whole, and the Metal Gear series does. You can do that concept. You can run that concept really well. Really well. So.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Really super well. Like, yeah, you can. Yes.
I
yes.
do know well down there. That is death.
Death.
Yeah, I just found a full-on cliff that is just death.
Ooh,
Waiting.
sounds fun.
Not overly.
I mean, death is the only adventure left. At a certain point. I butchered my hook reference. We're almost done. I just need to push a little bit more.
So how's this for a cover page?
The one issue that I have with it, I mean, it's neat, but is that how you got the white fawning on the light background?
I know, right?
The contrast is painful, or rather, lack of contrast is. I love the idea. Although curiosity, the dragons being off-centered is kind of an interesting choice.
Honestly, that's how it is. I haven't done. I'm not finished toying with it so far.
Fair enough. Sorry, now I come off as being the absolute jerk here. Like, look at my cool thing. I'm like, well, but there's the things, and it's not. I'm a jerk. Wow, I'm a horrible person.
No.
Like, here's my neat thing. I'm like, it sucks.
No. Again, like this is just like to give myself a good idea.
No, it's
because essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys because.
I mean, background image, all you have to do is with the left, where you've got the left with the bracket, you just put line it, whatever. So that's an easy fix.
So what were you saying there, Ghost? Like your intention?
So like what my girlfriend has essentially sent my way, right? She's like, you should do a short module. That is Contra Dawn has finished unloading.
Also, you are sharing your actual screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So essentially, like she's told me, like you should do a module with all my very nice and very easy and not dangerous encounters at all. Well, this is essentially a combination of all the crazy encounter ideas I've had. And I'm like, okay. So I start like pulling through them, and essentially the goal here is like this is going to be like part 1 that we will be able to like send for free, like have people have a teaser, and then like part 2 and more we could do a like pay whatever or something for it. Again, like we'll see. This is like this is a project in work.
Yeah.
No. But essentially, what I'm going to do is like I'm going to lay down the adventure, like do all the meat of the stuff, right? And then I'm going to send you the link, send the link so that people can edit it, do some like just editing in general because I'm not good with these things, and then we will be able to send it the general direction of people, right? Right.
And well, sorry, you didn't see me nodding. I wasn't just nodding along to the music. I was nodding along to what you were saying. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is groovy. That is amazing.
I mean, that does sound like the basic formations of a plan.
Yeah. My only problem that I've ran into is that half of the encounters ideas that I've had that were considered especially mean are 5th edition.
So having to pull them back to where what we're using for the direction of Greyok's usage ends up having a translation gap, effectively.
Yeah.
So
which is
okay.
Which is why, like, I'm considering making the first module 5e and then say, by the way, if you want to translate it in 3.5, here's how you do it.
Well, and so I see what you're saying there. Yeah, that might actually be a pretty good hook. I see what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you wanted to do the put in the extra effort, you could do it for both.
No.
Like,
so just to explain the idea a little more there, right? So the idea is it's produced in 5e with a step guide, say step down to 3.5. And the reason why the psychological play that's being performed there is We're putting out the 5th ed to get the people's attention, and then we're drawing them to 3.5.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just saying, like, you could also just, if you wanted to put in the extra, like, work for the potential of the extra gain,
No,
you could just do both.
no. You're not getting what I'm saying.
I'm not.
You're not getting what I'm saying. It's like, because like the way that it's working is it's a funnel. So it's not about not doing the extra mile. In fact, actually, it's doing more than the extra mile. What it's about is saying, here's this 5th ed to running you're basically, in a manner of speaking, selling. You know, you're probably not actually selling. It's a loss leader type thing, but you're basically selling to the thing that the people already know. People know 5th ed, right? So the goal is to get people to go to 3.5.
Yep.
So
Okay.
by saying, here's a metric to convert down, and here's our site that has the metrics to convert down to 3.5, now we're providing a tool and a pathway to get the people to move toward 3.5.
Okay.
So does that make a little bit more sense where we're going at there? We don't want people using
yeah.
that. Is what it comes down to.
And this is why I'm making this specifically a Ravenloft adventure, because I don't want this to be tied with React specifically. Although I could, and I have an idea about this, because okay, I'm gonna go into a little bit of spoilers, and like for the people who are watching currently, like I guess you have a teaser of what my idea goes to. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the game that we just finished, right, with Curse of Strahd at my place to prove a point. My character ended up becoming a new Dreadlord in Ravenloft, right? But the way that I want to do this is I want, like, the Pawn and the Queen is actually a reference to the plot. Is essentially she is fighting a sort of chess game against one of the Dark Powers, which happens to be Isafel. And Isafel is specifically from React. So essentially I'm using a quote-unquote generic, aka Ravenloft, setting, which I hate saying that Ravenloft is generic, but that's not the point. The point is, I'm tying something that is specifically from React, plus throwing like a 5th edition something, then going, hey, by the way, 3.5, and by the way, React, like this ties back to React, and this ties back to 3.5. And then from there go, like at the end of the adventure, when the characters are finally defeating whichever villain they decide to fight. Because essentially this game is going to be you choose a side. You choose either Isafel or you choose Hecate. And like depending on whose side you side on, the powers that be will allow them to get off my plane, like get off my dark domain, my domain of dread. But where they're being sent, they're not going to be sent back to their world. They're going to be sent back to React, and that's going to be a good tie-in to introducing React. That's essentially my idea for this. So I'm not only looping the whole 5th edition into 3.5. I'm also looping General Dungeon and Dragons to specifically Stellar Dragons React. If you catch what I'm saying here.
Yep. And then now we have basically the jump across over from where where we're taking characters effectively from say an existing adventure that found themselves in Ravenloft, having need for conversion to the material that is already produced and will be produced for React. And eventually, again, just to be clear about this kind of on a wider scope, I have not forgotten your intention of either at least building exceptions, if not building a system unto itself for React. It's just one of those like priorities are making the thing work, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I haven't lost sight of that. I haven't lost sight of that idea. It's just one of those like we can flow down through and then step and then step. Wait, because it'll be better if we, it's like you got 5th, which is all the way down here, and then you step up to 3.5, and you step way up to the custom system. Possibly even integrating some of your ideas there, Rainy.
What?
I mean,
I mean, if we make it a tabletop game, I'm more than happy to input.
like I said, possibly involving your input. So.
Sure. I mean, I have nothing better to do.
Wow! Wow!
Ooh. You are better than this, my friend.
Nah.
Yes, you are.
Yeah,
you
you
don't
How dare
realize
you.
it yet.
How dare you tell me that I'm worthwhile?
How dare you give me harp? Who do you think you are?
A fellow traveler along the road. Some hijinks like that. So
Yeah, no, like, yeah, I'm down to do whatever, really.
Heart Guardian, Nest Guard,
Very
and
nice.
Tiamat's War Leader. There we go. That's what I'm missing. So I need Tiamat's War Leader
Or a Calcum. Okay.
or Calcum.
Or a
If you don't
Calcum.
mind that with iron, I cry. I need diamond to mine that.
There's a whole bunch of ores in this mod pack that require you to have diamond in order to mine them. This
So, I have a list of creatures that I want to use for this.
Oh, I just came up with a question for you there.
What did I do?
Send me that list.
That list.
Send me that list.
Oh, the list of creature?
Yes.
Sure. Hold on.
And literally going back to my drawing board and writing something down.
Okay.
I am G Gen monster list for, was that Queen and the Pawn?
The pawn and the queen.
Pawn and the Queen. Dang it, I got it backwards.
almost. Yeah, man, I had the same thought.
Well, the orientation there is probably related to the entire which is the leadership. Or well no, it's weird because it's like when I think about the notion I would think first about the pawn and the queen, right? But then I would probably I would think it in that order. And so I flipped it because I was expecting it to be flipped.
Yeah.
So because I was expecting it to be flipped, the queen and the pawn, or the pawn and the queen, I was expecting that. So I was expecting it to be flipped from that to the queen and the pawn, therefore I went with that option. Or I'm just really, really tired and I'm starting to see upside down.
Perhaps.
Well, I mean
Hold on,
so what I'm basically so make a thread for it.
I am working on that. Give me a second. Because my notes, my list of notes and the creatures that I want to use are on my phone, so I need to be very careful how I do everything.
Okay.
So this is part 1. And there will be a few homebrews in there, because there is a few things that just doesn't work as is. Like, for example, ISFL. I know I played ISFL as a character, but the actual ISFL is not, like, lore-wise, she's literally a great old one. So, no. The answer to what's her stat. What are her
You
stats?
don't want your players to have their souls burned out of their skulls just by the fact that they exist and they saw a dude?
Well, the thing is, like, the way that I played Isafel, right? Isafel was a custom lineage, sorcerer, aberrant mind.
Yeah.
And Isafel just being Isafel in general. The thing is, the way that I made this work because like the lore is like essentially Isabel got stuck in a human or human-ish body in a humanoid form, and
Humanoid body, yeah.
yeah, and then needs to find a way, one way or another, to just like get back to full power. The problem with this is that this hardly translates to a full powered Azafel. Like how would I stab that? And
I don't really think you could you?
I mean, I sort of can. That's the thing. I found a way to
Yeah.
sort of can, but it's going to be like, again, this is going to be a CR30. Do not mess with kind of character. And then, like, it has technically stats, but there's no way you can find this. Just this is like I have a stat block because I have a stat block, but like just don't. Just
I
don't
mean,
find this.
I've done that before. I've made stat blocks for monsters that are quite literally designed to be unfair to fight.
Yeah.
Like, I did it for the, you know how there's the whole idea of the Tarask is like the most dangerous thing in any realm?
Yeah.
The lore implying that there is one in each reality, so there's like one in each realm. Well, here's the question: where did those come from? Where
Yeah.
did each of those Tarasks come from? And I'm just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna make a mother Tarask because fuck you. That's why. Just
That's
make
fair.
it ridiculously impossible to kill. And the idea is that yeah, you might be able to kill a Tarask. Like the whole if you come up against the Tarask. Tarask is the end of all worlds. Well, why is the 5th edition Tarask killable by a level 1 character? Well,
Yeah.
the answer is because that's not the Tarask they're talking about.
Yeah, this is a Tharas spawn.
Yeah, that's the baby Tarask.
And this is why like the stats that I'm going to give to Aizafel in this game is going to be essentially like the avatar form of Aizafel. Because
Yeah, of course.
if you
I mean,
go
you can't
through
have
that,
can't have an elder deity of any kind
yeah,
in the mortal realms with its actual body. It's gonna
Yeah.
fry the mind and body of every mortal in that place.
yeah. The point about the point. So because Aizafel in this lore is going to be one of the dark powers.
Mhm.
In the lore of 5th edition, all the dark powers have been imprisoned in amber coffins, right? In the Amber Temple. And which just so happened to be in Barovia in Ravenloft. Now the thing is, when you go through Curse of Strahd and you go through the Amber Temple, one of the sarcophagus is broken. Something escaped. There was one dark power that has escaped its eternal prison.
Mhm.
And it's not said, like there's no name on the sarcophagus, there's no nothing. You don't know what came out of this. And that's going to be essentially my tie-in that it's Isafel who managed to escape because you cannot contain a great old one. You just like at some point in a long enough timeline, a great old one will find a way to escape. And in this case, it was Isafel. And Isafel, in this case, like because Isafel is currently stuck on at least partly stuck on Ravenloft. That part, like essentially, like the Isafel managed to like separate its mind into two parts. Like, and so there's the physical part of Isafel that is currently in Ravenloft, which is going to be the stated one, but the actual Isafel still exists somewhere in between the stars and the darkness of the void.
Yeah.
And it is infinitely more powerful than whatever form the characters are going to be fighting.
Yeah,
which
you're just chilling.
yeah. And that's the thing, like Isafel is not going to be an easy fight. If the players decide to side with Hecate, Isafel is not going to be a fun fight, like at all. Because I'm using the Star Spawn Emissary stat block, or at least the concept of it, and then stacking on it spellcasting.
Wait, which
spellcast.
creature? The Starspawn.
The Star Spawn Emissary from the
Emissary. Okay.
yeah, from the guide to Ravenloft.
Yeah.
For 5e, which essentially like you kill the first one, and then it immediately comes back to life, and now you have to kill something that is even more powerful. Because like it wasn't even my final form. But on top of that, I'm going to add the mythic rolls, which when the thing dies, like it becomes even more powerful. Like it comes back and just. And on top of that,
Are you using the lesser or the greater Starspawn?
Both. That's the thing. Because the lesser star spawn, when it dies, immediately
it becomes the greater.
Yeah. So it becomes a greater. So you have to kill it twice essentially. But again, from there, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stack on that full spell casting, and then the mythic rules that they used with the Dullahan, for example. And when you kill it, it comes back, and then now you have to fight it again. But now it has even more legendary resistances and abilities.
Yeah. I mean, I made, at some point, a little while back, I made a 5th edition stat block for, what's his name? Dorgothoth, the Creeping Doom.
Yeah.
Frankly, the most bullshit, overpowered, canonical character in D&D lore. Because he's a gargantuan lich, black dragon with every breath weapon, with the ability to like turn your bones to jelly, to summon undead with his breath weapon, regeneration, like 9th level spellcasting, technically a 40th level spellcaster, because he has 20 levels in wizard and 20 levels in sorcerer. He has like the obvious turn immunity and all of that, and like the star spawns are fucking terrifying.
Yes,
like
they are.
Yeah, and then adding mythic actions to them.
Yes,
that's just cursed.
That's the point. That's the point.
When I made Dorgothoth, I made some mythic actions and all of that as well. Like I added that on to figure out how they functioned, and I was just like, yeah, this thing by itself, because of how it functions, is nuts. Depending on the monster that you're putting it on. So putting them on the star spawns is like putting a nuclear weapon on a kid's tricycle. Like,
I'm okay with this.
Yeah, no, so am I.
Kids should have access to nuclear weapons.
Of course they should. That way they can eviscerate their enemies.
We should have vending machines in schools with belt-felt machine guns in it for like 25 cents.
Just like a bandolier of hand grenades.
Yes. But I will leave out of the question whether I'm being ironic or not.
That's not a question. You're not being ironic in the least bit. I mean, that's just it's a policy. It's just a policy. I don't know what you want from me.
Right.
To put the power back into the hands of the people.
Yes.
By giving it to the children.
Well, you gotta get them when they're young, right?
Yeah, of course.
You gotta get them so they know how to deal with the stuff, and
de-escalation by escalation.
Well, I mean, you can't have a fight if there's no one to fight.
Exactly.
Now, that one may be a little bit ironic, but no, probably a little bit not. You know, maybe I'm digging my hole a little bit deep here on this one.
I forgot to. There you go.
Oh yeah, okay. I will look at it later, but I understand why. Thank you. Because basically, you know what comes next, right?
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
Australian. I don't know shit.
So
Um,
he just gave me a list, right, of monsters for this game, right? And I'm sitting here going, I have generative processes that I am able to run, and I'm working on ever presently improving that system. So I just basically had him send me a list of all the monsters in this module that he's currently in the process of building.
Yeah.
Which means we're gonna have, I am going to go through and do the iterative to make these monsters appear.
3.5.
No. I'm gonna make them. I'm gonna make pictures of them
Oh. Cool.
using the generative art stuff, and using like prompts from our created and curated sort of like processes that we have there. And they're not perfected by any stretch, but over the course of the next week, once we get this initial push done, which will be today, assuming that somebody does their part.
oh, I have such an idea. Okay. Yep. Don't worry about it. I just had a very, very effed up idea, and I'm okay with this.
This is fair.
This. Oh, by the way, I will have to play test the ever living of this module because
Well, that's the nature.
some of them come.
That's the nature of making a module. They need to get tested for STDs or STIs now. I'm sorry, because they get around. I should not make jokes like that, but I'm too tired to care. And if anyone's like, "Why'd you do this?" I'll be like, "Look,
Because it's fucking funny. That's why.
because it's funny, and honestly, I am not awake enough to care." And I'm literally, to borrow from your joke from earlier, I'm literally sitting and chatting with an Aussie who their very culture is such a thing, so it's rubbed off on me. That I'm blaming the Aussie for me not caring.
Hi, that's me.
I'm
the bad
Rugs and Sam.
No. I heard that, Div. No.
No, I'm the bad influence of the group, guys.
Well, I mean, but the thing
Always
is
blame me.
that the Kibakoi have it too. The I don't give a fuck sort of stance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like
Well,
you're both birds of a feather.
Yeah. I mean, in Australia, we don't internalize things like most other countries do. Like, if you come up to us with like political problems or anything like that, we're just like, I mean, I'll give you my opinion, but I don't give a fuck about it. Like, it's whatever. And then even if you like say something mean about us, we kind of just clap it on the back. We're just like, no, yeah, you're probably fucking right. But then you say something about our mother, it'll beat the fucking snot out of you.
Oh yeah, no, you never say something about a man's mother. No, I don't think so. Like,
Yeah.
those aren't just fighting words. Those are a fight.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot.
That's the death flag. That's what that is.
Yeah, that's a like.
I'm a horrible person for doing this.
No, you're not.
No, you're just a sadist.
Yes, I am. So, you know how one of the encounters is going to be the underwater clay golem plus this
Oh
room?
shit, that one. Okay.
Yeah, one of those is going to be that.
Oh my god, I've done that before in hell.
Yes.
I'm not even kidding. In like when one of my players was in the first layer of Avernus, they went into like one of the like the keeps, and in the moat around the inside of the keep, there was like a basically like a 10-foot wide trench, and that trench had at the bottom of it a grate, and that entire trench was filled with gelatinous cubes. And then there was like a single clay golem, like circling around the like perimeter on the inside of the gelatinous slime. So it was just like walking the perimeter.
Yeah.
And it was like, God, that was gonna be a fight and a half.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because the way that I made the room, right, is that because it's underwater, and to be able to open the second door, you have to completely drain the water because like the room has a mechanism to drain the water. The thing is, to drain the water, you have to be immobile on a specific set of tiles, or like have some weight on those tiles, like apply pressure on them. The thing is, to apply the pressure on those three tiles, inside of the room there are a bunch of gelatinous cubes, um, who are in stasis. They're not moving. So at least like they're not attacking you on top of this. But what they are is like they're strategically placed through the room, right? And there is a singular clay golem who is going to his goal is going to attack anyone that gets onto one of the tiles.
Right.
And you have to have the three tiles having weight on them at the same time to start draining the room. Now the thing is, again, if you start hitting the clay golem, he's going to like start moving because like it's a semi-awakened clay golem. So what he knows, like the golem knows that like if he goes through one of the gelatinous cube, he's going to deal with acid damage, yeah, which means that it's going to be healed. So it's going essentially to go through the gelatinous cube and it just keeps getting healed. And they can't do that because like if the players are chasing after him, well, those gelatinous cubes are immobile, meaning that you have to make a perception check to see them at all. So moving around the room is going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, like the gelatinous cubes themselves are not that deadly a threat at that level, but when you pair them with something that is an actual challenge at that level, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah.
And that's what makes that kind of encounter amazing.
Well, and on a side note, I still remember just randomly related in bloody Neverwinter, where we're doing that one dungeon and we encounter a gelatinous cube and we're both like, oh shit.
Yes.
Because we're both thinking about that hypothetical.
Yes.
We're just like, oh no, we're about to die. Oh wait.
And so my idea for the next for that other encounter that I just had in mind is it's not okay. Essentially, this is the quote unquote research room. Because if you caught a little bit of what I was saying about the big villain of the game that I'm going to do, like the villain, the figurehead that is the quote unquote dreadlord of the place, is being an Oathbreaker paladin, and all that.
That's rude.
It is rude, but the thing is because that Oathbreaker paladin is like the appearance that it has is not its real appearance, and honestly, I'm almost tempted to make the actual Oathbreaker paladin a male that's been modified physically by the true polymorph. By Hecate, because Hecate is just an asshole and she doesn't give a fuck, right?
Yeah.
And she likes torturing because I mean, like she deserves the title of Dreadlord. Like she's like again, like the way that she ended up there is by being like fucked up enough that the Dark Powers were like, yo, this is fucked up. Like okay, you're enough of an asshole that we need to put you into a domain of dread. Not because like we want to toy with you and fuck with you. No, because we're finding you kind of fucked up and we don't want you back on the material plane.
Hey, you want a promotion? Get in this cage.
I don't know.
Work will set you free.
What happened? I don't know if you caught really a little bit of like what happened with Hecate, with my.
No.
Okay, so I'm going to like do a very very TLDR because I will have to go to bed soon because I'm reading at church later. But essentially what happened, like a friend of my IRL group's DM was challenged by one of his friends who told him, yeah, 5th edition is unbreakable. There is no way for a player to break 5th edition. It's like the most balanced system ever that has ever been made. It cannot be broken in any way, shape, or form. Okay, which our DM was like, alright guys, break this thing.
Yeah, bet.
Yeah, essentially. That's alright team, we have to break this. So we're like, okay. Well, yes. Yes, very much so. He's like, alright, I'm going to run because because I have a version of Curse of Strahd that is like extended all the way from level 1 to level 20 instead of like level 1 to like level 12-ish. Like
Yeah.
12, 13. So
I
I
think
have one that like where Strahd is like CR 30 and you're just like he's a beast, right? So that
Yeah.
my DM is like, can I use this? And I'm like, yes, take it. He's like, all right. So we all make our characters, and the character that I decided to play is Lady Hecate, who is a withered necromancer. And one of the things that like necromancer can do, right, at level 14 is take control of an undead. And if the undead's charisma is under a certain point, no, sorry, if the intelligence is under 10, they don't get a second save. Like you just like if they're under control, they're under your control until they die or until you release them.
Yeah.
So it just so happened that a Shade Walker has a 6 in intelligence and has a 8 in charisma, meaning that they have a very, very bad saving throw against that power in particular. And I just so happen to have a wizard with portent in the group. So, well, not
Yeah,
like he's a monk,
make
but
them
he's like a
automatically
monk.
fail.
Yeah, so essentially, like it's just going to happen, right? The thing is, okay, how do I get a Shadow Walker into like a Night Walker? Sorry, into like how do I summon one to get control of it?
Yeah.
And so I start like Lady Hecate has I'm going to cast that word on myself, then use a fork of planar tuning to cast plane shift into the plane of negative energy, because this is the way that you summon a Night Walker. You send a living thing into the plane of a negative energy, which usually would instantly kill them, right?
Yeah.
Um,
As mortals are not allowed to go there. It is part of cosmic law.
yeah, essentially. But in exchange, like when someone is sent there at the exact same time, at the exact same place, a Night Walker comes out. And the Night Walkers are very, very, very bad news. The thing is, because she has that word, she doesn't get insta-gib by the negative planar energy. And she would get there with a glyph of warding on an item, like on a bauble. Which, like, the second that she gets into and she would cast that glyph of warding with a plane shift cast on it, so back to the material plane. The thing is, because she's in Ravenloft, instead of being put back into the material plane, she would be put back exactly back into Ravenloft. Because that's how Ravenloft works. Because of the cosmic laws of it. So she would like pop, and then instantly like her death ward would be assaulted, which would trigger the glyph of warding, which she would put her back. So like essentially instantly like get in, get out. And then there's the Night Walker that comes out, and then she can use her control undead to just assert dominance. Thing is, I never got the chance to get that far because I was about to do it.
Dominant T-pose over the undead.
Yeah, essentially. So we get into this, and I go out with Irina because my character is manipulating Irina, which is like the obsession of Strahd, like the girl that Strahd is obsessed with. And there is a particularity about the plane of negative energy, which is when you send a soul there, the soul gets destroyed. Like, it's not just the person dies, it's the soul just gets completely annihilated. There is no way to bring that character, like that thing back after that. Now, like, unless there's a divine intervention. The thing is, because of the nature of Ravenloft, deities, they can still grant spells to their clerics, but that's like the extent of what they can do. Their divine intervention is like very, very, very limited to what they can do to these things. And because Irina is native to Ravenloft at this point, if she gets sent to the plane of negative energy, her soul gets destroyed, and the dark powers no longer can bring her back. Meaning that Strahd, who has spent the last 700 years going about it, now is stuck there with zero chance to get his beloved ever again. So what I do is but the thing I didn't even thought about that at this point. I just I get and Strahd just pulls up and I see him and I'm like, I look at Irina, I'm like, am I doing this? I am doing this. Playing shifts with negative plane on the arena. And I just stare at Strad, and Strad, realizing what I just did, just stares at my character with abject horror. And I look at him and I go, all of this, everything that just transpired, everything that just happened this moment, is entirely your fault.
Earned.
And he loses his absolute shit, because, yeah, he does. That's fair. And then my character is like, expeditious retreat. I am running back to the end. I now have a very, very pissed off Strad who is like was decided of all the things within Ravenloft. I said that my character needs to die, and not just die, but like gets the worst possible death ever. And this is Strad we're talking about. So he very well can bullshit stuff to make my death an absolute horror, right? So my character is like, yep.
I mean, he has the
time for me
resources.
to-
He's gonna fucking use them.
Yeah, exactly. So Hecate runs back to her to the inn, right? Because I had enchanted my room with a mother load of glyphs of warding, of sickening radiance, wall of force counter spells, and co. And he's so pissed about against Hecate. Like he's so like I don't care at this point. You are dead. You are not living another night. You're not living another hour. You're just like, I am killing you here and now. I'll deal with the consequences after this. Like I'll find a way to bring you back after that, like raising you as an undead and then making you suffer for all eternity. At this point I am murdering the hell ever living crap out of you. And so he runs into the room, activates 20 different glyphs of warding, gets stuck there for over an hour, and just gets dead by exhaustion plus radiant damage, meaning that he doesn't get to regenerate, and he cannot escape in his mist form because of the wall of forces. And he tries a bunch of things, but like all the glyphs are like counterspell, 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 counterspell. So he can't even try to do anything about this. And my character is not idiotic enough to look at him in the eye because she knows that a vampire can charm you. For having seen Fred do it before. And then she just starts taunting him, and she's like I am the one person who beats you. And there's nothing you could do about it. And so the Dark Powers were like, yeah, that's kind of fucked. we're fucked, but like you're pushing the limits here. Like this is Necrocarnet 3.5 Necrocarnet levels of fucked up, which you just pulled. So go away in your own domain of dread and just hey there.
Yeah, don't hurt us, please. Just you can have your own domain of dread.
Yeah,
Don't hurt us.
Essentially. Like I did not wanted my domain of dread. I wanted to go back to the material plane and start doing more experiments. Damn it.
Well, too bad. You can stay here with us because you're kind of evil and insane.
Yeah. like there's just
You'll
like
fit right on.
what because like my DM doesn't realize the meaning of me pushing Urina into the plane of negative energy of the bat. Like he's just okay, you do it, and she's dead, so he's gonna be pissed at you. And it's just my girlfriend who looks at me and goes like, "You're mental for doing what you just did. There's no way you just pulled this crap." And
Just
like the DM's like, what do you mean? And she starts explaining that, like the fact like how the plane of negative energy works. And the DM just looks at me and he goes, "Oh, you're evil."
Yeah.
It's just there like, look,
Now,
Fred has been playing with us for a few days now. I need my revenge.
Now, I would contend actually, that because the dark powers are the dark powers, there's a
Yeah, they
chance
can
that
probably bring her back.
there's a chance that you actually didn't throw her into the negative energy plane.
Yeah.
Like there's a chance that it was actually redirected to something that looked like the negative energy plane. For your consideration, it was the negative energy plane, for your intents and purposes, it was. For Strahd's take, it was too. But for reality's sake, the rules of Ravenloft are still the rules of Ravenloft. Her spirit doesn't die. Well,
No,
doesn't get
no,
destroyed.
indeed. Yeah, and this is like honestly like whether I actually succeeded into throwing air into the plane of negative energy is irrelevant. It's the fact that I tried to do it at
Yeah,
all.
yeah, oh yeah.
And
It's also the fact that Strud believed that you did it.
Oh yeah, and that's the
Yeah.
more important part about all of that.
Yeah.
Is Strahd's belief that the circumstance happened.
Yeah, and he's just like, I am killing the ever living on you. And yeah, it's okay, I killed him, and he kills that.
Days
Kills
are
him.
numbered, and your days are 0.
Yeah,
And that number is
Is-
0.
Is Strid's point of view is straight up just your days are numbered and your days are 0, and your number is 0. Like
Yeah.
you are dead the next time I see you, and I'm coming for you.
and
You will not
well, that's the
rest.
thing, right? Because
You
like,
will not.
I literally did that in his face because like he was trying to interrupt me manipulating Irina because like I was being fucked even for like even Strad, like I was making Strad look like an actual gentleman here with Irina, and he's like, dude, that's fucked, like just stop it, just no. Like Irina, I know that I've been manipulating you. You know that I'm trying to turn you into a vampire. I'm going to be honest here, but even that is less fucked than what she's doing with you, my character. And my character just looks at Strat coming up, like trying to like intervene in this, and I just go like plane shift, just like pushes her into the plane of negative energy, tears them down. This is your fault. And you not come here, right now, I wouldn't have done it. But this is your fault that she's dead. Oh, you're starting to cast the 9th level empowered fireball. Yeah, I finished the retreat.
I love
Bye.
I love the mental image of a wizard or whatever just being like looking at Strahd and just saying like, I wonder what it looks like when a vampire's heart is shattered into pieces, pushes their like most adored person in the reality into the like negative energy plane and just watch the carnage.
Yeah.
Just watch them go from this unhinged, like deranged vampire lord to the beast that is to come for you now that you have destroyed everything that they love.
Well, considering that for Strahd specifically, as you know, everything there, like the reason why Barovia is what it is and all that, is because of his love for her.
Yeah.
Like everything is because of her. And you just, from his perspective, permanently eliminated her.
Yep. Yeah, Barovia, by definition of what it is about to be an upheaval. It is about to be entirely rewritten.
It just makes me think
because
of
because of that loss.
It just kind of reminded me randomly, of the scene in Labyrinth, like with the I trust you've seen Labyrinth with David Bowie.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, but so like there's the scene where he's got her captured, the character, the main character gal, they're captured on her quest to get her brother back in like a snow globe, and they have the ball scene, and then at the end of the ball scene, I don't remember exactly what it is. I need to rewatch it now, but she ends up saying like she's like, you have no power over me or something like that, or something of that sort, and the ball, the crystal ball, the snow globe shatters, and like everything falls to pieces, and then she like is like ejected into like a dump of like all the broken memories and dreams of all the stuff. They do that cinematically twice in the movie, as I recall, unless I'm mixing the two. One there and one at the end. And so it makes me think of that, because the David Bowie's character is the Goblin King. Well, I mean, yeah, we're talking vampire lord, all that sort of thing that goes with the difference between the two concepts. But again, the seductor, the seductive evil, effectively, is what we're kind of looking at here. And so the concept just resonates for me there.
Yeah, the symbol is the same.
Yeah,
in essence.
I mean, in fact, I think Strahd probably looks like David Bowie when he was in that role. Tell me I'm wrong. Like, just think about that for a second. I was like, well,
Actually, I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see it. Yeah.
Like, obviously, Strahd, and there's the pictures of Strahd, but I'm just saying, like, the concept of it, it's like between those two characters, like,
Oh yeah, they definitely have the same energy.
Yeah, like it's a little like at first blush it's a little bit of a stretch, but it's like really think about it. No, really think about it. It's like yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So,
Why am I thinking about this?
but yeah, so that's essentially how Hecate became fucked up like she did, and
To,
that was a tangent in itself. I don't remember where the tangent came from.
we were talking about the underlying like the scenario that leads to the laboratory that you were talking about.
Oh right. Oh yeah, the laboratory. Yeah. So all that turns back to her being this fucked up, right? She turns the Oathbreaker Paladin. The thing is, the Oathbreaker Paladin itself, being like the figurehead at the top of the thing, right? At the top of the domain of dread. Because its his like their memories are modified magically. Sometimes like Hecate comes by, casts an anti-magic field, so that like goes back to original form and regains all memories, and goes like, "You piece of shit," gets out of the thing and just forgets everything. That's like, yeah, and then has moments of like, but what's going on, like, right, and all that, and has like I see thing like again like just toys with the psyche of the character, and so like the character goes like I have memories of a face. I have to make those face. I have to make this face come back, and so starts making because paladins are spellcasters. Paladins can craft constructs. A paladin can craft golems, especially an Oathbreaker paladin. And so in this case, starts making flesh golems that are all going to be like molded and like made into to try and remake the faces that the Oathbreaker sees in his dreams, which is his own face or her own face, depending on how I decide to go on this. But like doesn't like never quite get it right? Because like what's I am like she is a catus, but is she a catus? And just like keeps now you enter a room with like full of like like flesh golems that all have like the same face or like an attempt to reproduce a certain face, a certain figure. And because the thing was a paladin, you put all those flesh golems into plate armor. And because flesh golems get faster and get healed by electricity, you put like this entire room, like they're all like tied to, like the floor is all electrified to keep things working via some sort of magic that I don't know exactly how I'm going to do this. But I'm going to make this work like within like that makes a form of sense. And on the shelves, I would put a bunch of like brains in a jar, which are creatures themselves that can throw psychic damage. They can like do psychic damage blast, but because flesh golems are flesh golems, they're immune to psychic damage. Throws a bunch of things when you have to fight a bunch of flesh golems in full plate while being electrocuted all the time, which makes the golem go into haste. It's just this is going to be a horrible room. I'm like one because of the psychology that gets behind it, and also two because of all that's in there.
I find myself thinking about bloodlines or yeah, bloodlines, brain. Yes, is that the right?
Oh,
one?
yeah, you mean the Tzimitzi?
Yeah. No, the torturing room, the torture dude guy room. Like where you get
Right,
captured and you're like, let's see how well you deal with being electrified.
right.
And you're like, stop that. That's actually kind of painful. I don't like that.
Yeah, yeah. In Chinatown,
Yeah.
the hunter that tries to find weaknesses from.
Is that I don't think it's a hunter. I think that's something else.
It's a quote
What
unquote
you
hunter.
what you
Ah.
could if you want to do if you want to stick with the like the whole undead like disgusting decay
trap everything like that in a room, what you do is instead of electrocuting the floor, you have laid around the room a bunch of like undead arms that are like grasping up out of the floor, and whenever something walks past it, there's like a glyph in the hand or something. It would obviously be homebrew, but there's a glyph in the hand that automatically casts shocking grasp, because on the golem it would have advantage, but on the other on the player characters it would either have advantage or it would be an attack roll that may or may not deal that damage, because if they miss, it misses.
Yeah.
Just
I
more
yeah.
for the theme than the actual like anything else.
Yeah, that's fair. I will say, however, that I have sort of my idea on how I'm going to do the final boss. Because there's like a fake final boss, and at which point, like if they defeat the fake final boss, aka the Breaker Paladin, one of the two different powers is going to approach them, and okay, depending on where they go, right, it's going to be okay. You can, like, you've defeated the plan, you fucked up the entire chess game that we're doing, so you're going to be now our new chess pieces, which, like in this case, is going to be kill either Hecate or kill Isafel, and you get to choose who to try.
Good luck for either option, really.
Yes, very much so, because I'm going to make Hecate as difficult to kill as I possibly can, where I would go with a character, a necromancer that has had long enough time to prepare to the maximum that they can prepare.
Right.
So, good luck. It's going to be possible, but it's going to be very, 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 very difficult. Whereas on the other side, try to kill Isafel. It's possible, but your mind is going to be absolutely broken by the time that you get there.
Yeah.
But the fake final boss, like essentially the old Breaker Paladin, the way that I have envisioned the fight is the fight goes into three stages, really.
As most boss fights in RPGs do, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the first stage is actually not fighting the fake Hecate. It's going to be fighting, because like when you enter the room, like the way that I imagine, like because like there's the castle, right, where she's going to be, and you enter the room and there's like all those statues of knights of black guards around the room, which all of them happen to be shield guardians. Which in and of itself is going to be fucked up to deal with, but that's like those are coming for the second stage, really, or well, the third stage. The first stage is like you enter the room and you see like there's all those stairs and there is the throne where like she's sitting with her blade and like all like in her regalia, all the full like the dark full plate that she's wearing and all that. And behind it is like the corpse of an immense black dragon. Like a skeletal black dragon behind it, and like, oh, like we're here to fight you, like we're here to kill you, Hecate, blah blah blah, do whatever, right? And she goes like, you don't even deserve my blade. And she just like raises her hand, and the skeletal dragon animates, and it's actually a Dracolich that they have to fight first. So like to get the honor to even fight the Death Knight, right? The Death Knight. I say the Death Knight because she's not a Death Knight. She is an Oathbreaker Paladin, who is going to be also like I have plans. I have an idea for her in particular, but the first part is fight a Dracolich, and if you defeat the Dracolich, then she goes, very well. You have my uncompromising attention now.
My undying attention.
Yeah.
She just
like, and then you sure you're not Northbridge? You sure you're not a Death Knight? Not yet. Yeah.
That's the thing. Like she goes like, so you want to kill me, don't you? She gets up from her chair, puts one step into the like on the first stair, and then vanishes and reappears right next to like the closest party member, like within melee range. Her blade already raised up, and I actually have a mechanic for this because of Hecate here, who's still like trying to give her pawn as much power as she can, right? And going like, all right, like, and just like reappears and goes like, well, let's do this then, and just like starts hammering them, not giving them really a chance to like get back on their feet. The thing is, like, when she gets down the stairs, all the stairs have a glyph of warding, and the first glyph is time stop. And all the rest of the stairs are all glyphs that when she walks on them activates another spell. One of them is invulnerability, the other one is stone skin, the other one is something else, the other one is going to be fly, one is going to be haste. And so they have to like defeat a fully buffed that doesn't require concentration because of Glyph of Warding, because of how Glyph of Warding works. With a bunch of like fucking defensive spells and like maneuverability spells. That is going like immediately start like doesn't give them the chance to really react. Again, like I'm not going to pull punches with this module. Like this is a you want like this is a good luck going through this adventure. This is an actual challenge. I'm challenging you.
Yeah, it's an adventure that is designed to kill you.
Well, designed to kill you. I still want those. Like I still want the players to have a fighting chance, right? I don't want this.
Yeah,
to be
it's designed to kill you, but
overkill.
it's still designed to be fair in that
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, like if the characters. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like playing in nightmare mode on any like horror game, as opposed to just playing on like normal or hard difficulty. It's playing nightmare mode.
Yeah, because like you can like if the characters do their research in advance and see all the glyphs in the room. Okay, well we have to make sure that she doesn't get to use those glyphs, so like start dispelling them or things. Or like if she has all those buffs, well dispel magic still works, right? Or disjunction, which is dangerous. It's a dangerous spell to use, but like it's if you don't have any other choice in this case, that's going to be your 9th level spell, like disjunction to destroy this thing ASAP. At least to remove the invulnerability spell, if anything. Because the invulnerability spell is a 9th level spell that makes you immune to all damage.
Indeed.
Yeah, so you want that off an Oathbreaker Paladin.
Is this in 3.5?
5e.
Invulnerability in 5e, I don't believe is immunity to all damage.
It absolutely is.
Which one am I thinking of?
It's you're maybe thinking of the Globe of Invulnerability. Hold on, I'm going to 5e.
Yeah, no, invulnerability is immunity to all damage. I'm thinking. I don't remember what I'm thinking of. I think I'm thinking of like I think it's like a 6th level spell or 7th level spell that just gives you resistance to all damage.
Oh, you're thinking Stone Skin.
Stone Skin is
no.
No, Stone Skin is just your AC becomes 16 if it's lower, and it can't go below 16, I believe.
Is it Iron Body then? I don't.
I am annoyed, disturbed, and uncomfortable with this discussion of 5e.
Yes.
I don't mind 5e, honestly. Like, yeah,
I do.
It's shitty, but I mean, it's the thing that I have played the most and the most comfortable with. So I'm a lot less standoffish towards it, as most people are.
I understand that, but I'm not in that place.
Yeah.
No, you're okay to find. Just to be clear, you're fine to talk about it. I'm just like, I have to live up to the trope.
Yeah, they're there. No one cares about your.
I care about my trope. I care about it. I care about it. I don't care if you care about it. I care about it.
How dare you not care? Who do you think you are?
Wait, what?
It's on me.
What does it turn on?
The other thing is like the third stage is she gets closer to the room and like the shield guardians all activate. Because the shield guardian, the person who has their amulet, right? The shield guardians are starting to activate, and the shield guardians, one, they can be stored a spell inside of them, which it's going to be counter spell. It's all of them are going to be counter spell, and I'm thinking of like putting like 4 of them, so like you still have like you have to be 4 shield guardians coming up, and the thing is, whenever the person who has the amulet that controls the shield golem is within 60 feet of the shield guardian, the shield guardian takes half the damage that the person is like the amulet wearer would receive. So as soon as essentially invulnerability gets down, that activates. Like those 4 guardians activate and start like coming in. So you have to kill her essentially almost 4 times to be able to truly like put her down.
Yeah, my when I made Dorgothoth,
Yeah.
I gave his for his like mythic actions.
Mhm.
Let me see, where is it? It was. Give me a second to find where I fucking put it.
I'm feeling like a horrible person.
Yeah, the mythic Draco Lich Awakening. If Dorgothoth would be reduced to 0 hit points, its current hit point total instead resets to half its maximum.
Yep.
It recharges its breath weapon, all breath weapons, and it regains any expended uses of legendary resistance, and its soul transfers to one of the 6 ancient chromatic dragon skeletons that are present within its lair, which have yet to be used by this feature.
Brutal.
So you have to kill it 7 times. Because, canonically speaking, he has 6 ancient dragon corpses in his lair that he has fitted with a inert phylactery.
Yep.
So if he is killed, he just inhabits one of those bodies and goes back to killing.
Yeah, because it's freaking Draco. Yeah.
Because he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I again, and I have other mechanics to throw to this character. Like I'm going to make, like again, going to give her a legendary action because you are going to fight her essentially alone, right?
How many legendary actions are you gonna go? Oh, legendary resistances, I should say.
3, honestly. I'm not like even 3. I'm already feeling bad for the poor players fighting this thing. So like, I'm going to limit this to 3.
Yeah, no. Three is the general default that they go with for like big bosses. That's what like ancient dragons and stuff have. So it makes sense.
Oh yes, yes. She is going to be outfitted with a few magic items though.
Yeah, of course.
I am debating giving.
I said any enemy worth their salt is going to be covered in magic bling.
Yeah, I am debating giving her a purple sword. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, if it suits the character, I would totally do it.
It totally does.
You have been channeling. You have been channeling too much of Alice. I am pulling you over, sir.
Yeah, I guess the question would be: would they rather when they crit cut an arm or whatever off, or would they rather make the characters suffer by actually doing as little damage as possible and just debilitating them instead?
Well, that's the thing, because like she's mad, but she's also a very, very capable, like the fake.
Yeah.
The fake Hecate is not as fucked up as the real Hecate.
Yeah, that's true.
She is mad, but she's a capable commander, and she knows that I have if I'm fighting, if I'm at the point where I have to personally get things done, it means that those things need to get killed ASAP. So
yeah, true.
Vorpal.
You know, it's really I'd say Vorpal then. And you know what's really, 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 really fucked up about it is that the entire time that the group is fighting with the quote unquote Death Knight, not even kidding, she's just watching them. Or Hecate's just watching the party fight, so they're gonna know their entire kit.
Oh yes, she is.
They're going in with not only are they going into a fight that they are probably gonna lose, but they're also going into a fight where the enemy knows their entire kit.
Oh yes,
that's a bad position to be in.
It really is, and there's a thing, like, because Hecate can like scry on them. even if they manage to find out that she is trying on them, which Hecate? Like, because they're in their mind is going to be the Dead Knight, right? So we're fighting the Lady Hecate, blah blah blah. Oh, she's a fake one. Oh crap! What is actually like? Who is actually Hecate here? What is she capable of doing? If we had such problem dealing with this crap, what is it going to be dealing with the actual Hecate here? And the actual Hecate being a full spellcaster. So, enjoy. So yeah, I'm thinking about this.
I mean, there's definitely like a lot you can put into it.
Oh yes. Oh yes. I have ideas. I have ideas for these things. And just the fake Hecate is going to be such a legendary fight in itself.
You know what I need to do? I need to like get a group together of people that hate 5th edition and force them to play 5th edition.
I will murder you. Just so you know. I know where you live.
No, you don't.
You live in Australia. I know where you live.
Australia doesn't exist. NASA says so.
You live on the planet Earth somewhere. I know where you live. I will escalate this to where I will where the statement "I will destroy you" becomes true. I do not care. If I have to destroy reality to get this done, I will destroy reality to get this done. Just be advised.
Just put it. Don't worry. You just put a bag of holding into another bag of holding. Done.
It doesn't destroy reality. It just makes things uncomfortable.
Oh, it just sends you to the astral plane, and I'll be fine. Fuck off.
That doesn't achieve my. It does not achieve my objective.
I know. I'm just telling you to go away.
Well, I'm going to achieve my objective. I'm going to achieve. No, I didn't just say. I'm just not just going to kill you. I'm going to destroy you.
Yeah.
I may have started off by saying I'm going to kill you, but I'm going to escalate that to destroy you, and that means destroying all reality. So. I just called you reality accidentally. You are now all of reality. How does it feel?
I mean, pretty good. It means I can just smite you.
Well, except not, because then that means it's smiting part of yourself.
I'm fine with that.
I mean, but then you're part
do
of reality.
I'll just do it out of spite. Reality can just spite people.
Not really.
I have to say though that I do fully intend to throw in the bagman into this adventure.
Fucking love the bagman.
I also I know this is like the biggest part of all time, but because of like all the lies and all the bullshit that Hecate keeps doing, there will be a full side run to this.
Yeah. Losable, do you know what the bagman is?
I know the name. I did know it at one point. I no longer know it though, so go ahead.
Oh boy. That's a story.
I know it's a story.
Basically it was a dude that got into a lot of trouble. I don't remember like the full like the start of the story. But he got into a bunch of trouble because he was an adventurer and his party just got basically wiped out. Trying to escape on his own, he climbed into his bag of holding and stayed there. And he didn't know how much time had passed. Eventually, he tried to climb out, but he couldn't. He died in the bag of holding. And because of some weird magic, he got deposited into a realm between realms. So the space between all of the connective extra-dimensional spaces. So the idea being that every bag of holding connects to every other bag of holding in some capacity. So the space between that.
Yep.
He got twisted and deformed and became this just like this hollow twisted amalgamation of humanoid and aberration kind of undead-esque entity who over the centuries has begun to throw new bags of holding into the world, and this is the origin of the bag of devouring. He threw a bunch of bags of devouring into the world, and then at times he, like, if someone puts something into the bag of devouring, it goes to his plane. It goes to where he is, and he just collects everything that falls into a bag of devouring. And then there is the there's the off chance that if someone willingly puts an item into the bag of devouring and leaves it there, and then reaches in for something, he will give them he will put something else in its place. Like, he'll give them a trinket from his collection as, like, payment. Like, it's almost like an offering given to him, so he gives something back. But one of the, probably the coolest things in the, like, very minute amount of lore that he has is that if you look into the mouth of I'm not sure whether it's a bag of devouring specifically or a bag of devouring or holding.
It's both, either.
It's both? Okay. Yeah. So if you look into the mouth of a bag of holding or devouring, and you say, what is it? It's...
Follow my voice.
Yeah, follow my voice. If you say follow my voice, I think it's 3 or 5 times into the bag, and then you go to sleep that night, the bagman will climb out of the bag of holding and will effectively drag you, like, fucking, what's that, like, gruesome as hell movie where the like, bad guy or, like, the ghost or whatever it is, like, drags someone down like, a drain pipe and just, like, their bones and body, like, crunches apart?
That's The Ring.
Yeah, The Ring. He basically does that and drags you into his realm and turns you into another bagman.
Well, so basically, it's a play off of the Bloody Mary.
Yeah, it is. It is very much the, like, an adaptation, kind of like a malformed adaptation.
No,
of,
not even
like,
malformed. It's just straight up reference. Well, no, it's not. No. The particular myth I'm talking about is a real, like, it's not a horror movie myth. It's that's one of them. There's a couple other ones, but yeah, where if you look in the mirror and you say the person's name 3 times, they show up, and some of them they abduct you, some of them they just fuck with you. Some of the permutations that are kind of entertaining that World of Darkness threw out there was this includes screens that are turned off. It's a reflective surface, or it's the fact that there's black on my screen and I just said the name once. It's one of 3. So if I say it 3 more times or 2 more times in the evening, there's a chance that it'll happen because there's some reflective surfaces in my vision, or like the white, or some of them. What's that?
Bloody Mary.
Oh, son of a no! Because what I was about to say is the fact that the whiteboard behind me that I can see is shiny itself might count as being reflective enough. Some of the worst permutations that are even crazier are and it's not just that one, there are others, but that my glasses are shiny enough. Like, having my glasses means that the thing, whatever it could be, would come from that. Because it's something tied in with the reflectors, and this is why it's the into the unknown. If you'd say it's probably 3 times, because it's how that always works, right? It works in 3s. Where if you set it in there 3 times, there's a chance, and it's probably a small chance, that if the bag of holding or devouring is nearby, that'll happen. It's probably like a 10, not even. It's probably like a 2% chance.
Yeah.
But
no, like the law specifies that you have to hold the bag open and look directly into the darkness in order for it to happen. But it's not a chance that it happens; it will happen.
I see, and I don't like it being that it will happen, just because the concept, the actual terrifying mythos of it is that it doesn't always happen.
Yeah, the idea is that because the way the lore is stated is that it's told not from a lore perspective. It's told from a person that's witnessed it perspective.
Yeah.
Like, it's told through, like, fairy tale, whatever. The idea is that it's designed to be, like, don't do this, because it will happen. Like, there is no specific mechanics around it. It's just, this dude will come for you, and you will not survive.
So
no one does it.
So effectively, though, it actually is in the same line, and nobody actually knows what the ratio of activity is going to be.
Yeah, no one knows what the ratio of activity is because anyone that's ever done it has died.
I mean, not anyone, but anyone that's bothered reporting being, I'm going to do this thing.
Yeah, yeah.
So when it turns out, it's actually a like group of folks that have like a listening scribe for the particular terminology, and so whenever somebody does that, they come in and abduct them in the night.
Yeah, they just use them as like a cult thing.
Yeah, it's a like, if they did it, they basically disappear them to make it so that it seems this is true, but none of it's actually true. It's all bullshit. It's just part of like a secret organization that's like.
Even better is it's like it started with like one dude in his basement just like trying to bring up the like most horrible like fairy tale that he could ever do. It's like just a horror story, and then this like completely separate group was just like, let's make this a thing. Let's just make this thing real by just abducting people.
Yeah, like that sounds like a great cover. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's a great cover.
It is,
for that sort of thing. There's this legend that exists, and you can do it. And arguably speaking, the bags of holding do kind of occupy an extra dimensional space of some sort. That's related to that. So, yeah. No, I think that's a great thing where it's like, and there are plenty of powers that could definitely enforce that too. It's like, let's mess with this person. Rah.
Yeah, there's a D&D group, like a live streaming group, where the GM put the Bagman into his game as like just an entity that they could possibly encounter, and they found one of his bags, and they put a relic that was a dead god's hand into the bag.
Don't put Vector's hand in the bag.
So they straight up put like a dead god's hand into that bag, not realizing that it was the bagman's like gateway bag.
Yeah.
And when he did, it gave them back like a small trinket. And at like by the time they were like 17th level, they received just a message from like an anonymous creature that was, thank you for the bag. Thank you for the relic. I will make great use of this. And it was basically like the GM was just like, it was out of nowhere, completely out of the blue. And the GM was just like, at the end of the campaign, because they went all the way to 20th level. At the end of the campaign, the players were just like, so what was the like that cryptic as fuck message about the relic? And he's just like, oh, yeah, you guys basically turned the Bagman into a demigod. And they're just like, can we fight him? And the dude was just like, no, he will end you.
Well, let's see what happens. I want to see what happens. Let me play this out. I want to see what happens.
Oh, I would have loved to see that play out.
That's one of those ones where he would end you. It's like that.
This is reminding me of there's like a short video, and I'm going to see this real quick before just
you gotta get going.
There's a short video of like okay, the campaign, like the game for tonight is done, so see you next week, guys, right? There's like some banter, and there's one of the players that goes like, hey DM, you say that our companion's 2 words has save against being charmed, but you didn't roll any dice. Why was that? And the DM just goes like, oh, shapeshifters are immune to charm. And they're just like, what? And just the DM realizes that he just spoiled the thing and just like stares at this thing, and all the players look at him with like this stare like, what? And he goes like, maybe we should play for another 30 minutes, I guess. Now that these results.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oops. Yeah.
Let the cat out of the bag on that one, didn't you?
Yeah.
Of course,
I'm kind of the gem that's just like if someone does an ability on me, I always roll
Mhm.
just for the sake of like that sort of thing happening. I always roll even if I don't need to roll. Like I even do it for like if I have the players go up against a monster that's an illusion.
Mhm.
I
If it's an
assume
illusory monster, I still roll.
that everything out there is a shapeshifter.
I just
So-
subscribe to the idea, the worldview that everything's a shapeshifter.
Everything is a shapeshifter. Well, and that's true for chess. I assume that they're all mimics. I'm actually
Yeah.
disappointed when they're not mimics. Like, and in real life, for that matter, there's a little bit of me that goes when I open a door or a drawer, I'm assuming that there's gonna be teeth and it's like jump at me. Now, I doubt it's gonna actually happen, but there's a part of me that's at this point in time has been trained to go, all right, it's like, all right, I'm ready for you.
Open it with a coat hanger.
Well, no. I got the Boken in the other hand.
I'll-
You did see what? I got the Boken in the other hand. I was like, damn it, it's not one.
I do have an encounter or like a scene prepared like in mind for the game that I'm going to write down.
Mhm.
It's going to be like it's going to be a fake town where all the inhabitants are all doppelgangers, all the houses and all the furnitures are all mimics or animated objects.
God, that's
Everything in yes,
That reminds me.
everything.
That reminds me of that one SCP, and I don't remember the number offhand, but it's the like the fleshy house, like the
Yeah,
little
the
like
flesh that hates.
dome.
It's
Yeah,
the
no,
flesh
no,
that
it's not the it's not the flesh that hates.
No. Oh God.
I see.
I know
saying.
which one you're talking about. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. It's the one that replicates like furniture and everything.
Yeah, that like you basically put a body in, and out comes, well, not out comes,
Yeah.
but it closes. Digestion sounds are heard, and then it burps and it opens up, and then there's a new piece of furniture.
No, it's straight up just SCP-2. SCP-002.
Is it 002? Okay,
Yeah, it's straight up 002.
fair enough. Fair enough. Like,
SCP-2 is remain connected to a suitable power supply at all times.
yeah,
Um,
because then it gets hungry if
in
it
the case of
doesn't.
electric outage. Yeah,
So-
if it doesn't have power, it gets hungry.
So SCP-2, aka one of the many SCPs that Dr. Bright has tried to have sex with.
Yes, certainly, quite certainly, quite
likely.
certainly. In fact, I
Resembles
think
a tumor growth with a volume of roughly 60 meters squared, I think. Meters with a 3.
yeah, it's cubed.
Yeah, cubed.
Yeah.
An iron valve hatch on one side leads to its interior, which appears to be a standard low-rent apartment of modest size. One wall in the room possesses a single window. There's no such visible opening. Though no such opening is visible from the exterior. The room contains furniture which, upon close examination, appears to be sculpted bone, woven hair, and various other biological substances produced by the human body.
Mhm.
All matter tested thus far shows independent or fragmented DNA sequence for each object in the room. Yeah. So they put a. Is it just bodies or is it any person that spends time in there?
It's people that spend time in there. So basically, like the fluff story is that there were two SCP scientists that were there, and one went in a little bit faster than the other one. The door slams on him, and then, like I said, and then it opens up, and hot wind blows the other guy on his ass, and he's like, "But Bob," or whatever it was. Where are you? And then, well, there's like a new thing. So you don't go in there. Basically, is what it comes down to.
Three men individually sent into the structure subsequently disappeared. Upon discovery, this deadly property of the subject, General Mulhusson issued a level 4A termination order of any witnesses, roughly 1/3 of the village, to ensure no outside knowledge of
The
the object.
entire village.
Yep, 1/3 of a village was just eradicated because this thing closed on a person, and they just disappeared and became furniture.
Yeah.
During preparation for transport, 4 SCP security personnel were inexplicitly drawn inside the object, where they too immediately disappeared. Following inspection, it appeared as if the object had grown, in quotations, several new furnishings and was beginning to look like the interior of an apartment room. So, yeah, it straight up eats people and turns them into furniture.
Yeah, it's the Zamisi sphere.
Yeah.
Or maybe the SCP employee was actually a vampire.
And so he's now living inside of the sphere, turning people into for his apartment.
Pissed off May.
Pissed off Mage.
Oh, I'm evil for thinking of combining this with that.
We know that.
Well, it makes sense for your what you were working with the other character concept too, is to merge in this concept. That's not what you're talking about, but still.
So the point so the false Hydra, right? Put a false Hydra into that village that I just described.
Yeah.
So it's a double fake. We had that person last week, and all the Pokemon look at each other and crap, we forgot about this. This. But in fact, it's also the false Hydra. Like, whenever there's an actual new character that comes into town, just gets eaten. Either by the false Hydra or by one of the many mimics. The false Hydra is
the false Hydra eats someone, and then a doppelganger takes their place.
Yes. And so, we don't remember this guy, but we... It's just... Oh, man, that's... Oh, yes,
Yeah,
I'm making this down now.
Yeah, I don't remember the
human
guy,
being.
but, who's this dude who just, decided to join us on our adventures?
Right.
That'd be a really weird... That'd be a really weird thing for the players to be like, okay, who are you? And they're just the doppelganger is just like, I'm your friend, I've been with you for months, and they're just like, no, you're not. Why are you with us?
Whack.
Like,
yes, I have.
I've got stuff from our adventures. Here is X weapon. Here is documentation from some lord that we met months ago. And it's that kind of
yeah, fucking around with
yeah.
And that is known as gaslighting.
Yeah. That'd be...
Yeah, this is literally gaslighting the town in Dungeons and Dragons, and I'm okay with.
It's what was back to the reference of to Metal Gear Solid. What was that noise? A little thing shifted a little bit or whatever. Towards you. It's that one game, and I don't know the name of the game, I think Prop Hunt, which I've never played, but I think it's Prop Hunt or something like that, where the person's the prop.
Yeah.
That's that.
Yeah. Yes.
There's a chair that skitters across the walkway. What the? Okay, pulls sword out. Bunch of chairs just.
Right.
Chairs and tables just there's a spittoon can that jumps on the person's head. Ah, no.
Now the thing is, I'm going to create a custom magic item for that town, where if your character befriends the mimics, they can get a mimic armor.
I don't know if that's a wise choice. If it ever gets hungry.
Well, mimic armor and a bunch of mimic weapons, right? So you attack with the blade, and the blade just start eating the person. What the?
Get it off of me! It jumps, it crawls on them. It's the freaking the fighting hat too. Well, I don't know why I'm on an SCP roll today, but yeah.
I'm an asshole. I am such an asshole. Okay. Because of this town, right? And the players, the thing is, the players don't know that everything is a mimic there, right?
Yeah.
And so you go, and there's the alchemist who sells them potions of health for very, very cheap.
Uh-oh.
So they buy a bunch, but those potions of health are mimics. I am a horrible person.
Ow.
Oh,
You know what?
I am an
No.
asshole.
Half of the potions are mimics, and then the other half are like potions of
Poison.
mimic stomach acid.
Yes. All right. It's time for me to go to bed. When I'm starting to have those kinds of ideas, it means that I need to calm down a little bit.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
now
no,
this sounds like great times to me.
I mean, yes, but that means that I need to go to bed because those encounters are going to be unwinnable if I keep going down those roads.
I mean, it's
And I need
winnable.
those encounters.
It's winnable. Like if you do it right, it's winnable. Like the players, like if they're going into a town and they're properly suspicious, it'll be easy. It'll be. I mean, that's not hard to like. That's easy to see. Like the sort of thing where it's like I said, why did the chair just skitter across the road? Like why are the buildings lolling like cows?
Why is everything a centimeter? Like every single painting in this hallway a centimeter off the right and not centered with the frame.
It's just a little off. It's like it's all angled a little weirdly. Like this isn't the thing because then you weave that into the description, right? Where it's like everything's just a little off. Something's a little obviously have perception rules and all that stuff that to kind of have to go, but it's not that hard to go. Why are all the door like you said why are all the paintings a little wonky? Why are all the door frames slightly ajar, and yet they close perfectly?
Yeah, like you're perfectly. I love the idea of like the paintings are slightly tilted, and then you're just like as the GM, it's just like, do any of you have OCD? And they're just like, yeah, me. It's like, okay, well, you particularly notice that every single painting in this hallway is tilted ever so slightly, like off its axis, and it's like, okay, well, fuck this place. I hate this place already. Mum wants me. All right. Oh, my mum wants me, guys. So I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
All right. Anyway, I will need to go myself. So.
All right. I guess we can let you go.
Okay.
Or now.
All right.
And please get around to getting the thingies checkboxes. I am waiting on you.
Yes, I will. Sometimes today.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. We're
all right.
Almost there.
All right. I'll catch you later.
Tell us.
Cheers.
Cheers. You adapt these Dragonfire adept builds at different campaigns. Work for each Dragonfire adept. Each of these weird way to write these things. Dragonfire adept builds. And how do you these Dragonfire adept builds perform at higher levels? Because I'm trying to customize it specifically to them. Go green, you fuck. There you go. Thank you. Now we go here. Oh. Alright, Dragonfire adept builds. I am almost done. Do I still have coffee left?
Probably.
I mean, my cup is down here. It's still pretty much full. It better be. Or... Oh, wow. It's only halfway empty. Oh. Yeah. Coffee. All right. Well, so apparently I have been streaming for 6 hours now.
Okay.
And for this overall day, I streamed like another hour and then kind of crashed out in the middle of that hour. But
okay.
Yeah, so it's been 6 hours of doing this stream thing, of doing this Now, to be fair, I took that long to get done with like 3 or 4 of these things. Now, to be fair, much of that time was not me doing the work on it. In this case, because I am not awake. Alright, so now, click back here. Sure, we're still playing the right music. Alright, so I need to check the TOS tab. Out of process. Well, we got our green dots, which is great. What else can I work on? Nothing. So all the greens are good. Wait, what? That's not the right thing. Oh. Okay. Okay. Now for the read over. There's various checks. Of the last one. I already opened this. Oh my goodness gracious. Why is it like that? Oh, okay. Put in a thought because one of the things that was talked to me about earlier with, and I mean way earlier when we were first starting this up, we got to reach out by somebody on Facebook actually. When we had an issue where with the original site that was like a tech issue that brought everything down right when we were launching. Some like and I forget the name of the person. I could look it up. But they were very kindly to offer advice. And they were well established in this journal space. They made a recommendation to try and like make builds have like an organization to them, that that could like that would make it easier for people to kind of like find the types that they want. So right now we've got them categories by like character builds, right? And like by classes. Right? And eventually we're gonna have them. I have to spend the time to make more categories. That'll be like DD 3.5 character builds by I don't know like race, so that then it'd be like where there's gonna be subsections that be these are character builds and these would be by classes, and then maybe like another one is like by by race. These should actually probably be like another step lower hypothetically, but I'll deal with that when I get there. Let's see. I don't like that little tag there.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Ah, shit.
Hiya, Div. Alright.
Shaggy's back.
Yeah, Mum wanted some money, so she could get some tea, because she doesn't want to fucking cook tonight.
Told you you should go for some tea. No, go ahead.
Sorry, dinner, I guess.
But you said tea. What? You
Yeah.
said tea.
Yeah, it's tea. We use tea as the word for like the meal after lunch as well.
What is this?
It's I don't know. It's just it is. You know the whole like afternoon tea? The like meal like the snack between lunch and dinner. It's called afternoon tea. So it's a snack before dinner, but after lunch, therefore it is tea when it becomes afternoon, when it becomes after the afternoon snack. So it becomes tea.
No, but the last one is dinner or supper.
Yeah, no, it's tea.
No, it's this tea. Tea is the mid-afternoon thing, which America
Yeah.
doesn't do that. But I know what it is. It's also the mid.
I mean,
It's
that's
also the mid-morning thing too, by the way. Tea is both
Well, no,
mid-morning and mid-afternoon. No. There's
breakfast, lunch.
well, no. So there's
Brunch.
there's breakfast. There's second breakfast or first lunch, which is brunch. But then there's also the possibility.
Second breakfast.
Yes.
What are we, hobbits?
Yes.
Yes.
But it's one of those things where you can either have brunch, or you can have tea. You know, you have a mid morning snack, which is tea, which is a tea time. If you get British enough, basically. And then
We just call like the breakfast one, the one between breakfast and lunch. We just call it smoker.
yeah, I can see why you do that. I can see why you do that. Honestly, I do get why you would do that. I do get why you would do that.
Do you?
I do, because it's a smoke break.
Why?
What do you want?
Yeah, it's a smoke break for tradies.
I mean, it's a freaking smoke break. I used to smoke. I want to go back to smoking, but somebody won't let me because I won't let myself.
Good.
I want a freaking cigarette. Life is disgusting. That's not an excuse to not do disgusting things.
No, it's a reason.
It's a reason to do disgusting things because life already is disgusting, right?
The reason not to do disgusting things.
But a reason to not do disgusting things because life's disgusting enough.
Exactly.
I see your point.
Why do you want to make it worse?
Because I'm not going to change it. Basically, it's just another drop in a pond of filth.
I mean, yeah, but then you're dropping that speck of dust in the pond when the other tadpoles that aren't yet frogs have to live in.
They're already dropping their crap in the pond too. So what's the problem?
They can't help it.
So I can't help it either. Fuck it all. Burn it all down.
You're just gonna be a frog and just shit in the pond. Fucking traitor.
The pond betrayed me. Let's get this right.
The pond cheated on me.
It did. It did, my dude. It did. The pond is the enemy here, not me. You know what I'm gonna do? Because and I can't show it because the way it's positioned. I mean, I could probably take a picture of it. But so I've got on my setup, I have the camera is actually up here. And you can see the reason why up here where I'm pointing at the camera is because it's an upward, like it's literally, at, like it's above my eye level. It's looking, the camera is looking down at me, and I don't like that.
Yeah.
Camera should not be looking down at me. I should be looking down at the camera.
What, just so you can feel superior?
Yes. Look, I'm a sad person, all right? And I know I am. Don't rub it in.
It's okay. Slash hugs.
Knives out. Ah!
Knives out, stab a bitch.
It's like, you're gonna hug me? I'm gonna stab you. No, no. I haven't had a person hug me in a very long time.
Yeah, neither have I. Granted, I also just don't like people touching me.
Well, yeah, and I understand that too, because it kind of puts me off guard too, because I'm expecting, again, like I said before, it to be a mimic of some sort. I'm expecting the...
You expect the person to be a mimic?
I expect the person to be a mimic, yeah. Like, oh,
Oh, yeah. Like I have a, I have a, not quite a phobia, but like an instinctive reaction against being touched because I got bullied and like beaten daily in high school. So like my body immediately reacts and it's just like, fuck off. It's also the same reason why I hate being handed things. Like it's a weird psychological thing for that one though, because like I will not let someone hand something to me, like just go hand to hand, but I will let them put something down on a tabletop or whatever, and then I'll take it. Because it's the, for me, it's the act of, it's the idea that I don't want someone to hand something to me because it's them putting it on me. When if I'm the one picking it up from the table, it's me choosing to pick it up.
it reminds me, I still owe you that discussion about OBS. Because I said I owed you. It's the same idea of what your reaction there was the other day about it. But it's my obligation. I'm the one saying I owe you. It's like, no, I'm not thrusting it upon you. I'm saying I put it down there and I said, I am going to give you this. And then I didn't actually put it on the table. I like put my hand on the table with it on it. And right now, so if you will, the metaphor is I've got my hand on the table with the object, the idea underneath my hand still, and I haven't pulled my hand up yet from it.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I'm not even kidding. Like it is Yeah.
I laugh because the metaphor works in this context.
Yeah,
That's
it does.
more or less fun about it.
Yeah, it definitely does. Like, yeah, it's the same thing, just especially to a lesser degree on the like mental side of it. With the like, I want to do you this favor. I'm just like, yeah, okay, let's do that at some point.
At some point. Right now, I mean, we can if we want to, but I'm kind of tired.
I mean, but you have shit to do.
I just finished the last one.
Congratulations.
I just finished the last one.
Where are we gonna put Minecraft?
I'm looking at the next tasks already.
Guess what? This morning was Mother's Day.
Oh.
So. Yeah. Because I'm in Australia. We're a day ahead.
Oh,
I
so
made
this...
my mom. Yeah, I made my mum fucking cry.
Oh, nice.
Like, she was that moved by what I gave her.
Very nice.
And all I gave her was a fucking card.
Yes.
Like, yeah. It was just, what was in the card just made her fucking cry. And I was just like, oh, fuck me. Why'd you have to cry on fucking Mother's Day? So, yeah. That was
Are you gonna
nice.
Are you gonna leave us hanging on what it was? Like,
yes.
That's, can you at least like?
No, it was. Yeah. So effectively, I gave her a card, and you know how there's those people that like put like to mum from whatever, like their name.
Yeah.
I'm kind of that way because I don't see a point to cards because they just they just get lost somewhere anyway. It's a waste of money. But Mum was like, well, I want a card from someone and no one else will fucking get one for her because my brother's a
fucking twats.
Hmm.
But so I got her a card, and I not even kidding, I wrote like a 5-paragraph, like just a small letter to her.
That's
Like, yeah, I wrote
That's
a 5-paragraph thing that was effectively to the not to the letter, but like to the generalization of that as a family and as individuals, we've all been through a lot. We are all flawed and like we are not in the best of sorts as people, like me, Jacob, and Dom, my brothers,
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
much.
Yeah.
And it took me, like, Mum has been with us the entire time. Like, we've been through a lot of really bad shit. And it took me a long time because, I mean, as a kid, growing up with like a lot of traumatic stuff going on, and then as a teenager going up through more traumatic stuff, and I always believed, like, as you do, you believe that you're alone in the world, your depression and anxiety and all that kicks in. It really paints your life in a very bleak pastel.
Yeah.
And I just put in that it took me a very long time to realize that, like, even though I knew you were there, you were the only one that never abandoned us. That you were always there to help us, even if it hurt you, because when we hurt, you hurt.
Hmm.
And that, like, even if I don't show it, even if I don't say it all the time, like, I do love you, and you are the most important person in the world to me.
Well, that is
And she
absolutely
fucking
sweet.
cried.
Yeah, that's absolutely sweet.
Yeah. Like, I fundamentally lack a lot of understanding in emotional context. So things like love and adoration and pride and all of that, those are all things that I struggle to find understanding in. And I have learned love specifically through watching, like, specifically familial love. Like romantic love, I don't understand for Jack. Like, fuck that. But familial love, I've very much learned through watching Mum, and through her being there for us, even when it made her miserable. And because of that, I kind of can connect the dots in that regard. But even then, I still struggle to show it. I still struggle to really grasp that connection there. But even then, I said that even if I can't show it all the time, even if I don't always say it, I do love you. And that's just, like, because of all the shit that we've been through.
Yeah,
Mum's
yeah.
been through it all as well.
Yeah.
But we all went through it individually. She went through it 3 times because she went through it with each of us.
Yeah.
And that at times made her feel like she couldn't help because she didn't have the answers that we needed. It made her suffer that we were depressed and she couldn't fix us. It made her feel worse. And, like, basically I just said that, like, you never abandoned us, that's all you needed to do. But you still went out of your way to do more, to do whatever you could to help. So, yeah, she fucking adored that. So yeah, she cried. And I went out earlier this afternoon to get a drink, and she's just like, "Yeah, come here." And I went out, and she just fucking hugged me and just held me there. I was just like, "Oh, all right." I just hugged her back.
No, yeah, that's definitely a hug sort of moment. That's I mean, as I said before, and I don't mean that in any dismissive or anything of that sort. That is sweet. That is sweet. That's.
Yeah, like she knows full well that I do not see a point in, like, gift giving. Like I don't see a point in cards or gift giving because
Well,
I don't like that sort of thing.
yeah.
But I feel like a big part of her, like
Well, there are different love
a big
languages. The
part of
term.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Like I don't really care much for that. I don't really see a point in it. But I feel like a big part of the emotion that came from that was the fact that I did it regardless as well.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
that mum knows that I'm not big on gift giving. I'm
Yeah.
not big on cards. I'm not big on like celebrations or anything like that. But it's the fact that even though I don't care for it, I still went out of my way to do it as well.
So one thing
Is another small part of it.
totally, and I get you that. One thing that I'm gonna go. It's one of those weird parts where I for the longest of times I was kind of in the same boat with the card stuff and all of that. But having what was me, right? 38 years old, I've lost both my parents, right? Having both my parents pass, right? And without going into the sob story and all of that of it, having both my parents pass, I really wish that I would have participated more in that sort of triviality.
Yeah.
Because
you did.
no. It's what I'm telling you is that like I get where you're coming from, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm also saying there are consequences that you don't realize until X number of years later. It's like that trinket, that little card that maybe you would have stuffed away in a folder somewhere later on or in a box somewhere later on just to gather dust. You look at it and you go, you're going through your stuff, whatever, and you go, I remember when they gave me this thing, and those stories are over.
Yeah.
Those stories, because that's ultimately what the tragedy of someone passing is, right? Is those stories are over. So
I'm very much someone that I hate celebrating anything, but I still do specifically for mum. Like I if I could just choose not to, I would never do Christmas. I would never do my birthday because I despise my birthday. I despise all birthdays really. I just am not a fan of them because of past stuff. But because she likes them and she enjoys them and they are a reason to get together with family and
they're an excuse to, well, ultimately that's what the thing is, that those things are an excuse to do these things. Like that's the way, like it's one of those, if you don't like it, like the way that you get kind of over that is like, yeah, fine, but it's an excuse to go do something.
Yeah.
That's all.
And like that's part of the reason why I do them is because it's like, well, less it's an excuse to go do them, more it's I do them because I love mum.
Yeah,
and she likes them. Like it's less for me, more for like her. Because mum is kind of like,
no, I get that.
Yeah, the most important person in the world to me at the moment.
I am gonna say though, and when I got told this advice, when I got told this quite some time ago myself, and I kind of rolled my eyes at it too. I'm going to say that that's a very dangerous way to be.
Oh yeah, I know.
It's a very dangerous way to be.
Yeah, I get it. Don't worry.
No, I'm not saying you don't. I'm not saying you don't. It's not a question of your capabilities. It's just something that needs to be said. So.
Yeah, no, like there's a reason for it.
No,
that
reasons are your
I would
own.
not share.
No, the reasons
I
are
would
your
not
own.
share it. But I mean, I've shared it with Div.
And you shared it with me
Div.
before as well. But what I'm saying is the reasons are your own, right? But those reasons being what they are, like, it's not a question again of the quality of those reasons, the confidence of those reasons. It's not any none of those are in question. But what I'm saying though is that it is a very dangerous way to live. That's all.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, because again, it's that is a, if you will, that is a hard-won bit of rough experience of my own. That I had assumed that I'd assumed that I was more okay than I was, and my stance a number of years ago was very similar to your own. And then what happened. It's a very dangerous way to live.
Yeah.
Because what you've like you said, you've foundationally put your head on this particular matter, and I don't want to even talk about the thing I'm talking about right now. Like as in like because I don't want to like put the words and taint the taint what you're feeling about your mom and the niceness there with these words. But I have to say I am obligated to say, in the circumstance, that is a very dangerous way to live.
Yeah.
So I want to ask, can we move on? Because like I don't want to rough up your buzz because you did a great thing. You did an awesome thing. You did a lovely thing.
There's no like roughing it up. I've very much in my life accepted that I don't see a point in life. Like I just simply don't. Like I am not living for myself at this point because I fundamentally wouldn't be here if I didn't promise Mum that I would never hurt myself.
I'm not suggesting that either. See, that's the thing. It's kind of this weird. It's this weird line that kind of gets derivative from that. And as I said, I would rather, in respect for both of us here, because I don't feel like crying right now, and I don't feel like feeling the emotions that I'm starting to feel right now. Put it that way.
Okay. Well, then we'll drop it then. We'll just drop it.
I appreciate that. And it's not. And again, I do want to say this. It's not out of negativity. It's not out of like. It's just that like. You're feeling good, and I want you to feel good, and I want to feel good with you. That makes sense. You know, I want to enjoy the warmth of the hearth from the distance, because I no longer have that.
No, I get that.
So,
sorry. Yeah.
No, it's okay.
All good. What are you working on now? What's the image there?
So this is Stable Diffusion, and what Stable Diffusion is, it's an LLM that is utilized for image generation. And so we've gone through many iterations thus far to produce something that we generally like for the aesthetic of Rayak, a specific person in Rayak. And so now what I'm doing is I'm moving through processes to iterate with this character that we have from the profile to try and see if I can figure out how to develop the character beyond that. Because right now, one of our underlying projects is to make, and I've told you this before, is to make profile pictures for for the server, and possibly put like a relatively small. It's a keep the lights on sort of thing, right? Kind of if you will, a microtransaction, but more about like, hey, here's this thing. They're cool. If you want them, you can use them. Throw us a couple of quarters, right? Like 50 cents, right? It's not, it's not asking for anything too insane. And so the idea is basically trying to make it so that the character profiles, we've got a bunch of them that Div processed through, very graciously, with lots of grumbling, but very graciously. And so we're moving forward towards like trying to get a more cohesive visual presentation, should we say, for server games and for Rayak and specifically and that idea. And so that is what I'm working on. It's trying to work more to get that more definitive versus where I've been kind of slackjaw on even the ones that we've seen so far, where they've been kind of like they've been just kind of whatever is given via either DALL-E or actually DALL-E primarily. I've been using DALL-E and using the prompt system for that. And the truth is, I don't much care for what DALL-E produces, but it just was so easy. What's that?
I don't know what DALL-E is.
AI bot.
This guy. Waiting for it to catch up so you see what I'm talking about. So it's the ChatGPT image converter from prompts. So like I can throw in, and you can see I use it a fair amount. You can throw in like a it does not like what I try to describe it. What's that?
Is this shit free or is it like paid stuff?
This is paid stuff. But it's the thing is that am I getting my money's worth? Well, I'm trying to make it so I'm not. But it takes effort to build the back end to get the thing where it needs to be, right? which I had not taken the time to do, and I'm starting to, I'm realizing that I really want to. And so this is a product of actually we used something from the other images to end up getting down to kind of boiling it down to this image. And so one of the things that I'm going to do, and always got to produce some. So I'm going to go 3 by 3 right now because I don't want to take forever generating it. None of those, no artists. I don't want to use that. It says incomplete, so I assume that means it doesn't work. Generate. Let's see. And as you can see, it's going to take like quite some time to apply these filters that we've got set from the Final Fantasy tactics model that somebody used. Basically, they programmed up. Ooh, I noticed something that this does not work. This cut that I have on this one doesn't actually work as well. It worked fine for the other one, but doesn't work for this one. Let's see. Give me a sec. Can I just want to do a better job kind of organizing it. So I'm going to rename this browser capture to WordPress. And then I'm going to make a new one that's a copy.
I'm going to be right back real quick.
All right, that's fair. Change it up a little bit. As said, RYH there, or Offlyne, has given us permission to use his related stuff. So he said we could. And that previous list, a lot of those, like the first half of it was from these particularly curated, but I kind of wandered a bit because I was, want to give a little bit more variation to it. So but he said that we could, play it. So play it from the top, or play new stuff, play different stuff. Nice sound. It's quiet.
Alright, so just so you know, I'm going to have to head off. Because Mum wants to go get tea and she's going to go with her.
Oh, okay. That's what you were saying earlier. Okay, I misunderstood you.
Yep.
Fair enough. Well, it's always a pleasure. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, the next time I'm around, I'll probably pop in.
Yeah.
What's that, Dave?
Dang, no Minecraft.
Yeah, no Minecraft tonight, mate. Sorry. Another time, though. Oh, fuck. Alright. See you guys later. Have a good one.
You too. Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh. Alright, so WordPress work, and I made a new copy. That was somewhere here. Ooh, that's a neat one. Hello. Mama. Oh, I see now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I forgot about something I was doing that I shouldn't be doing. Uh-oh. Well, what have I exposed? Nothing important. Just the fact that I'm using the thing I'm using. Stable diffusion. There we go. I found you. And you... right side. There we go. Now I need to go back up there and rename this one. And this is going to be not this one, and this one's nope, that one needs to be turned off. And then this one's going to be instead. Oh, it changed both. Uh-oh. Alright, so let's just see what we get. I was messing with the thing. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Oh, jeez. Weird turn. Alright. Little. I'm not making a comment. Alright. So I'm not liking something with this. I don't know what it is. I have a feeling it's probably the tactics thing itself. Well, that's the safe, or that's the 5, which is pretty neat itself. That's actually what produced this one. Like, honestly, like there's a long-term probability that I'll like start doing something a little bit different, certain qualifying stuff when I get good enough, you know, with the production of AI related. Oh, that's a different story. I should probably go to bed because I'm starting to get delirious. Just here, let's see your stats. Hmm. That's interesting. Alright, so let's see how this works. Yeah, it's not really liking this output. I mean, it looks neat in its own way. This was actually a pretty cool, like, kind of analog. Not really doing it for me. Oh. Doing that then. It's probably this one, the graphic novel. Because I think the previous ones I was using was actually Sketch. In fact, I'm certain it was. Switch back over to the 51. More variations on it. Honestly, I'm just screwing around right now. Because I don't want to sleep. A familiar song. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's a cover of lights. Wow. I mean, I can see why he would work in that sort of direction. That buddy there, offline, but yeah, jeez, nice. This is not the right one yet. Oh, I broke something. Yeah, it probably means I need to reboot the server. Or at the very least, No. Let's break it here. Now I actually do have to go to check out something. Let's see if I remember it. I think it's the web. Let's see. Nano WE .sh if I recall correctly. Yeah, it's the sh. So it's saying I should put enough precision to represent add no half VAE command line argument to fix this. Is there already a spot for that was the question? No, let's see, export get comments. Requirement for utilities to stable Diffusion UI. Install command for torch. Export. Okay, so command line args equals. Let's try it again. I don't know why we break it like this. It was doing fine before. Or it could be that our inputs to is higher res, and therefore the system just can't quite. Or any number of other things. Alright, the bit on so.
Alright, see ya then.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I said in a bit. I didn't say right now. Trying to push me over already. What is this?
I don't know.
Are you already trying to put me in the grave there?
That's later.
That's later. Fair enough. Did it break again? The heck? No, Euler is what I was using before. Probably my computer's telling me it's time to go to bed.
Dude.
No, I refuse. Told you, no sleep until Brooklyn. And we ain't going to Brooklyn, so... Yeah, actually, the funny part is that I don't actually know what I want to do. Right? It's like I should sleep. I need to sleep, but I don't know. I think, though, at the very least, on the stream portion, I'm gonna cut off for some like 4 minutes. Because the line of stream says it'll be 7 hours and 4 minutes. So I'll cut it at 7 hours. Well, at least finally got all that stuff done. It's not waiting for the intervention, as it were, for the check marks there. I'm missing something there. I'm not sure what it is. I do know that this is not working. That almost reminds me of something I know. I mean, not the fuzzy part. that process finished. And that took an interesting, in some cases, a wacky turn. I do not really like it, to be honest with you. Interesting take. Not what I'm looking for. Don't you dare judge me for having the fact that I've got a Makima drawing style there. I was curious what it would look like. Unfortunately, it doesn't look this small.
What?
That's weird. Well, Makima, you know who Makima is, right? From
Makima?
Yeah. From Chainsaw Man.
Okay.
I have a model for. Well, I was just curious. There was a model that was Makima, and I was going to torture E-Dog with it, but I didn't get around to doing that.
I see.
Well, it would have been funny because it was the sort of thing where it's just all the internal memes, right?
I don't really talk to him enough to really know what he likes.
Well, we watched. We ended up watching. We ended up watching it for like when it was out or when it first came out, like the season, because we were at that point in time regularly watching these things as a group. So then we stopped for some reason. Probably because those particular adventures were done, I guess. I don't know. All right. Well, I am going to stop the streaming. No one here, so.